Pirates I Can Reject Everything Chapter 281-300. 281. Marine Headquarters, a big analysis of the situation around Chris. Now that the staff has arrived, let's start the meeting now. Marshal Marine Sengoku the Buddha, with a serious face, looked at the people in the conference room. Who were summoned were all able-bodied men in Marine, and the level of this meeting was also quite high. Brano, it's time to start. As the keynote speaker of this meeting, Branu nodded quickly, understood. Brando looked at everyone in the conference room solemnly. The purpose of this meeting must be clear to everyone. The main thing is to help everyone understand the new King Shichibukai, Chris. At the same time, it is convenient for us to analyze this person. Momonga Vice Admiral glanced at Branu and said impatiently, "Okay, Branu. Don't waste everyone's time, let's get to the point quickly." Brando was embarrassed by Isho, then nodded. To understand Chris, we need to understand the people around him first. Saying that, Brando released a slideshow, and in the slideshow was a photo of a woman. Woman, with candy pink hair, delicate facial features, and a sweet smile. It is one of the most indispensable characters of the Chris Pirates, Baccarat. With the baton in his hand, Branu pointed to the photo of Baccarat. The woman in the photo, her name is Baccarat. As far as we know, she was one of the first people to follow Chris, and Chris has a lot of trust in her. It is no exaggeration to say that this person is the housekeeper of the Chris Pirates. Immediately afterwards, a few lines of text were typed in the slide, detailing Baccarat's height, weight and origin. Including her growing up, there are traces of things to follow, bit by bit, no matter how small or small. Brano then said, "This Baccarat is a lucky fruit person." Momonga Vice Admiral frowned and asked, "What kind of devil fruit is this? I've never heard of it." Doberman sneered at the side, "Don't talk if you haven't heard it before, listen carefully to what Brando says." Momonga Vice Admiral wanted to reply, but after seeing Sengoku's bad expression, he could only give up. Brano glanced at Sengoku and continued, "Lucky fruit, Paramesha devil fruit. Unlike the normal Paramesha devil fruit, this fruit's ability is more like a buff ability. Look." Said, another picture of Baccarat appeared on the big screen, one of her earlier pictures. This is a photo of Baccarat using his abilities in his early years. Anyone who is touched by her will have good luck absorbed by her. These good luck will be used by Baccarat. After she absorbs a certain amount of good luck, she is basically in a state of wishing to achieve. Doberman asked suspiciously, "It's so exaggerated." Brando immediately post another photo of what Baccarat looked like when he was fighting. According to eyewitnesses of the year, Baccarat absorbed the good luck of the enemy. When fighting, she just flipped a coin, and the coin brought a series of coincidences. Eventually, that enemy was hit by a sudden stone. The most important thing is that the enemy also wanted to dodge, but coincidentally, he tripped over a small stone as soon as he walked. In the conference room, Marine generals, you look at me, I look at you, and they all look at each other. For the first time today that there is such a devil fruit ability in the world. Indeed a head-scratching ability. However, that's not all of her abilities. There was an odd smile on Blaine's face. Momonga Vice Admiral couldn't help frowning and said, "It's already so incomprehensible, and there are other abilities." With a faint smile on Brano's face, he continued, "I said, lucky fruit can bring beneficial effects. The ability of the lucky fruit has played a big role in the development of the Chris Pirates to this day. Baccarat can distribute all the good luck he absorbed to the Chris Pirates. At the same time, Baccarat can also absorb other people's bad luck and pass it on to other people, such as fish in the sea, etc. In this way, their Chris Pirates can always have good luck." Vice Admiral Chaton Tokikake leaned back on the chair and suddenly realized, no wonder the Chris Pirates did not encounter Marine to chase them all the way. And they have never heard that they have encountered any difficult enemies. It turned out to be a blessing with a halo of luck, so they are equivalent to opening a hang. Brian nodded slightly. Crack clap clap. Everyone's eyes turned to Sengoku. Garp was secretly eating Sengoku's senbei. Sengoku reacted. He pretended to be angry and cursed. Garp, you bastard. This is a meeting, can you be more serious? Crack clap clap. Garp continued eating as if nothing had happened, keeping his eyes on the slideshow on the screen. Sengoku felt helpless about this and just sighed deeply. After eating the senbei in his hand, Garp picked his nostrils and said, I didn't expect this kid Chris to have such a capable person by his side. As expected of the leader among young pirates. Sengoku couldn't help asking loudly. Garp, I told you, don't eat bacon. As the marshal, Sengoku was a little helpless and looked at Garp angrily. Garp seemed indifferent and picked up Sengoku's senbei again blatantly. Chief Staff Officer Vice Admiral Crane chuckled lightly. Bakura's ability is indeed too powerful. It's amazing to be able to change the fortune of an entire pirate group. Rear Admiral Katalu was also full of surprise. No wonder this woman can get Chris' trust, it is indeed a trouble. Brando coughed lightly and drew everyone's attention back. At this point, another woman appeared on the slide. The same pink hair, high cold and elegant temperament, eyebrows are the iconic curly eyebrows. The second character Brando wants to introduce is Reiju. As soon as the photo of Reiju came out, Momonga Vice Admiral immediately stood up excitedly and pointed at Reiju's photo. This woman is from the North Blue Germa Kingdom. She is the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, Reiju. All the marine generals were shocked when they heard the words. They all know about Germa 66, and their technological strength is the envy of governments around the world. And the Vinsmoke family is also a member of the world government. Rear Admiral Katalu asked with a puzzled look, why are there people from the Vinsmoke family on Chris' ship? Could it be that there is some kind of partnership between the Vinsmoke family and the Chris pirates? Brando tried his best to stabilize the scene at this time, and said calmly, as everyone guessed, their two major forces are in a cooperative relationship. Our investigation found that Germa 66 had received help from Chris during the North Blue campaign. After that, Reiju boarded the Chris pirates' ship. Whether Reiju is acting as a partner or as a strategic cooperative monitor, the relationship between the two of them is certain. Doberman looked gloomy and said in a low voice, there must be nothing good for the two of them to cooperate. A pirate, a North Blue invader, they know what their purpose is. Doberman looked up at Sengoku and Garp et al. As we all know, the Vinsmoke family has been a disaster for North Blue all the year round. The purpose is to unify North Blue and make North Blue their rule. In front of him heavily, and said with hatred, but that's it. The world government treats them with courtesy, and invaders like them also have the right to participate in the World Conference and become world nobles. Born in North Blue, and his country was invaded by the Vinsmoke family. So he has a different feeling for the Vinsmoke family. Tsuru Vice Admiral's eyes are also solemn. The King Shichibukai and the world government member countries, they are linked together, it is not good news. If the Vinsmoke family, with the help of the Chris pirates, successfully unified North Blue, at that time, the consequences may be unimaginable. Whether the world government can restrain these two forces is a big question. Momonga Vice Admiral also said solemnly, if the Chris pirates use the power of Germa's technology to further expand, he is the King Shichibukai again, we can't do anything about him. Under the protection of the world government, if he grows into a strength like the four emperors, the world will be in chaos. Garp suddenly burst out laughing and said casually, I think you're all thinking too much. It's just a Vinsmoke family, it can't make much waves. If Chris wants to grow into the four emperors, he can only rely on himself, no one else can help. He picked his nostrils and looked at Sengoku oddly. As for whether or not these two forces can be restrained, it depends on the means of the world government. Sengoku's eyes were solemn, and Garp's movements were not paying attention. He was silent, then turned his head and glanced at Branu, motioning him to continue. Branu nodded, then changed another slide. A woman with long black hair appeared in the photo. Kuzan, who had been silent until now and was only forced by Sengoku to sit in, suddenly sat up straight. In the photo was all too familiar to him. Even though it's been so long and she's grown up, Kuzan still recognizes her at a glance. Branu glanced at Kuzan and continued, Nicole Robin, survivor of West Blue O'Hara, child of the devil. Hearing the name of O'Hara Island, all the generals in the conference room stared blankly. That incident once caused a sensation in the entire Marine headquarters. Buster Call came out, the entire island was destroyed. Only a little girl escaped. Since then, this little girl has disappeared, and unexpectedly reappeared, and has become a member of the Chris Pirates. Branu said, Nicole Robin, I have been working under Crocodile before, without attracting our attention. In the process of investigating the Chris Pirates, we accidentally discovered that she is the girl who escaped from O'Hara Island. Now, she is the head of the Chris Pirates branch in Alabasta Kingdom. Mainly dealing with various matters in the Alabasta branch, and has a close relationship with the Alabasta royal family. Kuzan sat up straight and said lightly, the Chris Pirates still have a branch there. That little guy, the picture is not simple. While eating the senbei, Garp muttered, but think about it, Shichibukai, the king, which one is a peace of mind? This Nicole Robin, does have some talent. It's really not that simple to be trusted by Chris so much. Momonga Vice Admiral's face was solemn. This Nicole Robin has always been a confidant of the world government, she is the queen of sinners. What does Chris want to do with Nico Robin under his command? All the generals shook their heads and couldn't figure it out. But at this time, Kuzan suddenly said, Nicole Robin, she should have mastered the way of interpreting history. Chris took her as his subordinate, and I am afraid he also took a fancy to this. He wants to interpret the blank 100-year history. The voice fell, the generals in the entire conference room were terrified. They more or less understand what that means. That is the biggest taboo of the world government. Rear Admiral Kuduru let out a long breath and said, any one of the three Chris Pirates is trouble. They are still gathered in a boat. I seem to understand the Marine headquarters, why so much importance is attached to Chris. Vice Admiral Chaton Tokikake, Yamakaji and others beside him all nodded in agreement. These three women are not simple characters. After introducing Robin, Kuzan was thoroughly interested in the Chris Pirates and urged, who else is there? Hearing this, Branu hurriedly replied, please see the slide below. Slides were changed again, this time it was still a woman. A head, light blue long hair, delicate face, full of youthful atmosphere. As soon as this photo came out, the generals in the conference room were all monks with 2 feet in length, confused. Everyone has a common doubt, such a little girl, what is so special about Branu, seeing everyone's eyes, gently issue. Immediately, a line of text appeared on the screen. Vivi, Princess of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Doberman has some doubts. This is the princess of the member states of the world government. What does she have to do with the Chris Pirates? Brando reminded. Doberman Vice Admiral, remember what I just mentioned. The Chris Pirates have established a branch in Alabasta Kingdom. The head of the branch, Nico Robin, has a close relationship with the nobles of the kingdom. And this so-called noble of the kingdom is the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom, Princess Vivi. Doberman suddenly realized something, and immediately thought of something. You mean, this Princess Vivi has joined the Chris Pirates? Gentlemen, please explain that since Chris went to sea, the Marine headquarters has not analyzed Chris. This time, Chris is going to enter the new world, and the plot really unfolds, so it is necessary for the Marine headquarters to analyze the Chris Pirates in detail. 282. The shock of all the generals of the headquarters, the anger of the Red Dog Akainu. Marine headquarters Marineford. The conference room, research on Chris continues. The Marine Admiral leaders were a little surprised by the identity of Princess Vivi. It is unimaginable that the nobles of the member states of the world government joined the pirates. Branu pointed to the photo of Princess Vivi and said lightly, "According to the current situation we have, that's it. This Princess Vivi has joined the Chris pirates camp." Kuzan put his hands on the table, expressionless, and said indifferently, "Then does this mean Alabasta Kingdom and Chris pirates are also allies?" Brando paused for a moment and thought for a moment. Immediately nodded. It's not wrong to say so. Brando smiled slightly, and the text on the slide increased a little more. He pointed to these words and analyzed, "Everyone, please read. We found in the Alabasta Kingdom survey that Princess Vivi has a lot of influence in the country. Even once surpassed the prestige of his father, King Cobra." Hearing the words, the meeting room immediately caused a commotion. This is really rare. Rear Admiral Kadalu crossed his hands and placed them in front of him. Just a princess, does she have such a big influence? Chatan Tokikake on the side laughed lightly. His reaction to this matter was a little dull, and he said something in a breathless manner. It is normal that Crocodile has occupied Alabasta for a long time, and the prestige of the king has declined. Brano nodded affirmatively, and he continued, "Yes, during Crocodile's reign, Princess Vivi actively saved the country. As a result, it has gained a lot of public support, and now Alabasta is gradually reviving and prospering. The people naturally attribute this credit to Princess Vivi." Momonga Vice Admiral frowned, from the beginning of the meeting, until now. None of the news he heard could make him feel at ease. Whether it is the Vinsmoke family or Nico Robin, the son of the devil, this identity is very sensitive. Now there is another princess, who is still very powerful. Now the problem has become more and more complicated. Momonga Vice Admiral said solemnly, "With the revival of the Alabasta Kingdom, their country's overall strength has gradually increased. I'm afraid it will be a great help for Chris in the future. This Chris, who has united so many forces, is probably not just the King Shichibukai." Akainu, one of the 3 Marine admirals, suddenly snorted. Originally, he only felt that there was nothing in this meeting, and kept silent. But with Brano's introduction, he found that this Chris was not as simple as he thought. "I said long ago that the so-called Shichibukai system under the king should be abolished. Which of these guys is not something else? Wear a reasonable and legal hat, do evil everywhere, and strengthen yourself. And it is possible to leave the world government at any time and become a pirate again. For absolute justice, they must be eradicated one by one." Akainu had a sullen look on his face, and his words were so intense that he made the scene, and suddenly became nervous. He is the leading figure of the Hawks in Marine, and has always advocated radicalism. But the generals did not dare to say anything about his proposal to abolish the Shichibukai system under the king. This matter, in the end, needs to be decided by the royal family from all over the world at the World Conference, and they are inconvenient to say more. Only people like Akainu, who are powerful, dare to comment on these things at will. Sengoku coughed lightly and pulled the atmosphere back. "We don't care. The theme of today's meeting is the Chris Pirates. Brano, you continue to introduce." The voice fell. Brano nodded hurriedly and continued to analyze the Chris Pirates. The things just mentioned can already explain the problem. Now, behind the Chris Pirates, there are 2 major forces, the Vinsmoke family and the Alabasta. Among them, the establishment of the Alabasta branch also means that this country has become a subsidiary country of the Chris Pirates. Akainu's face was bad and his expression was gloomy. Everyone could see his dissatisfaction. However, regarding this matter, the Marine generals in the conference room also expressed concern. Chris expanding his power in this way is not conducive to the control of the world government over him. The slideshow on the screen was quickly changed to another one. This time the photo of the slideshow was a group photo. In the photo, almost all the members of the Chris Pirates are included. What I introduced before was all the forces related to Chris, and the reliance on him to get to this point. Now, this is the key point we want to understand today, the combat power of the Chris pirates. Branno's volume involuntarily increased a little. Marine generals in the conference room were also looking forward to it at this time. After all, no matter what the power of the Chris pirates is, their own strength is the most important. First of all, let's take a look, Captain Chris, Lafitte. Branno said, while changing the slides. A personal profile about Lafitte, displayed on the big screen. Lafitte was originally a security officer somewhere in West Blue, and was later hired by Chris. This person is a devil fruit power user, a relatively rare ancient zone species. This kind of devil fruit, I don't need to say more, I think everyone knows it. Sure enough, a group of rear admirals have already started to talk to each other. Zone species, without exception, improve their combat effectiveness by no means a single star. They have seen a lot in Marine's information, and the owners of Zone's ancient devil fruit are all powerful people. Either a senior general in Marine, or a big pirate with a reward of over 100 million. In short, the existence of a weak person has not yet been found. Branno withdrew his gaze, smiled, and continued to speak. Lafitte has always had fewer shots, but that doesn't affect our judgment on him. Based on his several shots, we conclude that his strength surpasses all the vice admiral present here. As soon as these words came out, the meeting room immediately. It got noisy. Momonga vice admiral said dissatisfiedly, Branno, what do you mean by that? Could it be that, we Marine vice admiral, we are all the characters who have slapped fists and embroidered legs? A masked, thin vice admiral snorted and said disdainfully, then you mean, he is more powerful than Garp vice admiral. Everyone turned their attention to the sleepy Garp, although Garp was usually not serious at all. But in the hearts of everyone, he is still the Marine hero, and the unmatched guy. His face was indifferent, and he said lightly, as we all know, Garp vice admiral cannot be counted as vice admiral. And I don't mean to belittle you. The reason why I say that is precisely to show how powerful Lafitte is. 2 words of understatement, immediately. It left a crowd of vice admirals speechless. But even so, they still felt resentment in their hearts. It's a shame for them to go above and beyond all vice admiral. Quiet, Branno continued as if nothing had happened. Lafitte has a 2-color hockey, and his attainments are not low. The weapon is the salute in his hand, which is actually a knife. After listening to Branno's introduction, everyone felt that this pale, thin guy suddenly looked a little weird. Of course, Lafayette can become a deputy captain, and it is not only powerful. Blanco raised his eyebrows without a trace, and said, this man is a gentleman, but he actually kills without blinking. He can often take other people's lives while talking and laughing without changing his face. At the same time, he is shrewd and wise, and of course he can be said to be cunning and a ruthless character. Put on the blindfold again, leaned back on the chair, and said casually, being a vice captain naturally won't be too weak. They seen him once at West Blue. He has an extreme personality. In terms of strength, Momonga, you guys, are not opponents. Hearing Kuzan's comments, Momonga Vice Admiral and others were very surprised. Marine Admiral recognized the strength, so they naturally dare not doubt it. The slides on the big screen were changed again. Branno picked up the water glass, took a sip, and continued, the captain is the backbone of the Chris Pirates. However, before introducing the squad leaders, I need to introduce a character in particular. Saying that, he looked at the topless man on the slide, Enel. This person's name is Enel, who came down from Sky Island and once ruled the entire Sky Island. The reason why I say he is special is because his strength should be second only to Chris in the Chris Pirates. Hearing Branno say this, many people instantly became interested. Previously, Branno had touted Lafayette like that, but at this moment a person suddenly appeared, stronger than Lafayette. Suru Vice Admiral smiled kindly and said, "In that case, the old man should listen carefully." Now, Chatan Tokikake also took a sip of the tea in front of him, and said with a smile that was half a smile, "My favorite kind of special weirdo." Brano immediately introduced. Enel, a member of the Chris Pirates, has no position. But according to our investigation, we found that his real status on the ship was quite high, even slightly higher than that of the Deputy Captain Lafitte. Brano glanced at Marine 3 Admiral with a strange expression, and smiled lightly. He is also a devil fruit ability person, and his ability is very interesting. Speaking of which, he seemed to pause deliberately. Doberman urged, "Okay, you don't sell anything. What the hell is this dead fish-eyed guy?" Brano smiled mysteriously, and said, "He is Logia, Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit ability." Hearing this, everyone unconsciously glanced at Marine 3 Admiral. The reason why they can become 3 Admiral, in addition to their own fighting technique and 2-color hockey strong. More, it has to do with their devil fruit abilities. The strongest Logia is still the most powerful element in Logia. Ice, lava and light are the most powerful elements. Rear Admiral Kadalu couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's actually Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, does it hold the power of thunder?" Momosagi's eyes rolled, and her delicate face also showed some subtle fluctuations, echoing, "The power of thunder that combines damage and speed, and is irresistible. How lucky. Of devil fruit is hard to come by. Even if you don't know the 2-color hockey, the ability of the devil fruit alone is enough to become a strong man." Kizaru, who has been doing nothing, carelessly trims his nails. Borsellino. At this point he finally raised his head. Constantly nodding his head, he said yin and yang strangely, "Yo yo, what a rare ability, no wonder Chris looks at him differently." "Brano, are you going to say that this guy is equivalent to our strength?" Kizaru Borsellino stared at Brano with a pair of small eyes, with a weird smile on his face. Brando gave a wry smile and shook his head. "General Borsellino, that's not the case. According to our speculation, his strength is higher than Lafitte, but compared with the 3 Admiral, he is still a little worse. He also masters 2-color hockey. Observation hockey is unfathomable. It's a pity that Enel's armament hockey is not as good as you are, General Borsellino." Akainu looked solemn, shook his head lightly, and said something sonorously. "Having said that, with the ability of Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, even if hockey is not good enough, his strength is scary enough. This Enel, it's a noteworthy guy. Such scum must be removed quickly." Seeing that the 2 admirals valued Enel so much, the generals did not dare to despise him. None of them could guarantee that they would be able to defend themselves against lightning strikes. Enel's armament hockey is underwhelming, but so are the vice admirals themselves. Compared to Garp the Fist's armament, they're not even a tad worse. Doberman sighed softly and said, "The 2 battles under Chris's are not easy. Now they are both still growing and progressing. In time, the 2 of them will definitely become one of the world's strongest." For this, everyone in the conference room agreed. Akainu, who has always been hostile to pirates, nodded, and he gave great recognition to the strength and talent of the 2. Brando shrugged, and then continued to say mysteriously, "Everyone, this is just the beginning. What's really exciting about the Chris Pirates is their dozens of squad leaders. These people, each with their own uniqueness, that is, combat power and talent, are very terrifying. In particular, the squad leaders of the Chris Pirates are almost all devil fruit users." Finished speaking, he could clearly hear the sound of air conditioning in the conference room. Momonga Vice Admiral murmured in a low voice, "When did devil fruit become so common? Is it really the radish and cabbage that can be seen everywhere?" Indeed, devil fruits are actually relatively rare. Said that there are many devil fruit capable people in the sea, it is better to say. Devil fruit capable people have basically become pirates or marines. Guys, The author has already conceived the country that Chris is going to attack. Is a superpower in the new world. As for what it is, it will be explained later. Well, anyway, the next thing is very exciting. Everyone hurry up to urge the update, if there is a urging ticket. 283. The powerful squad leaders shocked the 3 admirals. Devil fruit abilities, even on the ships of the 4 emperors, are not so dense. Almost all the squad leaders of the Chris pirates are. This is really surprising. Borsellino smiled strangely, his eyes seemed to be closed, he didn't know what he was thinking, and said something. Is this the lucky fruit of Baccarat, too? Blanco was noncommittal and continued his story. The slideshow on the screen has been replaced at this time, and the photo has been replaced by Luo. Blanco pointed to Luo's photo and introduced it without emotion. Trafalgar Law, Paramesha Operative Fruit Ability, Chris Pirates First Team Captain. Rear Admiral Kadalu had bright eyes, pointed at Luo, and said, I have an impression of him. This guy is the captain of the original Heart Pirates, known as the Death Surgeon. Later, for some unknown reason, he took the entire pirate group and joined Chris. The other 2 Rear Admiral on the side also said that they had hunted down Luo. Brano glanced at the information in his hand and narrowed his eyes slightly. It's because of Doflamingo. Chatan Tokikake stretched out his hand to tidy up his hat, and glanced at Brano curiously. What? Trafalgar Law joined Chris was because of Doflamingo, Brano explained. Luo was chased and killed by Doflamingo, and he should have been rescued by Chris, and then they got together. Momonga Vice Admiral frowned. Another troublesome guy involved. Could it be that Chris is stronger than Doflamingo? Brano spread his hands. Chris was involved with so many people, and he couldn't do anything about it. The fruit of surgery, Paramesha, can create a spherical space of their own. In this space domain, Luo himself is a god-like being. He can cut any object at will, including people, and can also achieve instant spatial displacement. Luo can also perceive objects in the space, manipulate them freely, and replace them. Luo's abilities are complex, and Brano takes the trouble to introduce them. The chief advisor Suru Vice Admiral suddenly added, this ability can perform undead surgery on humans. At the expense of the capable one's own life, give another person eternal life. Eternal life. Doberman's eyes widened in shock. This was the first time he was so surprised today. The ability to give people immortality is definitely not an ordinary ability. The generals, including Sengoku, were all surprised. Because of this, it always makes people feel a little magical. Sengoku asked suspiciously, Crane, how did you know this ability? Suru Vice Admiral smiled kindly and said, have you forgotten, Sengoku? We have investigated Doflamingo, and in his documents, there is mention of the fruit of the operation. Kuzan said in a mellow voice, no wonder, Doflamingo wants to kill Luo, probably because he wants the power of immortality. Then, he yawned and said lazily, haha, I'm afraid it will be cheaper Chris in the future. Everyone was speechless. After all, it would cost the lives of the capable ones, and they could not guess what happened in the future. Trafalgar Law, who has mastered 2-color hockey, plus its fruit ability, its strength should not be underestimated. Blanco finally gave this result. Strength should not be underestimated, but a simple sentence shows Luo's difficulty and potential. Marine generals in the conference room all looked solemn. It's just a Chris pirate group, but it's full of talented people. Everyone, please see, the person in the photo is named Van Auger, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Chris Pirates. A person who wears fruit ability can travel freely in space and move. It is a very strange fruit ability. This person is good at using guns, and his marksmanship is precise, and he masters 2-color hockey. We agreed that he will grow into a character like Ben Beckman or Usopp in the Red Hair Pirates in the future. The ability template given by the Marine Research Team is really amazing. You know, both Ben Beckman and Usopp are first-class masters. Even if Marine 3 Admiral met, they would have a headache for a while. Borsellino gently dragged his head with one hand, tilted his head, and sighed softly. Another gun guy. What I hate the most is these guys. As a light fruit person, Kizaru is the only one who has lingering fears against the gun. Garp had finished dozing off by this time and was refreshed. He ate Sengoku's senbei and laughed, ha 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 ha, funny boy. I'm starting to look forward to the other squad leaders. Brano, go ahead. Hearing this, Brano nodded hurriedly. Slide transition, Cavendish appears. Cavendish, captain of the 3rd Division of the Chris Pirates, swordsmanship. Genius. Momonga Vice Admiral looked at Cavendish with a solemn expression and said, this person is the famous murder case, the system of Rommel's scythe. Cavendish was handsome and fascinated thousands of girls. Where he was born, because all the women in the country love her and do not want to get married. So the crowd expelled Cavendish. Such a handsome appearance, it is indeed difficult to associate him with a murderous maniac. Momonga Vice Admiral explained, this person has a dual personality and is controlled by the second personality when he sleeps and sleepwalks. In this state, his swordsmanship is twice as high as when he was sober. What we call Rommel's Itachi is his second personality. Brian nodded and said, this man is a swordsman. Level is extraordinary, and the most troublesome thing is that he is also a fruit person now. He eats the speed fruit, which can greatly improve his speed, and develop it to a certain extent, comparable to General Borsellino. It's even possible to achieve space shuttles. And as far as we know, he has now gradually mastered the two-color hockey. Momonga Vice Admiral's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly said, then his second personality, isn't it more terrifying? Brano shook his head and changed a slide. See this little black dog in the photo? Momonga Vice Admiral and the others looked at each other, not knowing what Brano was going to say. Blanco explained, Cavendish's second personality was transferred to this little black dog by Luo's ability to use the fruit of surgery. The generals were suddenly in an uproar, which was somewhat beyond their comprehension. Rear Admiral Kodalu smiled helplessly. This guy Luo's ability is really scary, and even his personality can be transferred at will. We consulted with Dr. Vegapunk about this, and he said it could be done, Brano's assistant replied. Kodaru pouted, and since Dr. Vegapunk had said it, he had no choice but to believe it. Seeing Momonga Vice Admiral's soothing face, Brano smiled oddly. Although there is no second personality, his strength has increased instead, so now his threat, we think it is heavier. Momonga Vice Admiral's eyes widened, looking at Brano in confusion. He thought to himself, this is deliberately teasing me. Blanco ignored it and continued the meeting. Everyone, the Chris Pirates currently have only 3 confirmed squad leaders. The rest of the squad leaders have not yet been clearly identified, but they are equally powerful. The generals in the conference room have already understood that the squad leaders of the Chris Pirates are not bad. They all whispered to each other, complaining that Brano was the ambition of others. But Blaine didn't care about that. He has been investigating the Chris Pirates for so long, so he knows their situation better than anyone else. He knew the horror of these people. Burgess, the sonic fruit person, can release laser cannons from his mouth, often achieving unexpected effects. This person is also the first group of people to join Chris, mastering the two-color hockey. Among them, his mastery of armament hockey is ahead of many on board. This person is brave and belligerent, he is thick and thin, and his strength is very strong. Ordinary people are not opponents. Immediately after, no wait, someone commented, Brano just replaced, another slide. Poison, join the Chris Pirates with Burgess. He is a Logia miasma fruit-capable person. He can be called a poison gas bomb with huge lethality. Don't look at his ill appearance. When he fights, his methods are ruthless and cunning, and he is an extremely sinister guy. Similarly, he also holds the two-color hockey, which is a major force in the Chris Pirates. Rear Admiral Kodalu couldn't help but suppress. This guy is not as powerful as you say. Isn't it just a sick seedling? Even if it is Logia's ability, it is not necessarily so powerful. Sneered and gave Kodaru a contemptuous look. He had long expected that some people would be dissatisfied. After all, no one wanted to have so many stubborn stubble in a pirate group. Precisely. The sick child you mentioned can fight Moria, one of the king's Shichibukai. Excuse me, Rear Admiral, can you do it? Rear Admiral Kodalu blushed immediately after being questioned by Branno. He couldn't help but find a crack to crawl in now, and regretted what he had just said. With Gecko Moria, he asked himself how far he was. After Kodalu was speechless, Blanu continued to introduce the rest of the squad leaders calmly. Hawkins, a fortune teller from West Blue, a straw fruit person. This scarecrow fruit can use other people as your stand-in to transfer damage, and it is difficult to be really hurt. At the same time, you can also summon a giant scarecrow to fight, which is not weak. Due to the limited number of shots this person has made, his true strength cannot be estimated. Whether he has mastered two-color hockey is unknown. But, on the Chris Pirates, it will be a matter of time to master the two-color hockey. At this moment, no one dared to question anymore, and they all nodded their heads and listened quietly. Man-Demon Jin, Paramesha's explosive fruit power, an explosive man who can explode all over his body. Be taciturn, addicted to practice, master two-color hockey. According to this person's nature, when he grows up in the future, he is also a tough guy. Slides were changed again, and Branno significantly sped up the introduction. Kuro, Paramesha air pressure fruit ability, can manipulate air pressure at will, causing huge damage. This person is the most intelligent of the squad leaders, and his mind is very flexible. Good at making plans, and he has mastered two-color hockey himself, with great potential. Garp ate the senbei and laughed. It really is a bunch of weird guys. The ability of the fruit is all kinds of strange, and they all master the two-color hockey. The combat power of this pirate group is not easy. Tsuru Vice Admiral smiled kindly, looking at everyone in the conference room. The atmosphere was a little dull and his mood was a little low. She said comfortably, "Young people, don't be too discouraged. No matter how talented the Chris Pirates are, they can still be compared to our world government and our marine. You must understand that our talents are all over the world, and you don't have to complain about yourself." Sengoku is also Haha Isho, took over the conversation and said, "Yes, cheer up. The reason why the Chris Pirates can be discussed by us is because of their strength. Otherwise why should we study and discuss them? Speaking of which, it is precisely because they are strong that everyone needs to practice hard and deal with these people in a targeted manner." With these old seniors invigorating the atmosphere and comforting everyone, the atmosphere in the conference room eased slightly. The previous introduction of Branno really shocked everyone. Akainu looked at the group of Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral with disdain in his eyes. He acted aggressively, and most despised this kind of self-pity person, and said coldly, "Branno, you continue to say, what other characters are there in the Chris Pirates?" After Branno heard the order, he continued to introduce. Bartolomeo, the barrier fruit ability, can create a transparent barrier. This layer of barrier is extremely hard, and it is difficult for ordinary attacks to break it. According to our research and speculation, even the ice of Kuzan Admiral or the magma attack of General Akainu are difficult to break through. There were several surprised voices in the conference room. Chaton Tokikake couldn't help but exclaimed, "Is such a strong defense. Even the ability attacks of the admirals can be resisted." Branno nodded, but then added, "Of course, if the admirals strike with all their strength, they can still be shattered. After all, the display of the fruit's ability also depends on the user's own strength." Bartolomeo must have fallen behind in hockey's mastery. But despite this, everyone still felt that Bartolomeo's barrier fruit ability was too unusual. With this layer of barrier in place, the life-saving ability is greatly improved. Everyone, don't just focus on the defensive power of the barrier fruit, its attack power is also very powerful. Doberman whispered Isho and asked, isn't it a barrier? How does he attack? Hearing this, Brando is mysterious Isho. Can't the automatic subscription go up a few? Since the resumption of the update, the 4D update has been updated every day, but the results are still so poor. The more you write, the less motivated you are. Everyone, please subscribe to a few automatically. If this goes on, I'm afraid I won't be able to persist, and I can only reduce the number of updates at that time. I don't want to do this either. Reminder: 3 things to read. 284. The squad leader who appeared in the finale Shakta Kainu, Kizaru, and Kuzan. Blanco stood in front of the big screen with a weird smile on his face. Actually, he doesn't need to do it himself at all to complete the attack. Doberman looked in disbelief. How can he attack Momonga Vice Admiral who is on the side without doing anything? Thoughtful, he patted his head and said, reaction force. Looked suspiciously at Momonga Vice Admiral. Good guy, is his head so bright? Brano nodded and said lightly, yes, it's the same principle. The barrier created by the barrier fruit, in addition to resisting the attacks of outsiders, it can also rebound. In other words, when you attack Bartolomeo, you are actually attacking yourself. The Marine generals whispered to each other and talked a lot. Rear Admiral Kodalu shook his head and sighed. Such a powerful devil fruit is actually in the hands of a pirate. Chatan Tokikake's expression is half smile, always with an air of incomprehension. Don't envy them, we Marine 3 Admiral's fruit ability, I don't know how many pirates envy them. Momosagi's eyes rolled, and her slender hand rubbed her chin. She frowned slightly and said, if General Kuzan and the others, will this long-range elemental attack also bounce back? The problem is immediate. Has aroused everyone's interest, which involves the rebound of force or the rebound of attack. The difference between the two is huge. If it's just a rebound of force, it's okay to say that a long-range attack can solve it. But if it is, it will be very troublesome to rebound the attack. Branu paused for a moment, then suddenly said solemnly, everyone, according to our research with Dr. Vegapunk's technology team, we speculate that if Bartolomeo, the barrier fruit could be developed to a certain extent, he's perfectly capable of rebounding from an attack. As soon as these words came out, the meeting room immediately. There was an uproar. Many Marine generals were amazed, and looking at it like this, it would be very troublesome. Blanco immediately spoke, adding, don't be impatient, everyone, what I said is just a bold speculation. As for whether Bartolomeo can develop the fruit ability, there is still an unknown. At least he can't do that now. Although these few words of Branu played a certain comforting role. But in the hearts of the generals, the barrier fruit has been firmly remembered. And his owner, Bartolomeo, the next person, Momonga Vice Admiral, should also be very familiar. Glanced at Momonga Vice Admiral lightly, and changed to the next slide. Bellamy, the Paramesha spring fruit ability person, can squeeze the spring to obtain great power. Momonga Vice Admiral suddenly realized, and said in a slightly contemptuous tone, it turned out to be him. A little pirate that I was ordered to hunt down, has average strength, but the means of escaping is a must. At the beginning, I chased him for a whole week, but in the end I lost it. I have to admire him. Although he didn't catch Bellamy, Momonga Vice Admiral despised him from the bottom of his heart. Because Bellamy was in front of him at that time, and there was almost no power to fight back. Brano smiled oddly, immediately. He slapped his face and said, this person has now mastered two-color hockey. Especially on the way to armament hockey, the talent is absolutely amazing, and it is also ranked high in the Chris Pirates. Although his current strength is weaker than others, his growth is full of unknowns. Momonga Vice Admiral's face froze, a little bastard who didn't care about it at first. It may have grown into a big trouble now. The side, Rear Admiral Kuduru. Carefully write down the name and take Bellamy as the next target. The next person to be introduced by Brano was Foxy. Silver Fox Foxy, a person with the ability to slow fruit, can emit slow light, and those who are irradiated will move very slowly. If you are in a battle and are disturbed by slow light, you are basically at a certain point of defeat. Glanced at Kizaru, who was trimming his nails, and smiled. It's the exact opposite of General Borsellino, one is extremely fast and the other is extremely slow. Brando said in a warning tone, "Don't underestimate this guy. If he develops the fruit ability in place, the large-scale slow light may directly cause a person in a military camp to be paralyzed instantly." Momoshige held her delicate face and muttered to herself, "If that's the case, then it's really being slaughtered." Momonga Vice Admiral suddenly looked at Branu and asked, "Both of them are potential stocks, and they are not really strong instant combat powers. The other squad leaders I haven't mentioned yet, are they the same?" Momonga Vice Admiral feels that the Chris pirates seem to have no troublesome characters anymore. However, he was soon slapped in the face again. Brando shook his head with a smile, and said helplessly, "Actually, there are still many tricky guys. Like this one." Saying that, Brando pointed to the big screen, and a young man appeared in front of everyone with a pair of wings behind him. After seeing the wings, Rear Admiral Kuduru asked, "Is this also an ancient species?" Tsuru Vice Admiral smiled amiably, "Nawaye, this is someone from Sky Island, and the people there have wings behind their backs. Saying goes, an old family is like a treasure. Tsuru Vice Admiral has not lived in vain for so many years. She has also heard some things about Sky Island in 2s and 3s. When combined, she has a general understanding." Nodded. Monk Yoroj, born in Sky Island, Paramesha causal fruit person. After hearing the name, Doberman was a little puzzled. Cause and effect. What kind of devil fruit is this? What abilities does it have? Obviously, the Marine generals are very unfamiliar with this fruit. Brano's assistant took out a document and read it aloud. Cause and effect devil fruit, Paramesha. A person with ability can convert the attack and injury into his body shape or strength, and this relationship is positively correlated. In short, it can absorb the opponent's attack to improve its own strength. Kizaru Borsellino pouted and said casually, "It hurts oneself first, and then hurts others. It's another strange fruit. As his opponent, it should be a headache." Pointed to Yoroj's photo curiously and asked, "Is that thing his weapon?" Brano glanced at it, then nodded, "Yes, this guy's weapon is a strange huge hexagonal pencil. Because it can't be in close contact, I can't judge its material for the time being." Kuzan raised his eyebrows and retracted his arms. What a weird guy. Then added, "Yoroj has mastered the two-color hockey, which is a huge increase in his strength. Now it seems that this Yoroj is indeed a tricky figure. However, this is not the end, there are still many tricky characters on the Chris Pirates. Waipa, Paramesha's fruit restorer, like the Phoenix Marco, has tenacious vitality. This person's recovery ability is extremely terrifying, and he can be resurrected with full blood almost instantly, which is extremely difficult to deal with. So fighting against him, if you can't kill with one hit, you must retreat, or you will be killed by him." Chaton Tokikake Vice Admiral sighed softly and said helplessly, "One Phoenix Marco is enough trouble, now there's another. I advise everyone, when you meet these two people, don't face hard steel." Akainu gave Chaton Tokikake a disdainful look, and snorted, "What can't you do? If he can be resurrected, beat him until he can't be resurrected. Escape from battle, what kind of marine? For the sake of absolute justice, if anyone dares to run away, this old man will never allow it." Tsuru Vice Admiral smiled softly, "After all, not everyone has the strength you have, Akainu." Akainu looked indifferent and said nothing. Seeing this, Brano continued to introduce, "Akino, the Paramesha hot fruit ability, can emit high temperature from the body. He can even swim freely in the lava. Garp chewed the senbei in his mouth and said vaguely, "So, Akainu has met his opponent. Your precious magma is useless to others." Akainu's expression changed slightly when he heard the words, but he was afraid of Garp's iron fist and did not break out in the end. Akainu just smiled a little embarrassedly. The ability of fruit, mutual growth and mutual restraint, is just a normal phenomenon. Everyone could see Akainu's helplessness, but they all held back their laughter and dared not really laugh. As a member of the Hawks, Onagumo Vice Admiral hurriedly said, "Brano, are there any other captains of the Chris pirates?" Brano also knows how to judge the situation very well, and he should say, "Don't worry, there are a few more. Paheru, Paramesha's fruit crusher, has the power to crush everything. Once you have a close fight with this person, the risk factor is extremely high. If you are not careful, you may be smashed by him with one blow." All the generals shivered when they thought of that bloody scene. Immediately after, another slide appeared on the screen. In the conference room, immediately, there was a sound, a questioning voice. On the slide is very famous in Marine and almost everyone has heard of it. Momosugi asked with a puzzled look, "Isn't this Pansfuri? How could he be in this place?" All Rear Admiral, Vice Admiral are the same question face. Brando shrugged and smiled helplessly. "This is the news we only got recently. The Chris pirates just entered the New World a few days ago, and they ran into Pansfly right away. It is said that a battle broke out between the two sides, and Pansfree was defeated, and then joined the Chris pirates." Kuzan Vivi sat up straight. "Tisk tut, I didn't expect that this guy will be subdued one day. This Chris, but, has some means." Sengoku looked bad, looked at Garp who kept eating his senbei, and said casually, "That's fine. This way, no one will rob us of our food." Sengoku's tone raised a few degrees, a pun intended. But Garp didn't like this set of things at all, pretended not to understand, nodded vigorously, and agreed. Marine generals in the conference room were all relaxed Isho, and they were already used to it. Branu pointed to Pansfree and said, "I don't think I need to say more about this person's strength. Presumably, among you, many people's food has been robbed by him. When it comes to this matter, many generals bow their heads silently, which is the pain in the hearts of many of them. It's not that they didn't think about chasing Pansfree, but the other party's whereabouts are uncertain and it is difficult to hunt down. Moreover, its own strength is not weak, and general small pursuit operations are useless at all. Now that Pansfree joins the Chris pirates, it is like a tiger with wings." Brando suddenly put on a serious look, and everyone looked at him strangely. This is why I saw Branu cleared his throat and said loudly, "The last squad leader to introduce to you. Originally, he was not valued by us because he was just an ordinary pirate. Although the strength is good, it is not enough to be placed at the finale." Hearing what Brian said, everyone was a little curious. What was the reason that made this guy suddenly change from an ordinary pirate to a notable guy? "Brano, I'm looking forward to this last squad leader." "Yeah, what is the sacred place that makes you so important to Branu? What kind of guy will he give to a guy like Cavendish and Wayapa who can't enjoy the finale treatment?" Marine generals roared and couldn't wait to find out who this man was. Tsuru Vice Admiral was also at this moment, with a kind-hearted look and a faint smile on his face. "If my guess is correct, this guy suddenly ate some devil fruit, which greatly increased his strength and potential." Borsellino put away the nail clippers and complimented in a mocking manner, "Senior Crane has always been very accurate, but we have thought of it together. I don't know which lucky guy it is, what fruit he ate, wouldn't it be a rare mythical?" Kuzan shook his head slightly from the side, "Probably not. Eudemon's type devil fruit itself is too rare to be found. Even if they have a baccarat by their side, it can bring good luck. It's not that easy, finding a 1 Eudemon's devil fruit, at most a 1 Logia." Akainu put on a stinky air and sneered at it, never saying a word from beginning to end. Brando motioned everyone to be quiet, and then changed the slides on the big screen. In the slideshow, a thin man appeared, and everyone was a little stunned. Obviously, this person's appearance and figure do not meet everyone's expectations. Doberman recognized the man and asked in an uncertain tone, "Isn't this Caribou? Is there anything special about this guy?" "I'll go, the author's bacteria update was not good in the past, and the author's bacteria have to admit this. But now, the author's bacteria are updated every day, which is very powerful. Don't talk nonsense in the book review area, the author has really worked hard to code. Also, the automatic subscription has increased by 1, can you get another one, thank you all." 285. Marine Headquarters is shocked. The Chris pirates already possess the power of the 4 emperors. At the same time, some generals also recognized Caribou. Caribou is also a relatively attractive newcomer in the sea, and the reward amount is not low. But even so, in the minds of most marine generals, this is just a newcomer. Before entering the New World, no matter how successful he was, it could not be regarded as Marine's confidant. After all, the New World has buried too many outstanding talented newcomers. Some newcomers are just a flash in the pan, they don't grow much in the later period, and they eventually disappear into the crowd. Everyone doesn't quite understand that this Caribou Hineng can be lifted up by Branu, and Branu smiled mysteriously and said, "As you can see, this is the last one I want to introduce. Captain Kalibo, the newcomer of this year's Pirates, masters the 2-color hockey." Most of the people here already know this information, and there is nothing too special about it. They desperately wanted to know what was more special about Caribou. The reason why I say this guy is special and has great potential is because he got a 1 devil fruit. Brando deliberately slowed down his speech and said slowly, "This information, we just confirmed it last night." Momonga Vice Admiral urged, "What kind of devil fruit did he get? Is it as evil as you say?" Chaton Tokikake leaned back in his chair, airy, and also echoed, "Could it be that he is the same as Enel, and he is also from Logia?" Brano shook his head again, and finally said, "It's not the Logia devil fruit." What Caribou got is a 1 Paramesha devil fruit. Looked at Branu in surprise, he thought it was Logia. He turned to look at Sengoku, "Paramesha devil fruit, what's more powerful?" Sengoku shook his head lightly. Although he had read the devil fruit's manual, he didn't know much about it. In the urging eyes of the generals, Branu slowly opened his mouth and said, "The name of this fruit, the Avatar fruit." As soon as the name of the clone fruit came out, the people in the conference room were even more confused. The so-called clone fruit, they really have never heard of it. This devil fruit does not seem to have a previous owner. Also possible that the owner who once owned it didn't make a big deal out of it. All in all, this is a little, known, unfamiliar devil fruit. Kuzan yawned involuntarily and said lazily, "The Avatar sounds so familiar." "Oh, come to think of it, there is a place called Wano-kuni, where the ninjas seem to be proficient in the art of avatars." Akainu sneered with disdain on his face, "I think I am some kind of devil fruit. It turns out that it's just an ordinary shadow clone, it's just a trick, and it doesn't have any real effect." Akainu has also seen Wano-kuni's ninjas and has a general understanding of their avatars. Clone technique, in actual combat, has no other use except to confuse the enemy. When the rest of the generals heard the words, they all looked at Branu, wanting to hear Branu's explanation. Spread out his hands and said cautiously, "The Wano-kuni avatar technique that the 2 generals mentioned is really just a trick. However, this Caribou clone fruit is more than just a trick." "Oh, let's hear it." When Borsellino heard it, he immediately interested, he said with a crooked mouth. Akainu has a look of disdain and contempt, he doesn't think this avatar fruit can be of any great use. Ignored Akainu and changed the slide directly. Photo, there is another person who appears to be a circus clown. little confused as to what this meant. Brano pointed to the clown, and said lightly, "This is the former owner of the avatar fruit." Akainu glanced at it, then sneered and said, "It's really just a clown." The slap in the face of Brando may not be at the time, but it will always be on the way. He then said, "Although this clown did not develop the fruit of the clone, we still found clues. From the information we have, the avatars created by the avatar fruit are all entities. And the clone will have the main body, almost 80% or even 90% of the physical strength and strength." Voice did not fall, and the meeting room was immediately. The pot exploded, and just 2 sentences shocked everyone directly. Rear Admiral Kodalu said with a shocked face, "It's a lie, 80% of the strength, this is exactly the same as the main body." Momonga Vice Admiral's eyes were full of surprise. If this is the case, his personal strength has almost doubled. "It's unbelievable, is there really such a devil fruit ability in the world?" Chaton Tokikake pretended to be calm at this time, but he was really excited, his eyes had completely betrayed him. This ability made his smiling face change his face in a rare way. The strength is not just doubled. The tacit understanding between the clone and the main body is not comparable to ordinary twins. The fruit of the clone can have the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Glanced at Akainu, and saw that he was sinking like water at this moment, and Vivi twitched at the corners of his eyes and mouth. Can be seen that this slap in the face of Branos is too painful. Kuzan and Sengoku exchanged glances, both slightly shocked. Such devil fruit abilities are indeed very rare. Sengoku crossed his hands, put it on his chest, and asked in a mellow voice, "Brano, you'll give everyone a detailed introduction. What other characteristics and abilities does this clone fruit have?" "Understood, Master Marshal." Brian nodded. Immediately in the meeting room. "Calm down," Brano continued. "If the ability of the clone fruit is just what I said, it's not a cause for concern." Some generals curled their lips and muttered in their hearts, "It's not enough to worry about it." Obviously, the physical clone is already an incredible thing for them. However, the next paragraph of Brano's words really made them messy. Although this circus clown is not a powerful guy, he has 3 clones. This means that the avatar fruit can not only have one avatar, with the development of the fruit's ability. He can have 3 or more clones. Brando's tone gradually became more intense. He paused and continued, "Also, these avatars. It is very likely that all of them will have the body, 80% of the power. That's why, I say, Caribou is an object to focus on." At this moment, the conference room that was supposed to be noisy suddenly became unusually quiet. Everyone was silent, no one spoke up, and everyone was trying to digest the information. The potential ability of the clone fruit has far exceeded the understanding of everyone. Such a powerful fruit ability should never have appeared in this world. Sengoku sighed softly and said solemnly, "Kalibo, this clone fruit, continue to study. Let Dr. Vegapunk's team give a corresponding strategy and see if there is any way to suppress it." Suru Vice Admiral immediately. Shaking his head, "I think there is no way. Now we can only hope that Caribou is not talented enough to really develop the ability of the clone fruit." However, Suru Vice Admiral chuckled, as if mocking his own self-deception. How stupid can a pirate following Chris be? Marine generals in the conference room resumed the conversation, whispering to each other, discussing Caribou. Everyone agreed that if Caribou's fruit ability is developed in place, his own practice will be in place. He is likely to become the number 2 character of the Chris Pirates. His potential value instantly surpasses Enel, Cavendish and others. Of course, starting today, he will be the focus of Marine's attention. Everything about him will be studied, just to find a way to deal with him. Brano drank a few sips of water, and the long introduction made his mouth dry. However, the protagonist of this meeting has not yet appeared. He cleared his throat and stood in front of the big screen again. Branno sorted out his attire and smiled lightly. Everyone, the above is. All the squad leaders. I think in your hearts, you already have a general understanding of the combat power of the Chris pirates. However, I want to remind everyone that in addition to the squad leader, there are some notable combat powers. Doberman couldn't help taking a breath and shook his head. Chris pirates, how many terrible characters are there? Branno spread his hands helplessly, which was the same feeling when he first looked at the Chris pirates in an all-round way. His assistant helped him change the slides, and Branno glanced at it. You are familiar with these two people in the photo, especially Marshal Sengoku and Garp Vice Admiral. Hearing this, both Sengoku and Garp looked up and took a closer look, then immediately they exchanged glances with each other. Garp laughed and said, I didn't expect these two guys to be alive. And joined the Chris pirates. Sengoku also had a dignified expression on his face, and said solemnly, yeah, Blue Ogre Dory, Red Ghost Brigi. The two main forces of the giant pirates, the legend of Elbaf. Kuzan, Akainu, and others also recognized it, and they couldn't help but sigh, the long lifespan of the giants. Borsellino rubbed his chin and said strangely, these two are considered ancient pirates, and I have never seen them with my own eyes. After Doberman looked up the information, he exclaimed, 100 years ago, they actually offered a bounty as high as 100 million. When Momonga Vice Admiral heard the sound, she also exclaimed and said something. 100 years ago, it was not the age of the great pirates, and there were relatively few pirates at sea. The 100 million bounty that year, put it today, how can it be 300 million Bailey? Judging from the bounty alone, we can see the specific strengths of these two people back then. Brando told everyone that now, Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ghost Brigi are guarding the Alabasta branch. The two of them have joined the Chris pirates. Everyone, these two ancient pirates are legendary figures of the giant clan. Their joining directly led to Elbaf, the giant country, and completely joined the Chris pirates' camp. This statement really caused a stir. To say which country in the world is the most powerful in combat, it is basically recognized that Elbaf is the most powerful country in the whole world. This is a veritable kingdom of giants. The world's famous giant warriors are all from Elbaf. This country is full of talented people. If Elbaf joins the Chris pirates, it will be a real threat to Marine. The power of Elbaf is definitely not comparable to that of the Vinsmoke family and the Kingdom of Alabasta. This is the real, absolute deterrent power. Although at the time, Elbaf was destroyed by young Charlotte Linlin. But after so many years, they are prospering again. Tsuru Vice Admiral's kind face finally showed a worried look at this moment, and said, Elbaf joins them, which means that the overall strength of the Chris pirates has reached an unimaginable height. Chris is fully capable of competing with Marine and the world government. Sengoku also looked worried and said, strictly speaking, the Chris pirates are infinitely close, even reaching the level of the four Emperor pirates. Sengoku's words, although exaggerated, are not without reason. After all, the strength of a country in Elbaf is already terrifying. Coupled with the other forces of the Chris pirates, if they really want to unite, it will be enough for the world government to have a headache for a while. Borsellino leaned against the chair, crossed Erlang's legs, and looked at the information in front of him casually. He pondered and said with a crooked mouth, why does the situation of the Chris pirates feel a little familiar? Kuzan also nodded, frowned slightly, and said, it's very similar to the Rocks pirates back then. The Rocks pirates back then had a lot of talent, and now there are 3 of the 4 emperors from there. When everyone heard this, they all nodded. Looking at the posture of the Chris pirates, there is a faint appearance of surpassing the Rocks pirates. In addition to Chris, the squad leaders are also top-notch players, with top-notch strength and talent. As for the squad leaders here, it is not impossible for someone to grow to the level of the 4 emperors in the future. What kind of character is this Chris who can make so many people and so many forces bow down to him? What kind of magic does he have? One thing to mention, the next heavyweight player, the author has already considered it. He has a grudge with Doflamingo. 286. Started researching Chris, Akainu, Kizaru, Kuzan, and was completely blown away. Marineford, Senior Meeting Room. Marine generals were still talking to each other, discussing the Chris Pirates squad leaders. As well as joining the Chris Pirates camp, other forces inside. Previously, most of Marine's generals would not regard the mere Chris Pirates as a threat. In their eyes, only the 4 Emperor Pirates are their real threat. Although Chris is only a newcomer, he quickly grows into Shichibukai. Although through battles time and time again, everyone has some understanding of his strength. But a newcomer, always a newcomer, no one would think. A newcomer in the sea, but in such a short period of time, he has gathered such a terrifying power. A large group of squad leaders with the strength of Vice Admiral, or close to Vice Admiral. The support of the 3 major national-level forces. Especially the support of Elbaf, which is even more surprising and incredible. Today, the Marine generals just found out about the Chris Pirates' knowledge of the Chris Pirates. Who used to be not taken seriously, has quietly developed to such a terrifying level. In fact, the true relationship between Chris and Fishman Island has yet to be discovered. If this layer of relationship is exposed, there should be a large part of it, and it will not be able to sit still. Borsellino cocked his legs and tilted his neck, still as usual, as if he was hanging around. Brano, now you can give us a good introduction, the real protagonist of today. What we're looking forward to, Captain Chris. The rest of the Marine generals, looking at Brano's eyes with a bit of urgency. This is not the first time they have studied Chris. However, in almost every research, there will be new discoveries, because in the continuous progress of Chris, his strength is constantly exposed. And all of this will give Marine a new understanding every time. Brano gestured to his assistant with his eyes, and the assistant immediately nodded. Soon, each general in the conference room had a document in their hands. This is a material specially made by Brano for Chris. Everyone, what we just sent to you is all the information we currently have about Chris. Next, let me give you a comprehensive introduction to this mysterious Captain Chris. Brano cleared his throat, and the slideshow on the big screen changed immediately. Chris, the place of birth is unknown, and the place of origin is unknown. We found that the first time he appeared at sea was in South Blue, so let's assume he is a South Blue person. Regarding the origin of Chris, Marine spent a lot of energy to check, but basically found nothing. Only basic information such as Chris' age has been found. The information in your hands is clearly written, Chris, 19 years old and 190 centimeters tall. These data, Marine generals basically know something. Except, the height has changed slightly, but Chris is only 19 years old, and he is still growing. It's not surprising that they are taller. Here's a picture we took of Chris in different places. A set of pictures appeared on the big screen, some in East Blue, and some in the Great Airline. It can be seen that this guy's attire is basically black and black trousers, which will not change all the year round. Staff Officer Crane folded his hands into fists, propped up his chin, and said leisurely, I like black. He, a low-key, reserved, ruthless character who doesn't talk much. From the color of a person's clothes, you can roughly infer his personality. Immediately afterwards, Brano showed Chris's bounty. A total of 3 reward orders, and the release time is very tight. This is probably also the person with the fastest update of the bounty order. Since Chris entered the sea, we have issued a total of 3 bounties for him. The first time, before he entered the Great Route, we gave a bounty 100 million Bailey. Everyone knows very well that this is the one with the highest reward among the pirates who did not enter the Great Route. Indeed, pirates who have not entered the Great Route are generally regarded as incompetent. A bounty of tens of millions is already enough. Some pirates, even if they enter the new world, will only have a reward of 7 or 8,000, 10,000. The Marine headquarters could give a bounty of 100 million Bailey, which was considered to be given to Chris, enough attention. This caused quite a stir at the time. Chris was once the subject of internal discussions within Marine. The Marine generals at that time had already kept the name Chris in their hearts. The second time, at Logatown, then Chris beat Colonel Smoker with ease. Brano sighed lightly, and then said, "Smoker, although he is a colonel, his true strength is definitely at the level of Rear Admiral. So when he was beaten by Chris, it brought our attention. After some discussions, our reward amount has been raised to 300 million. And at this time, the Chris pirates have just entered the Great Route. This also means that Chris's gold, in the first half of the Great Route, is already arrogant." Sengoku looked at the second reward order and couldn't help but recall the scene at that time. At that time, it was decided by myself, and everyone still felt that the amount was a bit high. It now seems that they didn't know enough about Chris at the time. The third time, after the Alabasta incident. At the time, Chris had beaten Crocodile, and Onagumo Vice Admiral. As we all know, the strength of Crocodile and Onagumo Vice Admiral is absolutely 1-to-1. Saying that, Brano's eyes swept across Onagumo, who had been relatively quiet today. Perhaps it was because he had personally played against Chris, so he had long expected the strength of the squad leaders. I even thought that everything was normal. Everyone also went their separate ways and quietly glanced at Onagumo Vice Admiral. Everyone knows the strength of Onagumo Vice Admiral, the elite Vice Admiral level. Blanu pointed to the last reward order, so we gave 735 million 7 Baileys for the third time. What is this concept? The mainstay of the 4 Emperor Pirates, but that's it. All the Marine generals nodded their heads from Vivi. Whoever offered a bounty to this level, without exception, was a big pirate. On the big screen was then replaced again. Above is still a group of pictures. These are photos of Chris's travels in the 4 seas. You must not know much about this paragraph. This is the process of Chris recruiting his subordinates in the 4 seas. He started from South Blue and successively recruited the current squad leaders in the 4 major sea areas. Marine generals in the conference room, who knew Chris, started with the first reward order. I don't know much about his previous experience. Now, when I go back to see it, I can't help but let out a cry of amazement. Doberman shook his head and said in admiration, "I have to say, this Chris knows people with a good eye. The men he recruited have now grown into small giants, and their talents should not be underestimated." Momonga Vice Admiral agrees. It looks like he still has 2 brushes. But it's incredible to be able to successfully pull these people onto the boat. Chaton Tokikake is half smiling, and his eyes are a bit weird. Have you forgotten, there is a Baccarat beside him. With good luck, why worry about great things? The rest of the generals also nodded enviously. Who wouldn't want to have good luck all the time? Kuzan leaned on the chair and said lazily, "It seems that this guy has set a goal from the very beginning. The purpose of his travels is to strengthen himself. This is determined to replicate the pomp of the Rocks pirates." Branu nodded lightly and said lightly, "Indeed, he went to sea with a clear goal. He pulled Baccarat into the camp first, and it's been smooth sailing ever since. With his super strength and luck, almost no one can refuse his invitation." He then added, "Of course, it also has something to do with his character. Chris is aloof and taciturn, making it easy for people to feel unapproachable and frightened. So the squad leaders were probably worried at the beginning. If they didn't join, they would be eliminated." Onagumo's expression was calm, and after he had not spoken for a long time, he finally spoke while discussing Chris. "I played against him, and I analyzed it well with you. Chris is indeed a young man who doesn't speak much, and I can feel that his crew treats him. In addition to respect and support, there is also a bit of fear, which I understand as majesty." Rear Admiral Kodalu muttered to himself, the same young man, why do people have that kind of majesty? To be able to deter so many ferocious guys, how terrible is this Chris himself? Momoshiki on the side is shallow, revealing 2 dimples. Majesty and aura are things that have been accumulated since childhood. Kotaro curled his lips helplessly and sighed softly. Maybe he didn't realize it himself, he had changed from hostility to Chris at the beginning to a gradual admiration for him. This change is silent. Doberman asked curiously. I have always wondered, how can this guy Chris be so powerful at such a young age? Blanco responded immediately, because he has the qualifications of a king. This explanation, on the other hand, is quite reasonable. Chris awakened the Conqueror Haki, and most of the generals here are relatively clear. In everyone's impression, the person who owns the Conqueror Haki is either the 4 emperors, either the leader of a country with few ordinary people. Therefore, those who awakened Conqueror Haki belong to the favored sons of heaven. Staff Officer Crane crossed his hands, supported his chin, and said lightly, Chris Conqueror, awakened early enough. Chris's performance along the way shows that he is destined to be one of the protagonists of this era. Sengoku and Garp also nodded quietly, to the mysterious thing called Conqueror. They have long been accustomed to it, but like Chris, who has awakened before the age of 20, it is relatively rare. Sengoku murmured. I remember, Chris seems to be quite good at Conqueror Haki. Said, Brano released a photo of the scene where Chris and Doflamingo were fighting. This is a very precious photo taken by the people we sent with Doflamingo. It can be seen that the 2 are fighting for Conqueror. Momonga Vice Admiral exclaimed, can actually compete with Doflamingo, that guy is. He immediately fell silent, but everyone knew what he was going to say. Tenryubito, Doflamingo, as one of the world's top nobles, Tenryubito, his Conqueror Haki, is naturally powerful. Who just went to sea, has been able to compete with him, which is really surprising. Blanco's assistant glanced at the information and said calmly, in the end of this competition, Doflamingo retreated. Obviously, Chris' strength and Conqueror level at that time have surpassed Doflamingo. Akainu frowned tightly, knowing how difficult Doflamingo was. But he did not expect that there is such an important detail in the battle between Chris and Doflamingo. This totally speaks to Chris' enormous potential. He said angrily, why was such important information not reported in the first place? If we knew in advance, we wouldn't let Chris grow to this extent. Feeling Akainu's anger, Branu spread his hands helplessly. He shook his head and said, our intelligence officer had an accident on the way back. This is also something we have only discovered recently. Brando didn't know what to say, it was all just a coincidence. Such an important photo was not discovered until Chris became King Shichibukai. Perhaps it can only be said that Chris' luck is simply too good. Sengoku waved his hand and said calmly, that's it, already passed. Now that things are a foregone conclusion, we can only move on. Brano, you go on. Branu nodded and continued, in addition to Conqueror Haki, Chris is also very accomplished in other 2-color Haki. Whether it's armament or observation Haki, he's very good at it. In other words, his mastery of the 3-color Haki has reached an unimaginable height. Onagumo Vice Admiral sighed softly and said, these. I have seen them all, but they are not as high as I can reach. And, besides, Haki, his fighting technique is amazing. One in the book review area guesses who the next newcomer is, which really hurts the author. Forget it, the automatic subscription has risen by 1 more, which is a comfort to the author. Would be great if you could add 1 more, thank you all. 287. Super big move, almighty push, which shocked the 3 Admiral to the extreme. Onagumo was ordered to hunt down Chris. At the beginning he was fortunate enough to fight Chris, and was educated by Chris. At that time, he realized what the real fighting technique is. The so-called marine rokushiki is indeed a way to exercise the fighting technique. However, His marine rokushiki, in front of Chris, actually looked so immature. What kind of iron, moon step, Chris has it all, and it is much taller than him. This is hard to imagine. After all, I have been a marine for many years, practicing hard day after day, but I am no match for a young man. Listening to Onagumo's complaining description, all the marine generals were very surprised. Branu said, if you knew how Chris cultivated, you wouldn't be so surprised. Everyone cast a suspicious look. Branu smiled faintly. This terrifying guy, day after day, almost 24 hours of practice. How can such a cultivator be so bad in his fighting technique? 24 hours. Almost everyone doubted their ears, but looked at the appearance of Brano. This suspicion gradually turned into shock. If that's true, there's not much to say. With such a high training intensity, being able to become a strong man is also a matter of course. I'm here and have to mention a fighting technique from Chris. Onagumo looked a little excited. Isho, and asked, Onagumo Vice Admiral, what you want to say, but to the peacock. That's right, it's toward the peacock. Onagumo will probably never forget this move for the rest of his life. Chris was, with the help of the peacock, he defeated Onagumo. The shock of the scene at that time left a deep impression on Onagumo. Onagumo looked dazed and said faintly, I kept recalling that scene and finally got a glimpse of it. The so-called facing peacock is a quick straight punch, using super high punch speed and air friction, to generate flames. Using the shock wave of the straight punch and the high temperature of the flame to hit people. Every punch can bring out a flame, and towards the peacock, it almost ignited the entire space at that time. Its range, strong attack, and high temperature are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Onagumo's eyes glanced at Borsellino at the front. If you want to achieve that kind of punching speed, you need to be faster than light. Everyone, the scene towards the peacock is that's it. Brando immediately. A picture was released, and it was the scene when Chris was fighting Onagumo at that time. Gorgeous and dazzling. Momonga Vice Admiral glanced at Onagumo with some sympathy. This kind of move is simply not done by human beings. Chaton Tokikake also changed his face and exclaimed, as bright as the rising sun, as dazzling as the tail of a peacock's feather. Bringing attack and aesthetics to the extreme, this Chris is such a fighting technique genius. Chaton Tokikake immediately looked at Onagumo with a smirk, and said with a smile, Onagumo Vice Admiral, it's not wrong for you to lose. Onagumo spread his hands helplessly. Indeed, losing to Chris was nothing to be ashamed of. Changing the slide, Branu continued. Then next, I want to introduce to you, Chris's fruit ability. When everyone heard it, they immediately. Here comes the spirit. At present, almost all marine generals already know that Chris Devil Fruit is the fruit of repelling. And they have all heard that the previous owner of this fruit rejection was a rookie. Very useless in his hands, so he didn't have the slightest reference value. They wanted to know what tricks Chris used to reject the fruit. How far he has developed this is the question in everyone's mind. Soon, there were many silhouettes of Chris fighting on the big screen. These are all things that the Marine headquarters took a lot of energy to get their hands on. Chris's devil fruit, Paramesha repulsion fruit, as the name suggests, is a devil fruit based on repulsion. The basic characteristic of rejecting fruit is rejection. It can reject everything. Under the continuous development of Chris, we found that this devil fruit is infinitely close to the point of repelling everything. Of course, the most basic thing is repel attack. This is somewhat similar to Bartolomeo's barrier fruit. Having said that, several pictures were released on the big screen, which were the actions of Chris using the mirror to repel an almighty push. Blanco quickly explained, the so-called mirror rejection is a basic move developed by Chris. Similar to using repulsive force in the void to set up a barrier to resist the enemy's attack. Almighty push is Chris's most classic move. This, Onagumo nodded, his full blow at the beginning was dissolved by almighty push. Brano continued. Shinraten. It's an upgraded version of mirror rejection. It is also using the principle of repulsion. This time it is all around the same as placing oneself completely within the safety barrier. Attacks from all directions can be completely repelled in an instant. Rear Admiral Kodalu had a sad face, and said with his head, "Tisk tisk. Does that mean that Chris is a tyrannical existence? Such an all-round defense is too exaggerated." As a witness of Almighty Push, Onagumo said in a flat tone, Chris has a chance when he uses Almighty Push. When he launches this move, there will be a very short time in the middle. During this time, he has no defense. If you can seize this opportunity, you can definitely hit him. However, if you want to seize this extremely short time, I am afraid that only 3 Admiral-level people will take action. Saying that, Onagumo looked at Kuzan and the other 3 helplessly. It's not that he didn't try it himself, and it ended in failure. That time was too short, and with his speed, it was very difficult. The Marine generals all showed a faint wry smile when they heard the words, full of helplessness. Branu continued to introduce, this is a rebuke fist, and it is Chris's basic attacking move. Through the compression of the repulsive force, gather around the fist, and instantly burst out a terrifying power attack. This move, although it seems simple, is extremely lethal. Doflamingo has suffered the loss of punching. There was a hint of surprise in everyone's eyes. Even Doflamingo's rebuke was a tough one, it must be very powerful. Finally, I want to tell you about a special move. There are no photos in the slideshow. Branu said, what I said just now is basically positive rejection, and its representative is Almighty Push. Based on this principle, Chris developed another move, Universal Pull. The so-called Universal Pull is using reverse repulsion to reversely repel distant objects to the front. In simple terms, Chris can stand in place and draw distant objects into his hands. Doberman nodded in understanding. This repulsive force can also be used like this. It's like playing with flowers. Momonga Vice Admiral also sighed. It's terrible, it's terrible. If you want to apply repulsive force to this level, Chris's understanding of force should have reached a profound level. The tricks mentioned above may seem simple, but in practice, they are more difficult. The mastery of strength, of repulsion, which is incomparably subtle. The Crane staff was also a little surprised at this time. This universal pull is really clever. To actually use the repulsive force in reverse, this guy's control of the repulsive force is far beyond our imagination. Garp Hihi Isho stuffed a senbei into his mouth, and said vaguely, this kid is so funny. A1 repelling fruit gave him 2 completely different effects. It can be repelled and attracted at the same time, which is equivalent to eating a devil fruit with 1 attraction. Borsellino laughed in agreement, crossed Erlang's legs, and pouted, it's all the way to develop fruit ability. This Chris is really amazing and has his own unique place. Branu hurriedly added, his use of the fruit of rejection is more than that. Kuzan, who looked sleepy, stretched and asked lazily, what else? Say it all at once. What I said before is some of his attack methods. In addition to applying the repulsion fruit to attack, he also applied it to daily life. The generals cast curious glances one after another, and Brian is no longer in the dark. He smiled and gave a lot of pictures. Using the repulsive force, he can fly in the air. This is nothing compared to the moon step. It's effortless at all. It's like losing gravity, naturally. Immediately in the meeting room, he let out a sound, full of admiration. You know, they practice moon step hard on weekdays, but how much energy they spend. People are relaxed, like walking on the ground. Blanco continued. Besides, we discovered unexpectedly that Chris seems to be able to exclude space. Akainu frowned tightly, his eyes full of doubts. What is spatial exclusion? This is a bit related to his knowledge blind spot. He can understand both the forward and reverse repulsion mentioned above. But for this space exclusion, he really couldn't imagine it. Blanco, embarrassed issue at this time, shrugged, and said, "Actually, I don't know too much about the specific operation. Probably, repel several space planes together to achieve space transfer." I say this because Chris once suddenly appeared in Dressrosa from a long distance. After our careful research, we discovered this secret of Chris. Strictly speaking, his speed may be faster than General Borsellino's speed of light. Borsellino, who was suddenly named, pouted, raised his eyebrows at will, and said something. "Exceeding the speed of light. Brando, you don't seem to know anything about the speed of this old man." Saying that, Borsellino's fingertips emitted a dazzling golden light. When Brando saw this, he immediately. His face changed, revealing a wry smile. He was also very aggrieved by this in his heart. This conclusion was drawn by Dr. Vegapunk, and he just conveyed it. Seeing this scene, Kuzan suddenly laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, Borsellino, you feel like your job is being challenged. Who are you and Chris compared to? It's not reliable to rely on calculations. Whenever the two of you touch each other, it's a real competition, who is faster and who is slower, and you will see the difference." Borsellino withdrew the light and rubbed his chin. "I wouldn't do such a boring thing." Brando threw a grateful look at Kuzan. If it wasn't for Kuzan's clearance. Today, I am afraid he has to experience it himself, the feeling of being hit by the speed of light. Kuzan glanced casually and motioned him to continue the introduction. Brando hurriedly changed the slideshow and introduced, "I mentioned to you before that Chris's training time can almost reach 24 hours. This is not our fabrication, but discovered after long-term observation." Momonga Vice Admiral asked, "Isn't he hungry or tired after such a high-intensity practice?" Brando's eyes lit up. Momonga Vice Admiral has an idea. Chris eats fast, and he can resist hunger, so meals are infrequent. Also, he won't feel fatigue, because he can use the repulsion fruit to repel fatigue. There was an uproar in the conference room, and everyone felt a little weird. The previous ones are also in line with physics and other knowledge. Now, it's a bit against common sense. Doberman's face is full of doubts. It's too scary to reject hunger and fatigue. It's completely beyond the scope of normal understanding. Brian spread out his hands and said, "It is precisely because it is beyond the scope of normal understanding that Chris's development of fruits is unbelievable. If you are a normal person, who can do this?" Doberman and the other generals nodded, feeling that what Brando said had some truth. When Chris has grown to this point, he can no longer see him in the eyes of normal people. Rear Admiral Kuduru said with envy on his face, "If I can also reject fatigue, my strength will definitely improve quickly. Few people who have the same idea as him. After all, this ability is too incredible, and the training efficiency and time will be greatly improved. It's a pity that there is only one fruit of rejection, and they have nothing but envy." Brando continues to implement the principle of not being surprised and dying. Everyone, in addition to repel fatigue, Chris has developed new abilities. Reject injury. The meaning of this is obvious. That is to say, Chris can reject his own pain, almost similar to Wayapa's ability to recover. So, they might have two undead madmen on board. 288. Shocked. The reason why Hancock entered the New World turned out to be the Shichibukai Alliance. Rejecting the injury in the body, this really shocked everyone present. Of this repelling ability is too outrageous, completely beyond their understanding of conventional devil fruit development. In this way, it is entirely possible for Chris to become a phoenix. How could his opponent not survive? All the generals in the conference room were used to this kind of shock. They are here today, which is an eye-opener. They know very well in their hearts that there must be more things that will shake their hearts. Mere rejection of the injury, but it's just a trivial matter. Maybe this guy Chris has figured out the ability to reject death. Of course, these are just the thoughts of some generals, and they are meant to be self-joking. What they don't know, however, is that rejecting death has always been something Chris has been working on. He has already begun to explore. Today, Branu vowed to continue his breathing skills to the end. Shock after shock, the heartstrings of the generals were constantly fluctuating. Strange expression on his face and a faint smile, he said, in addition to excluding his own injuries, he can also exclude others. It is said that during his time on Fishman Island, he once helped a fishman and repelled the injury in his body. That fishman instantly became a lot more energetic, which shows the curative effect of rejecting injuries. Marine generals below, big and small, were already a little numb at this time. Although he was still very shocked in his heart, on the surface, he had already shown some indifference. Everyone just whispered and talked to each other. Marine Marshal Sengoku sat aside, his heart was very heavy at this time. A little guy has now grown into a giant. And this little guy himself has become a mysterious big man. Marine headquarters suddenly had another headache. Sengoku has seen some clues, and he has a hunch that Chris will one day break away from the world government. And at that time, it will pose a huge challenge to Marine. Brano continued to speak, interrupting Sengoku's thinking, and making the entire conference room quiet again. The above is what we have learned so far, the fruit-repelling ability that Chris has mastered. As for whether he still has any hidden means, it is unknown for the time being. Momonga Vice Admiral rubbed his temples and muttered softly, "But don't have it, it's tough enough, scary enough." Doberman, Kataru and the others also thought so, and the various methods that were revealed now are far beyond what people can reach. Brano hesitated, and there was an inexplicable flash of mystery and weirdness in his eyes. Seeing everyone's expressions, he decided to temporarily skip what he was going to say. After all, this thing was crazy enough. Brano gave his assistant a wink, who immediately understood. Soon, the content of the slides was skipped a lot. Deep breath and said relaxedly, "Next, let me introduce you to the Shichibukai Alliance." Isn't the Shichibukai Alliance the King Shichibukai? When did the name change? Onagumo Vice Admiral's face was puzzled, and he felt that he was not low in Marine. Could he not know about Shichibukai's remodeling? Brano is indifferent to Isho, and said friendly, "The Shichibukai Alliance and the Shichibukai of the King are two completely different things. Your Majesty, Shichibukai is an institution set up by the world government. And the Shichibukai Alliance, led by Chris, is a private alliance." Everyone's curiosity was aroused again, and they all wanted to hear what the Shichibukai Alliance was all about. At this time, Kuzan had put on the blindfold again and leaned back on the chair. Borsellino still had Erlang's legs crossed, looking nonchalant. 3 Marine admirals, Akainu was the only one who kept his body upright and listened to Brano's analysis report. The so-called Shichibukai Alliance, the members are the King Shichibukai. As for the purpose of their alliance, we don't know yet, but it can be speculated that it must be to strengthen themselves. Look at the big screen everyone. On the big screen, 7 photos are neatly arranged. Is the current one, all the pictures of the King Shichibukai. Nowadays, Shichibukai's members are Hawkeye Mahawk, Tyrant Bear, Hexia Jinbei, Doflamingo, Queen Boa Hancock, Gecko Moria, and the protagonist of our meeting today, Chris. According to our information, 5 people have joined the Shichibukai Alliance. Branu paused, and glanced at the generals below, all of them with curious eyes. Joining the Shichibukai Alliance are Doflamingo, Haisha Jinbei, Empress Boa Hancock, Gecko Moria, and Chris himself. Chaton Tokikake Vice Admiral shrugged his shoulders and sighed, "Only 2. I didn't expect this Chris to have such an ability. In less than a year, he found 4 allies. There are even Hexia Jinbei and Ming-Jie. It was incredible." Doberman rubbed his eyes lightly and frowned. There must be nothing good for these guys together. Especially this guy Doflamingo, but he's always restless. Rear Admiral Katalu smiled. Didn't this Doflamingo have a fight with Chris? Don't know each other. It's really unexpected that the 2 of them can form an alliance. Staff Officer Crane looked calm and took it lightly. Doflamingo, his behavior has always been unruly, and he always puts his interests first. It seems that joining the Shichibukai Alliance will definitely bring him a lot of benefits. Akainu agrees, and he knows Doflamingo well. This guy who doesn't see rabbits and doesn't spread eagles join any bullshit alliance casually. Must be some kind of promise. Momonga Vice Admiral suddenly realized at this moment, said, "So it is." The female Emperor Boa Hancock suddenly left the Nine-Snake Island and entered the New World. It must have something to do with it. After she entered the New World, under the banner of exterminating the pirates, she kept plundering resources and improving her strength, and there was a lot of noise. Onagumo Vice Admiral nodded. The recent strength improvement of the Empress Boa Hancock is really amazing. Brano mentioned, Gecko Moria was defeated by the Chris Pirates squad leaders, the reason why he was not silenced. It must be because I promised Chris to join the Shichibukai Alliance. And the addition of Hexia Jinbei makes it easier to explain. He joined King Shichibukai for the sake of Fishman Island, and this time Chris helped Fishman Island solve a big problem. His joining is a matter of course. Chaton Tokikake said with a smile on his face, Hawkeye Mahawk and Tyrant Bear, will these two join in? Branalo pondered, and pondered, well, it's hard to say. These two are considered to be the two with the most eccentric personalities among the Shichibukai under the king. Their thoughts are often unpredictable. Akainu looked serious and said in a commanding tone, anyway, keep an eye on the two of them. At the same time, we must pay close attention to the rest of the Shichibukai, and report them in time if they find any major moves. In this way, when something really happens, you won't be in a hurry. Akainu's face was full of determination, and he said in a deep voice, these damn sea scum, I really want to destroy them all, not a single one. The Marine Vice Admirals nodded their heads, each taking it to heart. At this moment, Staff Crane stared at the photo of the Empress Boa Hancock, and suddenly laughed out loud. Hancock has always been lazy, and after he became the King Shichibukai, he became even more at peace, and he didn't care about the world. With her arrogant personality, how could she follow a man's words at will and take the initiative to come to the New World to sharpen herself? I remember that his attitude towards men has always been very bad, but this time it's uncharacteristically. From my point of view, this Empress, I am afraid she is in love with Chris. Momoshige and other female generals all smiled strangely. They were also women, and they naturally understood women's minds best. Empress Boa Hancock's behavior is very different from before. And a series of events after she arrived in the New World involved Chris. He even fought alongside Chris. All these signs are enough to show that the Empress Boa Hancock has moved her heart. Looking at the expressions of Momoshige and the others, everyone understood something. Many male generals beat their chests and feet inside. Called stunning empress in the world, is so heartfelt. Really enviable, jealous and hateful. Rear Admiral Kadalu couldn't help sighing. Sure enough, beautiful women love heroes, even the queen is no exception. Just like this, I am afraid that many people in this world will be hurt for a while by this. Looking at the sighing junior generals, Sengoku pouted helplessly. His heart, sure enough, they are still too young. However, the love of beauty, everyone has it, this is also understandable. After a sound of regret, a video began to play in the conference room. This is a picture taken by Marine at Sabayati Archipelago, Chris and Rayleigh fighting. Someone recognized Rayleigh at a glance and exclaimed, "No way, is Chris fighting Rayleigh? That's the legendary pirate, how could he have reached the admiral level?" Everyone watched intently, and they unexpectedly discovered that Rayleigh fell behind the whole time. This was a great shock to them. The former deputy captain of One Piece, King of Pirates Roger was beaten by Chris, which is a bit surprising. Momonga Vice Admiral glanced at Onagumo without a trace, and secretly sympathized with him again. Encountering such an opponent, if he can come back alive, he will have to burn high incense. Momonga Vice Admiral understands that if Chris is really determined to kill, Onigumo will not be able to escape. The fight between Chris and Rayleigh is destined to be an epic fight. Marine generals were fascinated by the sight, such a wonderful picture, absolutely not to be missed. In the picture, it was just played to the moment when Chris built the Great Wall to resist Rayleigh's attack. Doberman snorted lightly, his stomach full of suspicion. Finally, he couldn't help but say, "What Chris just used, isn't that the ability of Logia's soil fruit? Why does he use?" Doberman reminded the others at once, and everyone reacted. Thinking back carefully, the picture just now, that move, is indeed not the ability to reject the fruit. However, how could Chris use the abilities of other fruits? Rear Admiral Kodalu guessed, could it be that Chris ate 2 devil fruits? Momonga Vice Admiral immediately. He retorted sharply, impossible. As we all know, everyone can only eat 1 devil fruit. If you eat 2, your body will explode. Onigumo also nodded. Yes, there has never been a precedent for someone to possess 2 devil fruits. This is out of the ordinary. Had been wearing a blindfold, suddenly said lightly, it's not impossible. Since this Chris can reject injuries and the curse of devil fruit, it's not impossible. Akainu, who had been watching from the sidelines, also agreed at this time, rarely keeping the same opinion with Kuzan, and said a word. As we all know, the reason why eating 2 devil fruits will explode is because the 2 devils in the fruits are fighting each other in the body. Due to the imbalance of forces in the body, it eventually led to an explosion. However, if Chris can use the ability to repel fruit, these 2 demons cannot meet. It should be possible to achieve a situation where one person eats multiple devil fruits. The analysis of the 2 admirals is well founded, and everyone is convinced. After all, this Chris cannot use common sense to speculate on him. So, in addition to rejecting the fruit, Chris also ate the soil fruit of Logia. The generals in the conference room felt a little incredible. However, at this moment, everyone saw Branno shaking his head. Branno chuckled and said, "Everyone, the Logia soil fruit has been eaten by the Chris pirates, a girl named Kaya." As soon as these words came out, everyone fell into doubt again, and they were completely confused. Since Chris didn't eat the soil fruit, how could he use the ability of the soil fruit? Staff Crane narrowed her eyes, carefully recalling the scene just now, and she paid special attention to the people outside the battlefield. It's not right. At that time, no one else made a move at all. Furthermore, in this level of battle, other people are generally not allowed to intervene. Crane's staff suddenly found that Branno had a mysterious smile on his face. She asked directly, "Branno, you should know what's going on. Now that you know, don't hide it, and tell everyone quickly." Everyone looked at Branno with a thirst for knowledge. They desperately want to know what's going on here. What kind of means did Chris use that? Everyone, the automatic subscription has increased by 2. For this reason, the author will definitely update it 3 times today, that is, 13,000 updates. Word. Of course, if the automatic subscription can be increased by a few more today, then the update will be more. 289. Shocked. Chris ate the replica fruit. Shocked again, Chris is going to attack a country. Branno had a weird smile and a hint of helplessness at this time. This thing is the thing he wanted to tell everyone before. I thought that after everyone slowed down, they would not be so surprised. But now it seems that everyone's expressions are even more surprised and puzzled. Knowing this earlier, he didn't make a fool of himself. Branno signaled everyone not to worry, and then he said, "Chris did eat 2 devil fruits. It's just that it's not the Logia soil fruit, but the Paramesha replica fruit." Onigumo Vice Admiral asked suspiciously, "Isn't this duplication fruit eaten by a guy named Gaimanio?" At this time, Momonga Vice Admiral also remembered something, and hurriedly said, "I remember that this Carmenio had a conflict with Hancock. After that, this person disappeared. It should have been killed by Chris and the Empress." Among the Marines, not many people know about it, and Momonga Vice Admiral happens to be one of them. Onagumo is even more puzzled this time. One mystery has not been solved yet, and another mystery is coming. This duplicate fruit transfer from Gamenio to Chris. After the previous devil fruit power user died, this devil fruit will indeed reappear in another place. However, this Carmenio should have died not long ago. How can a new copy fruit be produced so quickly? Doberman thought about it, but still felt that something was not quite right. It should take a long time for the new devil fruit to be produced. Akainu still put on a stinky face, and said suspiciously, "Impossible, it's the ability to reject fruit again." At present, there is only one possibility, which is the most credible. Brando nodded heavily. General Akainu's statement is consistent with our research results. Dr. Vegapunk believes that if the devil in the devil fruit person is forcibly extracted into another fruit, it is entirely possible that a new devil fruit will be born. I think that's what Chris did. Garp scratched his head. Haha Isho, Chris, this guy, really dare to think. He really succeeded. And this kid really dares to eat it, and he directly uses his own life as an experiment. If something goes wrong, he will explain it directly, ha ha ha. Kuzan and others also nodded, admiring Chris from the bottom of their hearts. The courage in him is rare. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that he has grown to where he is today. Borsellino put away his inattentiveness and asked, Brano, what ability does this copy fruit have? Brano immediately pointed to the big screen, which had an introduction about copying the fruit. Replication fruit, Paramesha, as the name suggests, has the ability to replicate. This devil fruit, in addition to, can copy basic things, the most important thing is that he can copy other people's abilities. Saying that, a picture of Carmenio appeared on the big screen. The photo, Carmenio is using a magma attack. And this ability is Akainu's unique ability. Seeing this, Akainu felt a little surprised that his own abilities were actually copied. Explained in detail, Gamenio, I once saw the ability of General Akainu. So naturally, he copied the ability of magma fruit and used it for himself. Rear Admiral Kadalu cried out in surprise. This devil fruit is too bad, just look at it and copy it. Doesn't that mean that having this clone fruit is equivalent to having all the devil fruit abilities? Brano looked at Kadaru's expectant eyes and nodded heavily. Were bursts of exclamations in the conference room, and everyone felt incredible about it. A1 fruit is worth all the other fruits. This is simply one of the devil fruits, the king of kings. It seems that the cloned fruit is a 1 Paramesha devil fruit. However, if the user is lucky enough to see the Logia fruit ability, he can also be Logia. In this way, this guy's body can also become non-physical. This kind of ability is very refreshing to think about. Doberman frowned and asked, copying fruit, it is impossible to have endless copying ability. Furthermore, the ability it can copy should have certain limitations. Brando waited for a long time, and finally waited until someone asked such a question. He replied, Doberman Vice Admiral is right, the duplicating fruit has its own weaknesses. For example, the ability to copy fruit has extremely high requirements on the user's mental power. Otherwise, even if it is copied, it is just a defective product and has no effect at all. Brando gave the crowd an example. For example, if you want to copy magma fruit, if the mental strength is not strong enough, the copied magma is likely to be only a little bit of magma. If so, it's basically useless. However, everyone knows very well that this weakness, for Chris, basically does not exist. Because of his level of power, how can his mental power be weak? Brano continued. Secondly, the ability to copy can only exert 90% of the power of the original fruit. Of course, this 90% is also the highest limit. For ordinary people, it is difficult to achieve. Branu paused and smiled bitterly, but it's not difficult for Chris to achieve this. Everyone also raised their eyebrows helplessly. Sure enough, there are no restrictions on outstanding people. Doberman reluctantly continued to ask, apart from these 2 points, are there any other weaknesses? He was still reluctant to believe that these 2 weaknesses were only for the weak. If the copy fruit is possessed by a strong man like Chris, it is actually not considered a weakness at all. It still looks very close to perfect. Brano thought about it, and finally replied, if I have to say one more weakness. That is, if you want to copy other people's fruit ability, you must first see other ability people using the ability. This may be the biggest limitation of the replication fruit. Doberman nodded reluctantly when he heard the words. That said, it is indeed a weakness. There are so many devil fruits in the world, and it is unlikely that Chris will see them all. However, Doberman thought about it, in the Chris Pirates, there are all kinds of strange abilities. Chris is also not worried at all, he can't replicate good abilities. Doberman sighed softly, not just him. Marine generals in the conference room shook their heads slightly. One rejects the fruit, the other duplicates the fruit, both of which are the ability to defy the sky. At Chris now, I suddenly realize that this man seems to have no solution. Rear Admiral Kodalu suddenly thought of the picture he just demonstrated, and the final result. It seems that Chris has won. I remember, Pluto Rayleigh's strength can completely compete with Marine Admiral. Then if you say that, Chris can beat Rayleigh, the king of the underworld, isn't it? Kodalu quickly closed his mouth, but the shock in his heart was already expressed on his face. Youth under the age of 20 has surpassed Marine Admiral in combat power. What an incredible thing. Although Kodaru didn't finish his sentence, everyone else understood. Everyone fell into silence for a while. At this time, it is still necessary to rely on the Crane staff to stabilize the situation. Staff Officer Crane put his hands on his cheeks, his eyes flashed with wisdom, and said with a faint smile, Pluto Rayleigh is old, after all, we have no idea what his true strength is. Also, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Chris and Rayleigh are just discussing with each other normally, and neither has killed each other. Neither of them did their best, so the outcome of this battle doesn't mean anything. Sengoku also said with a smile, the Crane staff is right, the duel between the top experts is often in an instant. That is the moment that decides life and death. The degree of investment of both sides is by no means comparable. To say that Chris has surpassed Marine Admiral's strength, I still disagree. Having said this, Sengoku paused and added, however, we can also infer that his strength has been equal to Marine Admiral. The two sang together and tried their best to maintain the highest combat power of the Marine headquarters. But everyone knew very well that even though it was just a discussion, Chris was pressing Rayleigh all the way. This is enough to show that his strength should have surpassed Marine Admiral. Akainu raised his eyebrows coldly, and said solemnly, just a kid, not even 20 years old. Just relying on his means, it is a joke to want to compete with me. The old man suggested that he should not be allowed to be arrogant anymore, he must immediately send him to impel down. Apparently, Akainu doesn't think Chris is that strong. Not difficult for a person in his 20s and 20s, with combat experience and means, he is absolutely immature. And what he saw was nothing but the power of the devil fruit. The real powerhouse doesn't just rely on devil fruits. Kuzan and Borsellino didn't say a word at this time. Brano took the opportunity to pull back the topic and change the slide with a new one. About Chris, we still have a few things here. Everyone looked at him again, instead of complaining about themselves here and worrying about nothing. It's better to know more about Chris as soon as possible and grasp his movements. Then there are ways to deal with it. According to our undercover investigation, we found that Chris entered the new world with a goal. Chaton Tokikake squinted his eyes and said with a smirk, every pirate who goes out to sea has the same goal, to become One Piece King of Pirates. He wanted to adjust the atmosphere, but no one responded. Chaton Tokikake also embarrassed Isho and looked at Brando. Brando shook his head and said, "As for whether Chris wants to be One Piece, King of Pirates, I don't know. What I know is that he intends to attack a country in the New World." Akainu's eyes flashed a sharp light. He asked coldly, "Is that so? Is this guy planning to tear up his face with the world government so soon?" Akainu was secretly delighted. After hearing the analysis today, he felt more and more that Chris couldn't stay. Can take action as soon as possible. We can prevent this guy and continue to grow. Kuzan snorted nonchalantly. This little guy, he won't be that stupid. His Shichibukai alliance has not been fully formed, and at this time, he should not quit anyway. Garp chewed the senbei and laughed loudly. Chris has just become the King Shichibukai, one step at a time. At this time, he must use the hat of the world government to do a lot of things. As for the next country he wants to conquer, it must be a non-world government member. Brando nodded in agreement. Yes, the news we got is the same. He promised the other King Shichibukai that he would attack a non-world government member after he entered the New World. After success, he will use this as his base and create a territory of his own. At that time, his Shichibukai alliance will be officially operational. Momoshige, who had been sitting next to Staff Officer Crane, said nothing. Throughout, she remained silent and did not comment on anything. At this moment, she couldn't help but sigh. The intelligence collection work of the world government is really impeccable. There is basically no big difference in the intelligence they have collected. Of Chris and the Chris Pirates was just figured out. Even more frightening is that they still have so many video materials. I really don't know where they usually hide. However, the information they collect is still very limited. At least, about Chris, being a great swordsman, Brando didn't investigate. In addition, Brando didn't realize that Chris's real purpose was to overthrow Tenryubido's rule. As long as this is not discovered, everything will be fine. This ultimate goal, now is not the time to expose. Momoshige was also a little fortunate at this time, but fortunately Chris took precautions early. Two have not seen each other since Chris made his name on the sea. If anything happens, it will be contacted by the two safest phone bugs, and will not be detected by these intelligence agencies. It is also very important to attack a country. This is the top priority for the normal functioning of the Shichibukai alliance. Momoshige is already thinking about how she should help Chris if Sengoku and others come to block it. The conference room was already noisy at this time, and the marine generals were discussing this matter one after another. Attacking a country is no small matter. Momonga Vice Admiral believes Chris wants to have a stronghold of his own in the New World, and what he is plotting must be no small thing. I am afraid that his goal is not just one country. With his current power, he can conquer 2 or 3 countries, and it's not a problem. Chaton Tokikake half smiled, and said in a casual voice, the point now is not that he's going to attack a few places. It's which country he wants to conquer. 2 updates, more than 9,000 words. If the automatic subscription rises, the author will update another chapter in the afternoon. If the automatic subscription increases by 5, there will be more chapters on it. The author will be staring at the background data. Come on, if you want to urge more, then hurry up, quack. 290. The Marine headquarters contact Chris and let Chris attack the first power in the New World. Marineford, Marine headquarters senior meeting room. The meeting room had become a pot of porridge. A group of senior Marine generals disagreed about which country Chris should attack. Which country Chris is going to attack. However, since Chris is King Shichibukai, he should be dispatched by the world government. In other words, they can choose a country and let Chris go to attack. In this way, the uncertainty in Chris can be grasped by them. But what everyone didn't expect was that because of this incident, there was an internal dispute among them. The Hawks, led by Akainu, advocate that Chris go to attack Wano-kuni where Kaido is. Akainu believes that Wano-kuni is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Moreover, Wano Kuni has Kaido's beast pirates in charge, and can use Kaido's hand to weaken Chris's power. Conversely, you can also use Chris's hand to weaken Kaido's power. In short, killing two birds with one stone, the world government will have nothing to lose. However, the doves headed by Kuzan are firmly opposed. They totally disagreed with Akainu's suggestion. Kuzan believes that the reason why Wano Kuni is closed to the country is that it does not join the world government and does not communicate with the outside world. In addition to the selfishness of the domestic rulers, it is mainly because of its rich products. Such a resource-rich country is really captured by Chris, wouldn't it be a bargain for them? On the other hand, Kaido's beast pirates are based in Wano Kuni. Once Chris attacks, it will inevitably lead to a major conflict. Chris, as King Shichibukai, naturally represents the world government. In the event of a full-scale war between the world government and the beast pirates, the consequences would be very serious. Moreover, no matter whether the strength of Chris and Kaido is weakened, it is not necessarily a good thing. Especially Kaido's power, once they suffer a major blow, their status as four emperors will be at stake. If so, it will break the pattern of relative stability in the sea for a long time in one fell swoop. At that time, if there is a big problem, the series of questions about whether the world government can clean up the mess are all the doves worry about. Momonga Vice Admiral sneered and said, "Do you really have so much confidence in this, Chris? I admit that the strength of the Chris pirates should not be underestimated. But if it is said that they have been able to fight against the four Emperor pirates, I really think it is a joke. The four Emperor pirates, the veritable king of the sea. Even the world government has to be afraid of 3.3. Momonga Vice Admiral does not think that the newly emerging Chris pirates already possess the strength of the four Emperor's pirates. Chaton Tokikake Vice Admiral took a sip of tea casually, with a smirk on his face, and said something airy. Momonga Vice Admiral, don't forget, for whom we are so excited today. Marshal Marine and the three Admiral are all listening in person. Do you think this standard is not high enough? We already have a comprehensive understanding of the power of the Chris pirates. Their horror, I think everyone here knows very well. For a time, the two sides refused to give in to each other and held their own opinions. Akainu and Kuzan, at this time, also did not say a word, and their faces were frosty. Seeing this, Staff Officer Crane sighed softly. Every time at this time, she has to be an old woman. It's impossible to count on the other two old guys. Staff Officer he slowly got up, smiled, and said in a flat tone, I have a small suggestion here, everyone may wish to listen to it. Sengoku haha, Isho, and hurriedly stretched out his hand to signal, please speak, Chief Crane. I think everyone also understands that Chris's current development has created some threats to us. We must find a way to weaken the power of the Chris pirates. Saying that, Staff Officer Crane's eyes swept across Kuzan and the others. Kuzan leaned back on the chair at this time and nodded in agreement. Afterwards, Staff Officer Crane looked at Akainu, who was on the side, and said, however, if this is the case, go and provoke Kaido. I don't think it's necessary. Akainu was about to speak. Staff Officer Crane signaled him to shut up. She didn't give Akainu a chance to speak, and continued, the balance of several forces in the sea is the result of our painstaking maintenance. Can't be easily destroyed. If it is simply to weaken the power of the Chris pirates, I have a place to recommend. Borsellino, at this time, had some curiosity, and asked strangely, Comrade Crane, I don't know where it is. Crane Staff Mysterious Isho, said, Kingdom of Kuduola. The words fell, the generals suddenly realized that they all sighed in unison. Previously they only focused on whether or not to attack Wano Kuni. It has been overlooked that there are actually many other options for countries that are not members of the world government. For example, this Kudora is also a very good choice in itself. Among the countries that are not members of the world government, the Kingdom of Kudora is the strongest one. The folk customs here are sturdy, and there are many strong people in the Puduola kingdom. Moreover, in this country, there are many hidden masters. It can be called crouching tiger, hidden dragon, and it is quite difficult to mess with. Brano couldn't help but exclaim. The kingdom of Pudola has always rejected the world government, and it can be regarded as a thorn in the eyes of the world government. If you want to get rid of it, then quickly. Also, according to our information, Akoku, a former member of the Rocks Pirates, is likely to be there. Sengoku and Garp were obviously stunned when they heard the name Akoku. Sengoku Vivi frowned and said, Akoku of the Rocks Pirates. Unexpectedly, that guy is still alive, and hid in Pudora Kingdom. Hee, that guy is indeed a bad bastard. Garp ate the senbei nonchalantly, and said casually, one of the surviving members of the Rocks Pirates. I don't know what kind of story he will have after meeting Chris, who imitates the Rocks route. I remember that back then, this guy punched me hard, ha ha ha. Doberman and the others all showed shock on their faces. They all know that the destruction of the Rocks Pirates was caused by these two in front of them. Among them, Garp became a marine hero by virtue of this battle. Conceivable how fierce the two sides fought in the initial battle. Able to take Garp's all-out punches enough to prove the power of this Akoku. Went on to add, besides Akoku, Isaac is also in Pudora Kingdom. That guy, but a very tricky character. Who has been silent, Vivi nodded, is Isaac also there? That's enough for Chris to drink. Many generals have never heard the name Isaac, but see Kuzan in such high regard for him. You can also guess that this is a superb master. In fact, it is true, this person is proficient in the fighting technique, which is definitely not comparable to the fighting technique of Onagumo's three-legged cat. In addition, he has a lot of grasp of the power of technology. It is quite difficult to apply a lot of black technology to combat. Momonga Vice Admiral is very satisfied after hearing these things. He believes that Chris's threat is too great, and his strength must be weakened to a certain extent. Now it seems that this Pudora Kingdom is a good place. On the one hand, we can use the power of the Pudola Kingdom to weaken the Chris pirates. On the other hand, the Kingdom of Pudora is too unconstrained, it's time to clean up them. Onagumo was also in a happy mood and smiled. Just watch the two snipe and muscles compete, and we can just wait and reap the benefits of the fishermen. The suggestion of Staff Crane is simply too perfect. At this moment, both hawks and doves are very satisfied. The generals on both sides had smiles on their faces, completely forgetting the unhappiness just now. Sengoku smiled with satisfaction, and said, since we unanimously passed, then it's a done deal. It's not too late, I'll contact Chris now to discuss this matter with him. Sengoku looked a little impatient, mainly because he was too worried, and Chris's thoughts were unpredictable. If Chris already has an idea in his mind and a clear goal, it will be difficult to handle at that time. Saying that, Sengoku directly picked up the phone bug and dialed Chris's number. New World, some sea area. The Chris moved forward steadily, and everyone on board practiced step by step. And Chris, as always, stayed in the training room all day. Outdoors, Nami and the others drank cold drinks, wine and coffee leisurely. Bakura took a sip of the red wine, closed his crimson, and said elegantly, just received the news from Hyaming Apu. They have arrived at the Sabayati archipelago, and I believe they will catch up with us soon. Was rare for Perona to lie leisurely on the bench, and said excitedly, I'll see my new partner soon. My whole body can be turned into a musical instrument, I can't wait to see it, Haley. Alvita placed her right leg gracefully on top of her left, holding a glass of wine in her hand. She gently isho, and said generously, I think you can't wait to make fun of our new members. Nami laughed in agreement, revealing two beautiful dimples. Alas, let's go ahead together and give Apu a minute's silence. Blue. Just then, the phone bug on the ship suddenly rang. Reiju's beautiful eyes swept over the phone bug, and her red lips slightly opened. Guess, who is calling this? Kaya held her delicate little face, her big eyes twinkling. With a thoughtful look on her face, she immediately smiled and said, I think it should be Hancock. It's been a few days, and she still hasn't called. It's not common sense. Before, Hancock called often, ostensibly to greet everyone. Fact, it is to ask everyone about the current situation of Chris. Any luck, Chris might also answer the phone in person. Makino shook his head slightly, smiled Isho, and said, I really envy the captain, being cared by the most beautiful pirate in the world day and night. However, I don't think it's Hancock. A new member asked curiously, why not? I think Kaya's speculation makes sense. Makino took a sip of coffee and said with a faint smile on her pale face. It happens to be afternoon tea time. During this time, Chris is usually in the training room. If Hancock called at this time, there would never be a chance to talk to Chris. Maya suddenly realized, I understand. Hancock's purpose every time he calls is to talk to Chris. Then who is calling now? Betty took a breath of cigarette and said calmly as always, it should be another Shichibukai. The news of our entry into the new world should have spread. They may want to ask, what is our next goal? Bakura's eyes flashed, he nodded and smiled, I also think it should be like this, other people should not call us. No, the caller seems to be from the world government. Charlie's face was cold, and her cold eyes stared at the phone bug. In her hand sparkled, revealing a hint of mystery. Little Giant Lily immediately. Be vigilant, at this time she is in a reduced state. Lily jumped on the table and said, if it's the world government, it's probably going to send us a mission. One of the duties of His Majesty Shichibukai is to be dispatched by them. On Nami's face also faded a lot at this time. Charlie, are you sure? Are they really the people of the world government? Charlie nodded affirmatively. Just now she was in the crystal ball, and just saw a marine phantom. What it represents is either marine or the world government. Cigarette in her mouth, Betty snorted softly. After so long, I finally came to the door. By the way, since Chris became King Shichibukai, this is the first time they come across an errand. Makino was calm, sipping his coffee quietly. She said indifferently, I just don't know what it will be. It won't be, let's pick up some pirates for him. Reiju stroked the hair in front of his forehead, and smiled indifferently. As the saying goes, the general will be outside, and the ruler's life will not be affected. If they want to send Chris at will, they don't have the qualifications yet. Bakura's delicate face also showed a cold and glamorous smile. Whatever he has, the Chris pirates are not muddy. Don't force us to do things that we are not interested in. Said, Bakura gently answered the phone bug. Hello, this is the Chris pirates. Who are you looking for? The phone, Sengoku's mellow voice spread out and said something. I'm Marine Headquarters Marshal, Sengoku. Please let your captain, Chris, answer the phone. Sengoku's tone, plain yet majestic, is quite official. Everyone, the automatic subscription has increased a few times, so the author has one more chapter. If the automatic subscription at night continues to rise, then the author will continue to update a chapter. Come on, the automatic subscription will rise, the author will do what he says, and will definitely add more. That, about Akoku, and Isaac, if you don't understand. 291. The dialogue between Sengoku and Chris shocked the three admiral. Heard that the other party is Marshal Marine, Sengoku the Buddha. A hint of surprise in Bakura's beautiful eyes. Reiju, Nami, and others were equally surprised. They didn't expect that the caller would be Marine's Supreme Commander. To Chris by the world government. However, this also just shows that there must be something important this time. Otherwise, Sengoku the Buddha will not call Chris in person. Although Sengoku is the Marine Grand Marshal, the supreme commander among the Marines. However, to the Chris pirates, he is nothing more than an unfamiliar, the ruler. That's all. Afraid I've chosen the wrong place to show off official prestige on the Chris pirates. Baccarat does not eat this set at all. She smiled politely and replied, I'm sorry, Marshal Sengoku. We, Captain Chris, are practicing, but we dare not disturb him at will. If you have anything, you can tell us, and we will pass it on to him later. Baccarat's indifferent tone and tough attitude made Sengoku speechless for a while. Hearing such a reply, he froze in place. Sengoku could never have imagined that he was a dignified Marine Grand Marshal, and the other party was still so disrespectful. Marineford, Marine Senior Meeting Room. Akainu heard clearly from the side, and snorted coldly, Captain Chris, what a big spectrum. Is there no time to answer the phone call from Marshal Marine? This damn pirate must be caught and impelled down. Borsellino fiddled with his own nails and said casually, is he still a pirate after all? What etiquette do you expect the pirates to say? Furthermore, the stronger the pirate, the easier it is to have all kinds of quirks and full of personality, which is understandable. Sengoku's expression remained unchanged, trying to maintain his emotions, and said something. That's it, we learned that the Chris pirates are going to find their own base in the New World. We happen to have an alternative location and would like to discuss it with Chris. Do you think you're the master of such a big event? Spoke, Sengoku's speech training became intense, and his tone also began to contain a bit of threat. When Baccarat heard this, a thoughtful look appeared on his delicate face. She looked at the others at the same time, and everyone had a bit of doubt on their faces. Nami rubbed her delicate chin with her slender hands. How could Marine know our goal? Looks like they've been investigating us all the time. Betty snuffed out the cigarette butt in her hand, and said calmly as always. Marine came prepared, we need to be more careful. Reiju's beautiful eyes flowed, and he said softly, it's better to call Chris. He can handle this kind of thing better. Are aware of the importance of things, and this is not something they can decide. Baccarat Vivi nodded and said generously to the phone bug, Marshal Sengoku, wait a moment. After a while, Chris stopped practicing and walked over from the training room. He picked up the phone and said indifferently, I am Chris, what's the matter? Sengoku thought that Chris' attitude would be much better, but he didn't expect to be attacked by indifference again. At this moment, his complexion Vivi twitched, and he was stunned for a long time. While he has a very good ability to manage his emotions along the way. Sengoku took a deep breath and smiled calmly, Captain Chris, I'm Sengoku. We learned that you are interested in attacking a country that is not a member of the world government in the New World. We now have a recommendation. Don't know if you're interested. Chris narrowed his eyes slightly, and showed a sneer on his face. He had probably guessed what the Marine headquarters was thinking. Let's talk and listen. Chris's tone was still cold. Since it is to calculate each other, then there is no need to have a good attitude. Our research has found that the kingdom of Kudora is a very suitable place. The location is superior and the products are rich. It is very suitable for a base development. Also, the Kingdom of Kudora has been very active all the year round, and it is a country that the world government has always wanted to get rid of. This time, if you capture Kudora, on the one hand, you will have a territory of your own. On the other hand, as King Shichibukai, you will also have a share of the political achievements that you can take. Sengoku is persuasive, but Chris is not a 3-year-old. This kind of deception is too low level. Chris is concerned about is not what is in the Kudora kingdom. He turned around to sit on the sofa, raised Erlang's legs, and asked coldly, if I capture Kudora, what will be the benefit? Sengoku naturally understood that what Chris meant was that besides Kudora's territory and resources, what else could the world government give him? He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, Chris, it's not easy to deal with. The conference room, Momonga Vice Admiral said coldly, this is the essence of a pirate. Insatiable greed, always only pay attention. Even if he is Shichibukai, the king, he just wants to get more rights from the government all the time. Onagumo nodded in agreement. That's how they are, no matter when they are. Tsuru Vice Admiral raised his head and pondered, I'm afraid that the general conditions cannot be met for Chris. But to be honest, giving him a territory and so many resources, the conditions are considered rich enough. Kuzan took off his blindfold and chuckled, Chris is not stupid, how could he not know our calculations? Since we want to calculate each other, we have to look at the game between the two sides, and he will not let go easily. On the Chris, all the girls also heard Sengoku's request. They also discussed each other. At this time, Chris heard another voice from the phone bug. It's Akainu. Akainu said indifferently, take the kingdom of Kudora, and everything there is yours. The world government will not ask you for anything. You have to know that the kingdom of Kudola is rich in products, and you can get a lot of things. Momonga Vice Admiral also echoed loudly. That's right, as King Shichibukai, it's right to do things for the world government. Let you enjoy the resources there alone, you should be satisfied. Hearing this, Chris sneered, Sengoku, is your sincerity? Chris's tone was not good, obviously with a bit of murderous intent. Sengoku and other marine generals heard a lot of anger from it. Scolded Momonga Vice Admiral directly, who do you think is talking to the other side, and pay attention to your attitude? Momonga Vice Admiral lowered his head silently when he heard the words. He also knew that his words just now were inappropriate. Sengoku was helpless and could only laugh. Isho, Chris, you misunderstood, we didn't mean that. If you have any requirements, you can put it forward and we will discuss it together. Tsuru Vice Admiral also smiled at this time and said hello to Chris. At the same time, he said, yes, as long as it is a reasonable request, we will do our best to satisfy you. On the Chris, Nami and the others could hear clearly. Bakura replied coldly, I hope Marshal Sengoku can tell the people on your side to keep your mouth shut. If there are people who make rude remarks, there is no need for us to continue talking. Bakura's attitude is unusually tough, which Chris acquiesced to. Good that he is the King Shichibukai, but this does not mean that he has become a subject of the world government, or a slave. Who treat the world government must have their own tough attitude and let them understand. Chris pirates won't let anyone need, and this Shichibukai, they don't care too much. Sure enough, after hearing Bakura's words, Sengoku apologized again. And in the phone bug, came the sound of his scolding. Sengoku finally realized the strength of the Chris pirates. Emotional people don't take the world government too seriously at all. Chris said lightly, forget about the previous things, let's talk about the benefits that I can get from my side. Nami blinked her big eyes and said first, since we want to attack Kudora, do you Marine have nothing to say? Karina also smiled slyly, and Nami thought of going with her. Side of the phone bug, Kuzan and Isho, said, the wealth of the Puduola kingdom, I think it is enough for you to squander. Sengoku continued to add, Marine can provide you with a certain amount of combat support to help you conquer the kingdom of Kudora. And in the end, we won't be asking for any resources. Hearing this, Makino nodded slightly. She said softly to the others, if that's the case, then it's a better deal. With Marine's military support, our pressure will definitely be much less. Perona, biting a straw in her mouth, muttered, is Marine really that kind? Do your best to help us lay down the territory, and in the end we don't want anything. Obviously, Perona is skeptical. Charlie also nodded lightly and analyzed generously. I'm afraid that when the time comes, Marine will not be able to do anything. Even if they come, they are just watching the fire from the other side. Nami and Karina, who are calculating, sternly refuse. Yes, this condition can be agreed, but it can't be all. We need to get something substantial. Said, Nami came to the phone bug and said, these. That's what you should do, it's not a benefit. You must be clear, our Chris pirates are here to help you, and you should also contribute. Marine conference room, everyone sighed softly. Sengoku reluctantly spread his hands, and immediately became ruthless, saying, then add one more. Chris, if you can conquer the kingdom of Kudora, you can set up a country of your own. And, the world government will also recognize your kingship. Finished speaking, all the generals looked at Sengoku in surprise. This condition is really beyond their expectations. By directly acknowledging Chris' kingship, it really legitimized their ambitions. Sengoku was forced to do so, but he thought that if the power of the Chris pirates could be weakened, these are also worth it. After all, Akoku et al. Are not vegetarians either. Chris, this is already our biggest concession, and others, don't talk about it. Hearing this, Chris whispered Isho, this is what he was waiting for. Yes. After all, Chris hung up the phone directly. The world government recognizes the country and recognizes the identity of King Chris. This means that everything in the future will be reasonable and legal. No matter what you do, the world government has no reason to interfere. After hanging up the phone, the Chris boarded. Betty lit a cigarette again and murmured, the kingdom of Kudora seems to be a very powerful country. I remember reading it in the newspaper before, and the strength is very strong. Alvida nodded heavily. I know that in this country, the kingdom of Kudora is one of the strongest countries among the non-world government countries. This country's folk customs are sturdy, the people are very martial, and the fighting power is very strong. Therefore, in the kingdom of Kudora, there are many powerful people. The little giant Lily has been in the New World all the year round, and she has also heard about the kingdom of Kudora. I once heard my father say that the fighting power of the kingdom of Kudora is very strong. Also, there seem to be a lot of pirates who, after getting tired of life in the sea, are hiding there. So, the power of the Kudora kingdom is not just what it looks like. If you want to attack the kingdom of Kudora, you need a strong enough force. Makino's eyes wandered and he said thoughtfully, that's why, the world government has not moved it easily. I think the world government doesn't want to pay too much for this. Nami squeezed her little fist lightly, sneered, and said something. The world government, it's really a good calculus. Lend our hand to remove obstacles for them while weakening us. They just need to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight, anyway. In the end, no matter what, it's them who take advantage. Perona pouted, her face full of unhappiness, these. What world government, what marine? One by one, they are all uneasy and good-natured. I really think our Chris pirates are easy to bully. Don't let me meet them, or I'll make them regret coming into this world, Haley. Reiju still kept his rationality relatively, and a pair of beautiful eyes rolled gently. She said indifferently, this is something that can't be helped, since we need the reputation of King Shichibukai now. There must be some corresponding price to be paid for this. If we break up with them in advance, it is likely to affect our future plans. Bakura Vivi nodded and said in a calm tone, we absolutely can't run this errand today. They have already figured out what we want to do, and they took the initiative to recommend it to us. We have no reason to refuse. However, it is better for us to take this opportunity to get their promises than to work in vain. 292, Sengoku Fury. Marine Headquarters take action, ready to sanction Chris. As for the calculations of the world government, Chris doesn't know anything about it. Today's matter, he is just pushing the boat with the current. To conquer a country reasonably and legally, why not do it? He, the Chris pirates, is not a vegetarian either. These guys on the ship all need constant battles, and only with such high-intensity training can they grow rapidly. If anyone is in this fight, the chain is dropped. So sorry, he doesn't deserve to be in the Chris pirates. This is a place where only the strong can survive. Chris has never worried that his vitality will be severely damaged by attacking the kingdom of Kudora. One hand, he is full of confidence in the squad leaders and other younger brothers. Other hand, this is not a time to test the strength, the best time. Chris instructed Bakura and others to collect and sort out the detailed information about the kingdom of Kudora. In any case, the homework to be done is still indispensable. After the explanation was completed, Chris turned around and continued to practice in the training room. At the same time, Marineford, Marine Senior Conference Room. The conference room, the discussion about Chris continued. It is good news to be able to convince Chris to let them attack the kingdom of Kudora. Marine generals also felt a little excited because of this. They believe that this at least shows that the world government still has a certain restraint on Chris. Sengoku returned to his seat, looked around, and said, "Now that this is done, we Marine can join in. Supervise the Chris pirates at any time. Just now, I have discussed with Chris that we will provide them with a certain amount of military support. Everyone thinks it's more appropriate to send someone to Chris is especially important. He needs to be able to supervise the Chris pirates at any time, and when necessary, be able to influence the entire war process." Staff Officer Crane pondered for a moment, then said softly, "Chris's current strength has been determined to be Admiral's strength. If you want someone to restrain him, the leader must be Marine Admiral." Saying that, the generals all turned their attention to Marine 3 Admiral. The team leader this time is none other than the three of them. But this matter, after all, is not a big deal, so send 3 Marine Admiral to go. Bit too much to inspire people. Therefore, the most important thing at the moment is, among these 3 people, select one, the most suitable candidate. Sengoku turned to look at Branno and asked, "Where are the Chris pirates now?" Branno replied quickly, "Yesterday, it was still near Red Rock Island." Immediately, Branno seemed to remember something and added, "Red Rock Island, just right from Kudora Kingdom, not too far away. On the itinerary, it is estimated that it will take about 20 days to arrive." The Crane staff heard the words and immediately said, "Marineford is a long way from that place. It will take a month at least to pass from here. At the speed of Kuzan and Akainu, I'm afraid it's too late." The implication, naturally, means that this time, Borsellino is the most suitable candidate. Garp nodded while eating the senbei. Yes, if Borsellino wants to rush over, it will only take a few minutes. Staff Officer Crane continued, "I think, let Borsellino go first, and the subsequent large troops will rush over as soon as possible. Hurrying on the road without stopping should be able to shorten the time to about 20 days. We don't have enough people, and I don't think Chris will take it lightly." Chaton Tokikake Vice Admiral smiled eccentrically and gave Borsellino a random look. "I agree. General Borsellino goes first. It can stabilize the Chris pirates, and it also represents our sincerity." Onagumo Vice Admiral also nodded at this time and echoed, "Yes, General Borsellino can also contain Chris. Once Chris does not follow our agreement and turns to attack other countries, we can stop it in time." Kuzan and Akainu, who were excluded, raised their eyebrows and glanced at Borsellino oddly. This errand can be regarded as a hot potato. Borsellino went to pick them up, and they were all happy to see it happen. Kuzan stretched his waist and boasted, "Borsellino is good at socializing, so he can mediate with Chris and the others. Send him to go, of course it is better." Akainu didn't speak, it seemed to him. "If you don't speak, you are acquiescing to this matter." Just when everyone agreed, Borsellino shook his head indifferently. He still put on a casual look, and said nonchalantly, "I won't get involved in this matter. I'm definitely not going." Marine and all the generals did not expect that Borsellino would be such a firm refusal. Although he looked lazy, everyone could see Borsellino's resistance. Seems that every cell in his body expresses resistance to this matter. Borsellino stared at the conference table with a pair of small eyes, and said something strange. Do you think that, according to Chris' character, you will attack the kingdom of Pudora? Obviously not. Which of you can guarantee that they won't encounter other troubles along the way? These are all factors that need to be considered, so the so-called time is just a reference. That's all, don't take it seriously. Send troops now, and we will definitely be able to arrive near Pudora Kingdom before the Chris pirates, trust me. Borsalino, citing circumstantial evidence, explained his reasons for refusal in a straightforward manner. To sum up, it is meaning, enough time, I don't go. Kuzan, Akainu and others are all staring at Borsalino with strange eyes at this time. Today's him is really too strange, and his words suddenly become too many. In the impression of marine generals, Borsalino has always been lazy, and he usually talks in twos and threes. Really rare to see such nonsense today. It shows how much he doesn't want to accept this mission. Borsalino ignored it completely, and continued, besides, I'm not very sociable, in case I can't help it. The old man accidentally shot Chris and caused some bad influence, then it's not suitable. So, I suggest letting them both go. Their tempers are better than mine and can be controlled. Said, Borsalino kicked the trouble directly to the Kuzans. However, before Borsalino's voice fell, an angry shout erupted in the conference room. Borsalino, don't mess around here. Since we identify you, that is, believe in your ability, this matter is only the most suitable for you. As an admiral of the Marine headquarters, what kind of manners are you supposed to be when you are afraid and hesitant? Everyone saw Marine Grand Marshal Sengoku, a rare rage. Pointing at the nose in public, he scolded the current Marine admiral. Sengoku looked sullen, his eyes stared like a mad cow, as if he was going to eat Borsalino. Borsalino, you have to go today, or you have to go. Seeing this, Borsalino felt really bitter in his heart. With a helpless look on his face, he was about to speak out, but was directly stopped by Staff Officer He. The Crane staff reached out to block Borsalino, shook his head at him, and motioned him not to speak. With Staff Crane's knowledge of Sengoku, he naturally understood that it was useless to talk too much at this time. Sengoku has finalized will not change, she said with a smile on her face. Borsalino, you don't need to reject this matter, you are the most suitable person. Anyway, this distance is only a few minutes for you, and it won't cost you much. Doberman, Vice Admiral, also hurried out to smooth things out. Yes, General Borsalino. And you don't need to do anything when you go there. As long as you are there, the Chris pirates will not dare to act rashly. As for dealing with them or something, we can talk to them on the phone without bothering you. There were also several other generals who spoke out and persuaded painstakingly. Seeing Sengoku's gloomy expression, Borsalino helplessly shook his head and said with a crooked mouth, forget it, I'll go. After speaking, he leaned back on the chair with a face full of frustration, not in high spirits. Sengoku snorted lightly and glanced at Borsalino casually. Then he went on to say, the follow-up large force also needs some people to lead the team. Who do you think is suitable? Doberman took the initiative to invite Ying and said excitedly, Marshal Sengoku, let me go. I want to see for myself the true face of the Chris pirates. In addition, I can also cooperate with General Borsalino and do the work of the overseer in the front. Momonga Vice Admiral followed, also raising her hand, I'm going to. His face was firm, and his eyes were a bit fiery. I just happened to go to meet them for a while. A member of the Hawks, Momonga Vice Admiral is very interested in Chris. He also happened to represent the Hawks, and went to investigate. Sengoku nodded in satisfaction at this time. This is what he expected. In this case, Doberman and Momonga will be in charge of the follow-up large force. Also, if the two of you have any candidates you need, just say hello, and I see who of them dares to refuse. Sengoku glanced at everyone in the conference room with a bad expression, and his eyes were full of warnings. Marine generals all smiled wryly and looked at each other helplessly. Only Momonga Vice Admiral can be called by name. After a few minutes, the 2 men's point of troops will end, and they have each selected some confidant generals. Sengoku looked at these people, all of them were pretty good, and nodded lightly. Doberman, Momonga, I order you to, immediately. The troops. During the day and night, be sure to arrive at Kudora Kingdom before the Chris pirates. And Momonga Vice Admiral immediately. Taking orders, he turned around and left the conference room with his confidants to prepare before departure. To left, Sengoku glanced at Borsellino angrily and said nothing. Borsellino shrugged and sighed softly. He is not in a hurry to set off, this journey is just a blink of an eye for him. This is why he is so lazy. Because it's too fast. Momoshiki sat quietly by the side, observing everything in the conference room. Today's meeting is no trivial matter. Momoshiki decides that she must give Chris a call at night when no one is there. Tell him about the situation here. In this case, Chris can also prepare in advance. Soon, there will be a sea area in the New World. Was nothing unusual about the Chris at this time, and the call just now did not cause much disturbance. Chris still stayed in the training room, constantly slashing the blood-red sword. Today's goal has not been completed. In the training room, Nami was carefully studying a map. After a while, Nami raised her head and said excitedly, I found it. The kingdom of Kudora, it's here. Saying that, Nami pointed to a place on the map. Bakura came closer, looked at it carefully, and said generously, it doesn't seem too far from us, doesn't it? Nami blinked her big eyes with 2 dimples on her face. Yes, it's exactly the same direction we're going. If we go at this speed, it will take about half a month. Alvida, carrying a giant mace, stood on the bow, looking out at the sea. Kingdom of Kudora, it will be replaced soon, master. Reiju's beautiful eyes flowed, and Isho said with a smile, I didn't expect to be so close, everything seems to be going well. Betty took a light puff on the cigarette and exhaled a few smoke rings. It would be even better if he could conquer the people of the Kudora Kingdom. I believe it will be very helpful to improve our strength. Corona was also excitedly spinning in circles in the air at this time, and said with a smile, we will soon have our own territory. When the time comes, I must build a castle there and raise a lot of playthings. Ha 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 ha. At this time, Corona and others have also accepted the fact. Since Marine has designated the Chris pirates to attack the kingdom of Kudora, then call him. Anyway, it's a fight wherever you go, and this Kudora kingdom is extremely wealthy. In resources and good geographical location, it played a great role in the connection between the Shichibukai alliance in the future. Report. Suddenly, the voice of an alarm officer came from the door. Spotted a boat ahead. The target is unknown, please indicate. Nami and the others all stood up curiously and looked into the distance. Chris is naturally aware of the movement outside. At this time, he was slashing blood red while emitting observation haki. A transparent breath came out of the training room and swept directly to a farther place. Soon the boat was completely enveloped. Oh, so it's them. Chris couldn't help but muttered in his heart. Feel especially incredible. Guys, the automatic subscription has increased by 2, which is not enough. If it increases by 2 more today, the author's bacteria will be 3 updates. Thousands, word updates, and promises to do it. Come on, let's subscribe automatically, ha. 293. Momonosuke appears. Chris issues an order, Momonosuke must die. It turns out that Chris is very familiar with the people on this boat. There are 3 men on board, plus a child. No, it should be 3 men, plus a small beast. Through observation haki's investigation, Chris clearly saw that the boat from Wanokuni was approaching in the distance. Boat, carrying Momonosuke, Kinemon, Raizo, and Kanjuro. Chris doesn't have a good impression of these people. Especially Momonosuke, this guy is arguably the most annoying in One Piece, King of Pirates. The role of Akainu. It is comparable to Akainu. Chris said to Bakura with a blank face. Tell Enel and them to get rid of the 4 people on board. Hearing this, Bakura and the others were stunned. Makino has a little doubt in his eyes. The 4 people Chris knows who is on the other side. Kaya bit her lip, blinked a pair of pure eyes, and said, Chris's observation haki is very strong, he must have detected it. However, Chris actually asked the squad leaders to deal with it. Is the guy from that boat the enemy? Nami shook her head gently, looking at the boat in the distance with her beautiful eyes, and said, such a small boat will not be a powerful person. Maybe, Chris has his own ideas. Reiju stroked the hair in front of his forehead, and said generously, don't think too much, just do what Chris said. Since he let it be solved, it means that those guys are not good things. Bakura nodded lightly, his red lips slightly parted. It should be like this. I'm going to find Enel and the others. Doubts, Reiju and the others will never question Chris's decision. Along the way, it proves that every decision Chris makes is correct. Having said that, Bakura gracefully walked to the deck, looking for Enel and others, and wanted to inform about this. At the same time, Reiju, Alvida, Karina, Desiya and others also walked out of the training room together. They went in different directions, looking for the squad leaders in different places. At this time, some squad leaders were sitting on the deck, watching the boats approaching in the distance. Burgess held a bottle of wine in his hand and poured it down. I saw him drinking a whole bottle of beer in one breath, holding up the empty bottle, and laughing loudly, way ha 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 ha. Everyone, we meet people again, I hope this time it's the enemy. Just to test my newly developed ability. On the side of poison, Gia smiled. Burgess, I haven't seen you for a few days, secretly developed a new ability. It's amazing. Poisonous tone, with obvious mocking color. But Burgess didn't care. Cavendish stepped forward gently and said excitedly, my young master has also made some progress in the past 2 days. With the help of Brother Pansfree, I found that in armament hockey, I finally got started. The current entry can be regarded as 1,000 miles in a day, ho ho ho. Kuro, who was sitting beside him, pushed his glasses slightly, and said in admiration, as Big Brother Pansfly so powerful. You can also guide me when you have time, I feel like I have encountered a bottleneck. Pansfly was huge, sitting on the deck, and everyone needed to look up. He laughed Isho and said, I just told him that some of my own experience can help him avoid some detours. As for his progress so fast, Cavendish's own talent is good and his comprehension is very strong. Cavendish touched the back of his head embarrassedly when he heard Pansfree's praise. Actually, it's also thanks to the captain. I watched him practice a few days ago, and suddenly I got a feeling, so my understanding of armament has gone to a higher level. Enel suddenly appeared here. He sat cross-legged, with a pair of dead fish eyes, looked at Cavendish nonchalantly, and said, I can feel that you have become stronger. It seems that watching the captain's practice is also of great help to his own practice. He turned to look at Burgess again, frowning gradually. Burgess, haven't you been busy developing your devil fruit abilities during this time? Why can I feel that your armament has made some progress than before? Enel's heart network is extremely strong, and for such nuances, it can be quickly captured. Lafitte played with the cane in his hand, a smile appeared on his fair face, and a very gentleman said something. Looks like, Burgess, that counts, by analogy. If you get the hang of it in one direction, there will be some progress in the other. Man-Demon Jin glanced at Burgess curiously. I'm looking forward to seeing what new moves Burgess has developed. It must be great. Bartolomeo wore a coxcomb and patted Man-Demon Jin's shoulder with a smile. He pouted at Jin and said, Jin, do you still use the trick of identifying people? 2 days ago, I remember that your kid made a big move on the boat. Bellamy also echoed on the side. It's such a big deep hole was blown up in the sea at once. The surface of the sea didn't recover all of a sudden, and it took a long time to fill up. Jin shrugged with a smile, and called out, "Bug's tricks, Eagle Bug's tricks." Invisible pretending is the most deadly. Everyone knows very well how powerful Jin's blow is. This kid, silent all day, concentrates on researching and developing his own devil fruit. Finally got a blockbuster effect. During the time they entered the new world, the Chris pirates met a lot of people. During this period, it has also been shot several times. Squad leaders have all come into contact with the powerhouses of the new world, which are different from the first half of the Great Route. These guys here, in addition to very skilled in the mastery of hockey. One by one, they use their devil fruit abilities to develop many unexpected moves. This is why, one by one, the squad leaders practiced like crazy. Of not dragging everyone down in the future. Now it seems that everyone's practice has achieved remarkable results. At this moment, Baccarat and others finally found them. Baccarat smiled faintly. "So you are here." Lafitte saw Baccarat. He jumped down and pressed his top hat lightly. "Miss Baccarat, is there any order from the captain?" Alvida carried a giant mace, and said generously. Chris said, "Please don't ask more. Just make a move and get rid of the 4 people in the boat in front of you." Hearing this, Lafitte was also stunned by Vivi, and asked, "That's all?" Reiju shrugged his shoulders, and a faint smile appeared on his delicate face. Chris only said this. Having said that, Reiju's group turned and left. Lafitte communicated what Chris meant to the other squad leaders. Everyone felt a little suspicious. Luo Y hugged the ghost crying, sat beside Pansfree, and said with a thoughtful look on his face. "The captain's order today is a bit abnormal. In the past, when I met people, I had to review them first. If I felt it was suitable, I would invite them to board the ship. I've never dealt with it without asking questions like this before." Hawkins also nodded, took out the tarot card from his arms, and started his own calculations. The side, Van Auger looked up and saw the Kinemon 4 in the distance, and said expressionlessly. "Sure enough, there are 4 people. Their costumes are really strange and rare. 3 men and a child. To be honest, these people are really good looking." Weipa took over the telescope, and also saw the Kinemon 4. He turned his head to look at Pansfree. "Brother, you have been in the New World for a long time. Have you met these people?" Pansfree shook his head, and Vivi frowned. "The New World is so big, I can't possibly see everyone. But their attire looks a bit impressive." While Pansfree was thinking, Kuro said with a wise look on his face, "It's someone from Wano Kuni." When everyone heard this, they all looked at Kuro curiously. Kuro pushed his glasses and said lightly, "I once read in a book that Wano Kuni is a mysterious country. It has a closed-door policy, no dealings with the rest of the world, let alone world governments. People in this country are also a little strange, but their strength is still very good." Pansfree was also aware of it at this time, and he had also heard a little about the legend of this Wano Kuni. He continued, "I heard that there are quite a few skilled craftsmen in Wano Kuni, and this sea stone is from there. Moreover, according to rumors, many of the 21 Dalton's Kue knives are from Wano Kuni." The voice fell, the squad leaders all looked surprised. This point of view, this Wano Kuni can be regarded as a rather mysterious country. And the background should be very rich. Caribou looked at the boat that was getting closer and closer, and asked, "Since the country is closed, what happened to these people? How did they get out?" Pajalu Hihi Isho snorted lightly. "It goes without saying that something must have been committed in Wano Kuni and escaped. Look at their poor appearance, they must be hunted down." Smile on his face, Yoroge put his hands together and guessed, "The captain asked us to solve them. Did you not want to cause any trouble? The origin of these people is unknown, and I'm afraid they have committed a lot of things." Poison snorted and retorted, "Fart. Is the captain afraid of things? It's just a Wano-kuni. It's not enough for the captain to be afraid of. Foxy also agreed. Yes, there must be something else hidden in this matter. At this moment, Hawkins' calculation finally came to a conclusion. He still looked like a dead man, with no expression on his face, quietly watching the results in front of him. These people, the probability of taking action against us 10%. The probability of being our enemy 10%. Their mortality rate 100%. This set of data looks really strange. Hawkins' eyes, there was a bit of doubt. This is interesting. It seems that these 4 men pose no threat to us at all. And they shouldn't shoot at us, it's just a chance encounter. It's just that meeting us is actually a dead end for them. This only shows that the captain doesn't seem to be in a good mood right now. Seems that Hawkins can only give such a guess. Maybe it's just the bad luck of these 4 people, who touched Chris' bad luck and caused disaster. With a pipe in his mouth, Aquino took a deep breath and said, maybe it's an old acquaintance of the captain who once offended Captain Chris. Burgess shook his head and said, the captain just entered the new world, where is the old acquaintance? Eno yawned casually, and said, Chris' speed can reach the speed of traversing the space at will. Maybe he's been to Wano-kuni before, who's to say? Lafitte gently Isho looked at the boat in the distance, and said, don't guess, anyway. Just follow the captain's instructions. Since the captain ordered so, he has his own reason, we just do it. Cavendish touched his sword and said lightly, yes, it is useless to talk too much. Do you dare not to listen to the captain's orders? Just looking for these people to practice their hands. Burgess Isho raised his arms high, his fists collided. It seems that I have the opportunity to display my new move, way ha 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 ha. After a while, the 2 ships slowly approached. Squad leaders were not in a hurry, but looked at each other with interest. Anyway, the 4 of them are already in their pockets, and they want to escape under their hands, unless they are some peerless masters. Kinemon saw the Chris from afar and was deeply impressed by the luxury of this ship. Soon as he approached, he shouted loudly, Your Excellency, how are you? We are samurai from Wano-kuni, under the name Kinemon. Besides these are my friends, Lord Kanjuro and Lord Raizo. And my son, Momonosuke. Saying that, Kanjuro and the others stood up and greeted the squad leader and the others. Several of them had happy faces on their faces, and they consciously met a noble. Kinemon said loudly again, Several Excellencies, we have been drifting at sea for many days without food. I am not good at fishing techniques, and I haven't eaten a full meal for several days. See you today, I wonder if your Excellencies can help us and give us some food. Kanjuro also looked pitiful at this time, and said loudly, If your Excellency is willing to help, this is a great kindness. I will definitely keep it in my heart, and I will pay it back 100 times in the future. Lei Zhang also bowed deeply. Yes, please, your Excellencies, be sure to help us. Saying that, Kinemon hugged Momonosuke beside him. I saw Momonosuke's appearance at this time, looking very weak and dying. Everyone, my son's body has reached the limit, please save him. Guys, the above is a picture of Momonosuke. This guy is so damn good, so he specially released his picture. For the sake of killing Momonosuke. 294. Momonosuke sees Reiju and the others, his eyes glow. The girls couldn't bear it, they didn't want Momonosuke to have an accident. At this moment, Momonosuke was lifted up by Kinemon with a pitiful appearance. That there was a child on this boat. Nami and the others immediately. Feeling a little surprise, he quickly surrounded the fence. For a time, at the fence of the Chris, yin like 100 flowers blooming. Nami, Reiju, Alvita and others, they each have their own characteristics and are absolutely gorgeous. Suddenly appearing, so many beautiful women, Momonosuke was stunned for a moment. Immediately, Momonosuke's eyes were filled with shock. His pair of eyes Vivi trembled, and his eyes were constantly watching over the slender figures of the female family members. Momonosuke's mouth, Vivi opened, his eyes gradually blurred, as if he was drunk. It can be clearly seen that Momonosuke is quietly drooling at this time. A silly smile appeared on his face slowly. Van Augur looked carefully and frowned. That kid. It doesn't seem quite right. Van Augur muttered to himself, without saying a word. He always felt that he must have read it wrong. After all, the other party is just a little kid. Children of this age don't know anything about Van Augur's professional habit, so naturally they don't pay much attention. Nami and the others were lying on the fence. When they suddenly saw such a child, the group immediately became excited. At this moment, Momonosuke quickly put away the appearance of his color embryo. Pure smile appeared, and a pair of eyes smiled innocently. Kinemon and the others are quite familiar with Momonosuke, so why don't they know what this guy's idea is? Seeing Momonosuke's appearance, Raizo couldn't help but exclaim, "This kind of camouflage is far superior to my ninjutsu." Under the wind, Kinemon looked at Momonosuke in his arms, and stared straight at the beautiful woman on the boat. He could only smile awkwardly, feeling helpless. Glancing at Nami and the others without a trace, seeing that they didn't find anything, he let out a long sigh of relief. Nami and the others were born with little resistance to children. Seeing again at this time, Momonosuke made such an innocent and pitiful appearance. Girls suddenly overflowed with love, and each one looked at Momonosuke with a kind of loving gaze. Nami bit her lip lightly, her big eyes shimmering. Wow! Such a cute child. Look at his big innocent eyes and small red nose, he's so good. Perona was also excited at this time, spinning in circles in the air, and said with a smile, "It really looks like a cute doll." The chubby little face is still a little red, and I can't help but want to take a bite. Haley ha 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 ha. The sweetheart queen held her delicate face and smiled. Isho, it's really cute. I really want to go over and hug him in person. Karina's eyes, there was a bit of pity. Look at his belly, he's starving. How could this poor little fellow end up in the sea? Bakura's eyes also showed some kindness, but he said regretfully, "It's a pity, Chris ordered the squad leaders to get rid of these 4 people. This poor child can only suffer." Kaya flashed a pair of big innocent eyes, and said with an unbearable expression, "Can we go and beg Chris? Let him take back the order just now, don't kill this child." Makino's eyes rolled, Lu's eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and he sighed, "Yes, this child is still so young. It looks like only 7 or 8 years old. It's the time of naivety, and I don't know anything." Charlie's glamorous eyes, she was also a little moved at this time. On her cold face, Vivi trembled. Could it be Chris? I don't know there is such a child. Let's go to Chris and explain the situation to him, maybe he will let this kid go. Desire also nodded quickly and took Mrs. Charlie's hand. I remember that Chris is not a murderous person. Perhaps, this time it's just his temporary intention. Let's go to intercede with sisters. I think Chris should change his mind. Abis took 2 steps forward and walked to Bakura's side. "Sister Bakura, this child is so pitiful. Can you use your good luck to add some to him? Let's beg Chris again, maybe Captain Chris will really change his mind." When Bakura heard this, Vivi frowned, with a hesitant look on his face. The little giant Lily also jumped up at this time, her face full of anxiety. "Don't hesitate, the squad leaders are about to start. We have to hurry to find Chris, or this little kid really won't survive." And also echoed, "Yes, even if you kill the other 3 people, you can leave only this child. Anyway, he is still young, stay on the boat, we can also raise him slowly." Bakura is the big sister on the boat, and Nami and the others are watching her at this time. The crowd was eager, waiting for Bakura's final decision. At this moment, Reiju, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly left. With her beautiful eyes, She looked at Momonosuke with pity, and then sighed inwardly. Reju's eyes swept across Nami and the others, and said helplessly, I think everyone should not go to Chris. I understand what you're thinking, and from what I know about Chris, he won't change his decision. If it's not good, he will blame everyone. Betty, who was silent for a long time, took a deep breath of his cigarette and said calmly as always, Reju is right, Chris will not change his mind. Everyone can think about it carefully. When has the decision Chris made changed? Moreover, he has never made a mistake in his decisions. Everyone agrees on this point. It is also because of Chris's correct decision time and time again that the Chris pirates can get to where they are today step by step. Reju's beautiful eyes flowed, and he said lightly, Chris has never been a soft-hearted person. I think everyone should be clear about this point. He decided to kill, and he will not let him easily just because this person is pitiful. Do you remember Chris' attitude towards Hancock? Baccarat and others nodded. Empress Boa Hancock, the first beauty among pirates, is absolutely stunning in the world. Everyone could see that Hancock liked Chris, but Chris was always cold to her. No man can resist Hancock's beauty, but Chris did it. This shows that Chris is not affected by foreign objects. Reju mentioned to everyone again about Chris' attitude towards Doflamingo. It should be clear to everyone that Chris has a different philosophy than Doflamingo, who joined the Shichibukai alliance. Completely out of interest. But you and I both know that Chris has already decided to kill Doflamingo. Although he may offend the world government and destroy the Shichibukai alliance because of this, he has no hesitation. So everyone thinks Chris will change his mind just because we pity this kid. Perona quietly landed next to Reju and said softly, Chris has a cold personality and doesn't like nonsense. For his own people, he will care about his heart, and the squad leaders will learn from each other, and never allow killers. However, Chris has never shown mercy to outsiders. Nami and the others, look at me, and I look at you, all shaking their heads lightly. Chris' character and person, how could they not know that Chris has never allowed others to question his decisions? The reason why everyone thinks like this today is because Momonosuke is too pitiful. For a while, can't bear it. Thinking about it now, it's probably not realistic to let Chris let Momonosuke go. Squad leaders also came down at this time. Lafitte looked at Nami and the others who were full of frustration, and laughed softly. Reju and the others have a very reasonable analysis. The captain will not be soft-hearted because of you. Poison as Gia Isho said, you know why no one dares to covet the captain's seat. I am not afraid that the captain will kill us. This is not empty words. If we dare to do that, the captain will kill us mercilessly. Kuro pushed his glasses slightly and said, in the Chris Pirates, the only truth we have to believe in is follow the captain's orders. As long as you follow this rule at all times, you can live forever in the Chris Pirates. Burgess, Hihi Isho, bumped his fists, and said, don't think that during this period of time, we are all happy on the boat. Don't forget, our Chris Pirates are also quite cruel. The strong eat the weak, and there is nothing to talk about. Chris has long stated that everything depends on strength to speak, and strength represents the right to speak. Luo Wai stood aside and glanced at the training room. On this boat, Chris's words are God's will. Even if it is the mainstays like Lafayette and Enel, if there is any disobedience, the captain will not hesitate to take action. Enel floated in the air, sitting with his legs crossed, and said casually, so, I never talk or ask too much. I will do whatever the captain asks me to do, and I believe he is always right. Hawkins said calmly, expressionless, the captain said that we don't have any worldly knowledge on board. Speak with strength, survive with strength, and powerful people are the ones who make the rules. Although it looks a little cold-blooded and ruthless, this is exactly the quality that a jagged pirate should have. Hawkins was always able to tell the truth in one sentence. In the Chris Pirates, it is more like a wild forest. Here, the weak eat the strong and the fittest survive. Without strength, you just need to be quiet and obey the orders of the strong. Cavendish stroked his sword lightly, and said politely, besides, Chris's observation hockey is unfathomable. How could he not know that among the other four, there is a child? Bartolomeo smiled. The captain said they should die, then they should not live. No matter who they are or what they've done before, there's no way to live, quack. As a big fan of Chris, Bartolomeo would never question Chris's decision. Chris ordered them to get rid of Kinemon and his party, so he naturally thought. These four people are definitely guilty. They should be damned. After thinking for a while, Van Augur suddenly realized, that's right. Fang Kai, I noticed that something was wrong with that little child, so I didn't think much about it. Thinking about it now, maybe the captain has already noticed something wrong with him before. Their fate, as it should be, is not something you and I can control. On Yoroge's face, there was always a smile on his face. At this moment, Yoroge folded his hands together, and said silently in his mouth, life and death have a destiny, do ent. Force. May the four of you go well all the way, and enjoy this great time in the next life. Kinemon and the others were very close, and the conversations of the squad leaders were all heard by them one by one. They immediately realized that big things are bad. No wonder the other party has been ignoring them. It turned out that they had already decided to kill them. Lei Zhang paled in shock and said, the catastrophe is imminent, and we need to leave this place as soon as possible, the place of right and wrong. Momonosuke also realized that they might be doomed. He immediately, with a pitiful look on his face, two eyes, immediately wrapped in tears. Beautiful sisters, please, don't kill us. We are not bad people. If we disturb you, we can leave right away. Sisters, please, help me, don't let them do it. Momonosuke screamed loudly in a blink of an eye. His voice was miserable, and his face was pitiful. It was a must. At this moment, he was actually kneeling on the deck, kowtowing to Nami and the others, begging for mercy. Of Nami and the others in exchange for their own chance of survival. Nami and the others saw Momonosuke so pitiful, and when they heard this mournful cry, they felt a sense of sympathy again in their hearts. But on second thought, it was Chris' decision, and they couldn't go against it. Besides, the squad leaders would not listen to their persuasion. At this point, they were really helpless and could only sigh deeply. Cried, Makino and the others didn't dare to think of persuasion again. Just stood there and watched this scene. Charlie shook her head gently and couldn't bear to look directly. Forget it, they are supposed to be like this. We can't buck the trend either. Nami looked at Momonosuke with pity, and her eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. It's a pity that child, you look so cute. You, Ri's still so young, but you're going to suffer like this. Alvida carried a giant mace, with a sad look on his face. Time is also, life is also. The automatic subscription went up by 2 yesterday, so no updates were added. If it increases by 1, the author will add 1 chapter, and if it increases by 5, add 2 chapters. 295. Momonosuke's tragic end, killed by Enel. All the girls gathered around the railing, watching the boat. With a shrill cry, it gradually disappeared. Bakura couldn't help sighing, even though they knew they couldn't escape. But hopefully, they can escape from here. Betty patted Bakura's shoulder lightly, and said calmly, don't be merciful, it should be like this, who can blame it? Reiju stroked the hair in front of his forehead and said lightly, some people may not be as simple as they seem. I always believe that poor people must have something to hate. Since Chris can't hold the 4 of them, it means that they must have secrets that neither you nor I know. Perona nodded lightly, her red lips slightly opened. If this princess is allowed to choose, this princess will support Chris without hesitation. Chris has his reasons, let's not get in the way here. Nami and the others watched the boat go away. Kinemon and Raizo were rowing like crazy. Soon, they and the Chris opened a great distance. However, the squad leaders were not in a hurry. Since he has become the prey of the Chris pirates, it is impossible to escape so casually. Kinemon and the others who were drifting away, turned his cane, and asked a gentleman, "Who of you will take care of them?" Everyone could feel that the boat on the opposite side had no strength except Kinemon. This opponent is a little too easy. Burgess, Hey Isho, waved his hand unexpectedly. If there was such a thing in the past, he was the first to charge forward. Burgess explained helplessly, "They're out of my reach. As you all know, my moon step isn't very good, and I can't finish aerial combat. The moon step technique is indeed somewhat difficult for a sturdy body like Burgess. Burgess is better for positional warfare." Du suddenly sneered and asked maliciously, "Didn't you develop a new move? Bombard him with your laser. The attack distance should be more than this far. The poison is reminded, others will also react." A quarter of an hour ago, Burgess was still clamoring to try his new move. Unexpectedly, Burgess snorted softly and looked at Kinemon and others in the distance. The skills of these few people are not worthy of being used to experiment with Lao Tzu's new moves. The new moves I've researched with great concentration. I have to find someone who is evenly matched with me, way ha ha ha. Squad leaders all burst into laughter, but Burgess would also pick opponents sometimes. Bartolomeo's face was depressed at this time, and now in this situation, he can be regarded as a hero useless. If I knew it earlier, I should have stopped them just now. It's a pity that my barrier fruit is not developed enough, otherwise I will extend the barrier directly and beat him. As a die-hard fan of Chris, Bartolomeo is of course willing to help Chris. However, he is also mainly defensive, and he is really not good at chasing the enemy. Luo Y hugged the demon knife and cried, and looked at Kinemon and the others lightly. "It seems that it's not my turn to take action this time." Van Augur stepped forward, carrying a sniper rifle, aimed directly at the four Kinemon who were leaving, and said a word with no expression on his face. "At this time, I still have to rely on me as a sniper. I really feel sorry for them when I meet a sharpshooter like me. This is fate." Said that, Van Augur did not hesitate, and proceeded directly. Bang! Van Augur fired the first shot. However, this shot did not directly kill any of the four. Kill it directly, naturally there is no fun in sniping. Van Augur's precise shot directly discounted the ore in Rizo's hand. The sudden change made Kinemon completely unresponsive. He was still rowing fast, and due to the imbalance of power, they turned in circles directly on the spot. "No, the oars below are broken, Kinemon, I can only rely on you." Lei Zhang couldn't help but feel a little annoyed and said. Kanjuro looked anxious, and spread his hands helplessly. "Unfortunately, my ability cannot get wet, and I can't provide new oars." Kinemon quickly adjusted his strength, and the speed of the ship's movement quickly slowed down. "It can't go on like this, it's too slow. The enemy will soon catch up." He looked at the boat eagerly, and then his eyes fell on his waist. "Just use my pair of flame swords." Saying that, he handed the only remaining oar to Rizo. Combined the two swords of flames into one and used them as oars. Seeing this scene, Van Augur raised his eyebrows and sneered. "Besides, Saber, I see what else you have that you can replace. Just listen to, bang. Sound." The oar in Rizo's hand was interrupted again. Kinemon was also unable to support himself at the moment, and the boat almost stopped moving. "Hee, since that's the case, why don't you come to help out?" Man-Demon Jin sneered and threw a few bombs at random. Unbiased, it happened that the parting of the boat caused an explosion. The explosion caused violent fluctuations in the water surface, and the boat floated up and down, only hovering around the capsized area. Kinemon's face changed greatly. "It's broken, the next three people are all devil fruit powers. Once you fall into the water, you will surely die. Saving the three of them at the same time is indeed a bit difficult for Rizo." At this moment, Kanjuro, who had been hiding his means, instantly drew a big, lifelike bird. In an instant, the big bird fluttered its wings like a living creature. "Sit up and let's fly away." Kinemon was very surprised when he saw this technique, and asked, "Kanjuro, when did your painting technique improve so much? Your fat bird is still fresh in my memory." Kanjuro couldn't help but scolded. "What time is it? And I am still talking about those things. There are none. Hurrying to escape is the right way." Being scolded by Kanjuro so abnormally, Kinemon sadly mounted the big bird. The big bird flapped its wings and flew slowly into the sky. 4 can be regarded as a temporary escape. When Caribou saw that they were actually flying, he exclaimed, "What is that? How did it suddenly become a big bird?" Wayapa stared at the 4 people flying into the air, and said lightly, "It should be some kind of devil fruit ability. See that red-haired man with a paintbrush around his waist. This big bird should have been drawn by him. Through the power of the devil fruit, it instantly became a real thing." Hawkins' eyes were blank, and he muttered to himself expressionlessly, "Magic pen Ma Liang. This devil fruit ability is really interesting." Kuro pushed his glasses, and said with a disdainful smile on his face, "Do you think you can leave safely in this way? It's too small to underestimate our Chris pirates." Saying that, Kuro slowly stretched out a hand and made a grabbing motion towards the air in the distance. I saw that in the sky in the distance, the clouds suddenly fell apart. The big bird, which was flying smoothly, suddenly swayed. Momonosuke was deeply frightened, and cried and said, "Your Excellency Kanjuro, what's going on? Why doesn't this big bird fly well?" Kanjuro was also very puzzled. He had never encountered such a problem before. Raizo frowned tightly, stared at the surroundings carefully, and said with a shocked face, "The other party seems to be able to grasp the surrounding air pressure. Look, the changes in the airflow around us are very unusual. This big bird, after all, is just a fake. It is naturally unable to fly stably due to the fluctuation of airflow." Kuro had a faint smile on his face. He was not in a hurry to get them down directly, but finally adjusted the air pressure in the air. Do whatever you want. While playing Kinemon 4 Players 4, you can also drop by and test your control over the air pressure. Hehe, I told you to go east, but you can't go west. Poor bastards, listen to my command and come back. The voice fell, everyone saw the big bird, and it turned back unconsciously. Slowly approaching the Chris. Momonosuke's face was full of astonishment, and he wailed loudly, "What is the origin of these guys? Are they gods and how could they manipulate the surrounding airflow?" Kinemon glanced back, his face full of resentment. "Damn it. They're in the palm of their hands. We're almost back on their ship." Kinemon and Raizo were helpless at this time. Kanjuro scolded fiercely, "It's really 2 useless things." Saying that, he picked up the paintbrush again and directly drew an oversized propeller, which was installed behind the big bird. The propellers turned and they immediately gained a huge momentum and flew forward again. Kuro looked at it unexpectedly, this slightly strange combination. What the hell is that? To be able to gain such a powerful impetus in an instant. Bird moved quickly, much to Foxy's dismay. "How dare you fly so fast in front of my face? Stop for Lao Su. Slow light." Foxy snorted softly, his hands immediately emits a purple light. The purple light spreads over a wide range, and instantly irradiates the big bird. The propeller also lost its speed at this time, and it was almost stagnant. And the big bird, flapping its wings up and down, was unusually slow. At this moment, Kanjuro wanted to scold his mother and said something. Mad. These guys are so weird, they can always figure out a way to limit our departure. Kinemon's expression was slightly frustrated, and he sighed, they didn't kill us directly. Instead, treat us as playthings and play carefully. It's just a shameful disgrace. Looking at the helpless 4 people in the air, Lafitte adjusted his black top hat, still so modest and gentle, and said, "Okay, after playing for so long, whoever does it will solve them directly. The squad leaders are just making small troubles and having a good time. No one hit the killer directly. I'll still come." Enel, who had been sitting cross-legged and floating in the air watching a play, suddenly received an order. Indeed, other than Lafitte, Enel is the only one who can achieve long-range attacks. Since the captain hates these 4 people so much, it's better to let this god accept them. A pair of dead fish eyes, Enel slowly came to Momonosuke's 4-person side, as if he didn't wake up. He floated in midair, his wide robe screeching. A few faintly visible thunder lights flickered all over the body. 1,000 volts. Enel threw a thunderbolt at random, covering the 4 of Momonosuke's body. Several people suddenly felt a pain in the whole body, and they kept shaking. Enel exclusive, current massage. Afterwards, the 4 of them were covered in black smoke. Momonosuke looked extremely weak and looked at Enel humbly. Are you Thor?" With a cold smile on the corner of Enel's mouth, matched with his dead fish eyes, he looked extremely terrifying and said something. "That's right, I'm Thor, I'm here to take your life." Enel's voice suddenly grew louder, making Momonosuke tremble with fright. Kanjuro frowned suddenly, turned pale in shock, and said, "His Royal Highness Momonosuke, you can't be. When this bird meets water, it will disappear." It turned out that Enel was only slightly frightened, and actually scared Momonosuke directly. The big bird they were riding gradually shrank after encountering the water, and could no longer bear the weight of 4 people. Seeing that the 4 of them were about to fall, Enel pouted. Directly kicked the 4 of them to the Chris. On the Chris, Bartolomeo propped up a barrier and held up the 4 of them. Enel's kick was not light, and he attacked with thunder. Can be seen through the barrier, and there is a faint residual power of thunder. Thunder arcs flickered one after another. Momonosuke and Kinemon were 4, their breath sluggish. Momonosuke suddenly saw that Enel appeared beside them again. And this time, Enel was holding a huge thunderball in his hand. The thunderball flashed with terrifying light, and the sound was extremely harsh. Momonosuke's eyes widened, and he looked at the thunderball in fear. He had no doubts what the consequences would be if the lightning ball hit him. The squad leaders were all watching with interest at this time, and Momonosuke's reaction. They shrank one by one, their eyes filled with fear. Namilu frowned slightly and sighed. "Alas, it is indeed cruel to deal with a child like this. I really can't bear to watch it anymore." The Queen Sweetheart's face was full of sympathy. "Children, don't blame us, the sisters are powerless." Makino slowly closed his eyes. Vivi shook his head and said, "There is such a catastrophe in my life, after all, there is no escape. No matter what. What kind of secrets do you have in your body? Such an end is indeed a bit pitiful. I can't send you out of this world with my own eyes." Reiju agreed to kill Momonosuke. In her eyes, he was still a child after all. The fate of this child is too tragic. 296. Momonosuke died tragically. Kurozumi Orochi appears. Mythical snake fruit appears. A new world, a sea somewhere. Chris, Momonosuke and his 3 bodyguards huddled in a small corner. Was deep fear in their eyes. Several people flickered all over, with tiny visible arcs of thunder. There was a faint smell of barbecue on the boat. Betty took a sip of a cigarette and said calmly, "Being served by the squad leaders, death should be enough. That little guy is dying. He also enjoyed the treatment of a strong man, it's not a loss." A bit of sadness in Bakura's beautiful eyes, but in the end, he's just a child. It's a pity to be killed like this. The little giant Lily was standing on Bakura's shoulder at this time, sighed softly, and said, "I have seen a lot of this kind of thing. Those poor people we help have a very poor fate. However, sometimes you can't just blame fate, people still have to rely on themselves after all." Corona, eyebrows are lowered, her mouth is shriveled, and her interest is not high at all. No way, this princess really can't stand it anymore. Although we can't save him, it's definitely impossible for this princess to watch him get killed. After speaking, Perona turned around and left the deck, floating straight to the training room. Kaya bit her lip and shook her head helplessly. I can't accept this cruel picture either. Makino stretched out his hand, stroked Kaya's hair generously, and said gently, let's go too, it's useless to stay here. Saying that, Makino took Kaya's hand and walked towards the training room together. As these people left, Nami and the others also turned around and left. They are still women, and their hearts are still too soft. For whatever reason, Chris was determined to execute Momonosuke. They couldn't accept it and watched a child being tortured and killed with their own eyes. A few minutes, the women on the deck all left, leaving only the squad leaders. Beside him, there were also a group of little scoundrels. Unlike women, they are not soft-hearted. Since it's Chris's order, it's fine to carry it out as usual, and you can't have other ideas just because the other party is a child. Enel took the lead in this matter. As long as the other party is identified as the enemy, it is right to kill. At this moment, the deck is gradually noisy. On the boat all started to boo. Lord Enel, kill these guys and let them run again, ha ha ha. Head to head, let's focus on that. The guy who draws, actually dares to ride a bird, what a bum. Wow wow wow, I look at this leader, the two knives in his hands are good. The captains, can you give the knives to the little ones? Thank you so much. A guy who is good at making knives, smiling all over his face. Staring intently at the two knives in Kinemon's hands. Torturing that little brat. This guy is a pervert, he's been staring at Reiju and the others just now, damn it. Yes, that's right. I saw it just now, the way he looked at Sister Bakura and the others. It's smug, it's so fucking damn good. No wonder Captain Chris wants to get rid of them, it's not a good thing at first glance, go to the Malagobi. Kanjuro stared at Momonosuke, his eyes full of resentment, it's all your fault. Have you never seen a woman before, you are always so lustrous. Momonosuke cried out in grievance, I didn't expect that they would pay so much attention to a child. He wanted to use his appearance to get close to Nami and the others, and take advantage of the opportunity. Unexpectedly, instead of taking advantage of the cheap, I received a meal, electrocution. Van Auger carried the spear and sneered, haha, finally exposed. I'll just say this little bastard, there seems to be something wrong. I thought I was thinking too much, I'm just a kid, how can there be so many flowers and intestines? It now seems that I underestimated the despicableness of human nature. Kuro pushed his glasses and looked at Momonosuke with interest. Tisk tisk, no one would have thought of it. A stinky brat turned out to be a little pervert. Speaking of which, with his appearance and age under the cover, dealing with women is simply invincible. Luo walked forward with Guikui in his arms, and glanced at the training room. I admire the captain more and more. He didn't even see this guy with his own eyes, he knew their character, God. Saying that, Luo smiled and looked at Hawkins beside him, and joked, hey, I see your job, and I will give it to the captain. He's still more accurate. Hawkins shrugged his shoulders expressionlessly and said with dead eyes, the captain is the son of destiny, how can I compare to him? But, I'm more accurate than you guys. Poison Burgess also approached, and looked at Momonosuke and the others with malicious intent. Hey, since you're a little pervert, then I have to teach you a lesson. Saying that, everyone saw Poison's body slowly exuding a green mist. Directly wrap the four of Momonosuke for the group inside. Momonosuke and the others, immediately. Feeling dizzy and nauseous. At the same time, they gradually realized that their lower body had lost consciousness. Seems to have disappeared suddenly. Momonosuke was shocked and hurriedly howled. Where did my leg go? Why down? Can't feel its existence. Kinemon's face was pale and his lips were trembling. What the hell did you do? Why are you paralyzed? I can't feel it at all, and I can control it. Poison Jia Isho. Fear, it's just a chronic poison, it won't kill you. I said, I want to teach you some lessons. How could it be possible for you to die so easily? The squad leaders all cast a sympathetic look at Momonosuke for. When encountering this sinister guy like poison, some of them feel better. The poison on this guy is all kinds of strange, and it doesn't have a taste. Next, the poison complete Momonosuke 4 people 4, as their own test. All kinds of poisonous gas are applied to the body, focus on taking care, Momonosuke. While, Momonosuke's body swelled into a ball. The skin on the whole body was faintly black and purple, and there was a faint odor. At the same time, his 2 eyeballs were abnormally protruding outwards, which looked particularly scary. Cavendish saw this scene, he couldn't help frowning. I'll go, poison you crazy. You're so disgusting. Caribou also took a step back unconsciously, for fear of being contaminated with toxins. Good guy, how much poison did you use? These few people are really able to stand up, they are not dead, they are quite good. A smug smile appeared on the poison's face. I have already controlled the dosage, and I dare not say anything else. With poison, I have never taken anyone else. Please, don't torture me. I know I'm wrong. At this moment, Momonosuke begged for mercy with difficulty. His voice was very low, but the squad leaders could hear it very clearly. Heroes and heroes, I'm just a child, you don't have to kill me. I know that lust is my fault, I promise, I will change it. I just beg you, let me go, I feel so uncomfortable down here. The body doesn't feel at all, and it hurts. As she spoke, Momonosuke's swollen eyes shed tears of remorse. At this time, his attitude was extremely humble, his tone was also very sincere. He continued to beg for mercy, and said something. Just do it, please forgive us. I assure you that if you can spare the next 4 people, I will repay you well in the future. I can give you gold and silver treasures, and I can give you the women of Wano-kuni. I can give you whatever you want. At Momonosuke with contempt, and said coldly, sure enough, he is a natural bastard. How can a 7 or 8-year-old child be able to say such words? Bellamy's face was fierce, and he said viciously, you bastard, this is called death. I had some sympathy for him at first, but now it seems that the captain's decision is too right. This kind of child who is not human should be killed. Momonosuke never imagined that his sincere begging for mercy would be exchanged by the squad leaders in even greater hatred. He hurriedly used his remaining strength and defended, no, you misunderstood. It's not what you think, it's a good guy. If you don't like gold and silver treasures and women, I can give you something else in return. Although you say it, you must do it next time. Lei Zhang sighed softly, his eyes full of disappointment, and said, young master, so you are such a person. If I knew, I would rather kill myself than come to assist you. Kanjuro suddenly sneered, his face grim, it's all this guy who harmed us. If it weren't for him, I should be eating and drinking spicy food and enjoying the riches in the world right now. He suddenly turned his head and spit out viciously, bah, now I can only accompany this idiot and die together. Momonosuke looked at these 2 people unexpectedly, and said in surprise, I am your young master. How could you do this to me? Shouldn't I beg for mercy? Isn't survival the most important thing? Kinemon raised his hand with difficulty and put it on Momonosuke. There are things more important than living in this world. It's a pity, Mr. Momonosuke, you didn't. Juncture of life and death, all 3 of Kinemon expressed deep disappointment to Momonosuke. Momonosuke at this time can really be regarded as a betrayal of relatives and relatives. Momonosuke suddenly sat up and shouted at the squad leaders, please, let me go. These 3 guys don't care anymore, I just want to live. I am the young master of Wano-kuni, I can give Wano-kuni to you. Lafitte Vivi frowned, lowered his hat. Vivi Isho said politely, no need. If we want Wano-kuni, we can beat it ourselves, we don't need you. Enel digs his ears and glances at Momonosuke nonchalantly. He sneered, like a clown. I'll send you on your way. At this point, Enel didn't intend to procrastinate either, he was completely fed up with Momonosuke. Spoke, a huge thunderball condensed in his hand again. The thunderball flickered with terrifying electric lights and made a sizzling sound. Go to hell, damn you. Enel directly threw this giant thunderball on Momonosuke. The moment the thunderball hit him, Momonosuke trembled quickly. It seems that in the whole human body, all the bones are completely broken and shattered. The whole body has become burnt black, and one face has been completely unclear. The lightning attack of extremely high volts directly dried his blood, and the whole person completely became a Kurozumi. Because too much toxin was injected before, his corpse exuded a green mist at this time. This is Momonosuke's corpse, emitting a stench. Lafitte immediately. Spread the wings behind you, flap it quickly, and blow these stinks away from the Chris. Enel glanced disdainfully at the Kurozumi-like corpse on the ground. Body off the deck and let him perish in the sea. Kinemon 3, watching Momonosuke die tragically. Naturally, they were not spared, they were all shot through the heart by Enel. They were also thrown off the boat to feed the fish. After the 4 of Momonosuke were completely eliminated, the squad leaders left the deck one after another and resumed their own training. The little guys on the boat also rushed over to clean up some traces left on the boat. Meanwhile, the distant Wano-kuni. The city of flowers, Kurozumi Orochi's mansion. Magnificent, with exquisite architecture and gorgeous carvings. Or all kinds of rare plants and colorful flowers in the garden. At this time, in this mansion, Yingei Yanwu, and the sound of musical instruments resounded throughout the capital. Above the hall, the ministers of Wano-kuni embrace the singer one by one. Banquet, food and wine are available. Singers are gorgeously dressed and wear special kimonos. The banquet had been going on for a long time at this time. Many ministers were already holding the singer and fell to the ground drunk. People who are energetic, still sing and dance, and have a lot of fun. Of instrumental music is still playing. In the center of the hall, behind a large wooden table, a tall man was holding a beautiful woman. And beside him, surrounded by these 4 or 5 beautiful singers. From time to time, he tasted the fine wine handed over by this beautiful woman. Occasionally taste the grapes that the singer put into his mouth. He was a tall man with a big head and a big mouth. On the bald head, there is a crown, revealing a few strands of purple hair. This person is the ruler of Wano-kuni, Kurozumi Orochi. Kurozumi Orochi was addicted to the wine, and his face was flushed. Holding a few singers, enjoying the singing and dancing of everyone below. Everyone is flattering Kurozumi Orochi, and they are kind. No one noticed, at this time, a man in a black kimono quietly walked to Kurozumi Orochi's side. Guys, above is a picture of Kurozumi Orochi. This guy will definitely die in the future. The plot of Wano-kuni will be written later, so I will mention it here first. 297. Kurozumi Orochi is furious. Mamasagi's call, Ain, the fruit of regression, is ready to join the team. Wano-kuni, inside the Kurozumi Orochi mansion. Kurozumi Orochi, who was still drinking and having fun, glanced at the man in black who suddenly approached. Kurozumi Orochi's eyes were blurred, and he asked casually, "Is something wrong?" "Nothing important, don't bother us drinking." This man in black is Kurozumi Orochi's confidant. He was the only one who dared to appear in front of Kurozumi Orochi during the banquet. The man in black leaned over to Kurozumi Orochi and said mysteriously, "General Orochi, that person's vivre card." Suddenly, completely burnt out. Kurozumi Orochi's eyes suddenly widened in anger. His eyes were full of wonder. "What did you say? The vivre cards were all burned out?" That means. The man in black took a step back respectfully, and Vivi nodded. Yes, the owner of this vivre card should have been broken. Clap. As soon as the man in black finished speaking, he heard a crisp sound from above the hall. A crystal-clear glass cup was already broken to the ground at this time. Then, above the hall, there was a crackling sound. Kurozumi Orochi was furious and pushed everything on the table in front of him. Bastard! Who the hell did it? Bamboos, the voice of the singers playing, and the voices of the ministers seeking joy and having fun, all of a sudden disappeared. The whole banquet, everyone looked at Kurozumi Orochi blankly, not daring to make any sound. Everyone looked at Kurozumi Orochi and the man in black beside him in confusion. No one knows what exactly happened. Get out of here, General. All out. Kurozumi Orochi roared furiously at this time, and everyone at the banquet, immediately shocked. They raised their robes one after another and ran out regardless of their status and manners. Fear of taking a slow step, you will become a dead soul under the knife. Everyone knows that Kurozumi Orochi is moody and tyrannical. Killing people at will has become the norm for him. In the entire banquet hall, only Kurozumi Orochi and the man in black were left. All the ministers, singers, all fled this place of right and wrong. The black-clothed man bowed and stood on the spot, with fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Even he was very uneasy at this time. Roar! In the hall, there was a sudden roar of roaring voices. Vivi, the man in black, looked up and saw it in surprise. At this time, Kurozumi Orochi has transformed into the form of Yagi Orochi because of his anger. This is Kurozumi Orochi's Devil Fruit ability, Zone Mythical. 8 black and green snake heads swayed constantly in the hall. It looks very cautious. Outside the hall, Kurozumi Orochi's ninja unit saw this scene through the shadow. The leader said in surprise, "It turned into the form of Yaki Orochi, it seems that the general is very angry." Another person echoed, "I don't know what the Lord heard, it's been a long time since he was so angry." Inside the hall, Kurozumi Orochi was still in a state of rage. The man in black didn't know who the owner of the vivre card was. His death was able to make Kurozumi Orochi so angry. Mad. The most important piece of my chess piece was actually killed by someone. How can he die before he really shines? Others do not know, Kurozumi Orochi himself knows best. The owner of that vivre card is no one else. It is Akane, one of the 9 members of the 9 people, Kanjuro. Since more than 10 years ago, Kanjuro has become Kurozumi Orochi's confidant. Has been lurking in the Kazuki family, and completed the plan for Kanjuro to seize power. After the death of Kazuki Royal Palace, Mrs. Shi used her abilities to help Akane, 9 people and 9 people to go to the future. And left a prophecy, 20 years later, the Red Sheath, 9 people and 9 people will kill Kurozumi Orochi. Let the Kazuki family regain control of Wano-kuni. With a few years to go, that date will come. The critical moment when Kanjuro is needed to provide him with information. Who would have thought that Kanjuro died suddenly and tragically at this time? Damn, Cant. Forgive me. What a bastard, someone who dares to kill Lao Su. Could it be that the Kinemon guys found out that he is really hateful? The person who dares to kill my confidant, I want you all to pay for your life. Above the hall, Kurozumi Orochi kept roaring, cursing the person who killed Kanjuro. This is his most important piece, and his death is a huge loss for Kurozumi Orochi. The man in black didn't dare to make a sound, he could only stand there quietly, bearing Kurozumi Orochi's anger. The ninja troops outside are also not easy to enter and disturb. Can only wait quietly, Kurozumi Orochi calmed down. 11 p.m. on the Chris. At this point in time, Chris was still in the training room, practicing non-stop. And Nami and others had already left and went to rest. As immune to fatigue as Chris. Bumble, bumble, bumble. At this moment, the phone worm suddenly rang. Chris glanced at the phone bug. At this time, it will ring, and only this phone bug will be heard. The phone bug rang, and Chris immediately understand, there should be some situation on Mamasagi's side. He instantly came to the air outside and answered the phone bug. Chris, long time no see. Mamasagi was the first to say hello to Chris. Well, long time no see, what's going on with you? Chris replied lightly. He didn't like being polite, and went straight to the subject. Mamasagi did the same, and said directly, I haven't spoken for a long time. During this time, there are indeed many things on my side that I want to tell you. Chris didn't say much, and quietly listened to Mamasagi's report. During this time, several newcomers have joined our camp. It's Iska Ensign and the giantess Vice Admiral, Celia. Hearing these two names, Chris raised his eyebrows without a trace, and said, it seems that you haven't been idle for a while. Marine Vice Admiral is the mainstay of Marine, and their participation is very important to us. Mamasagi nodded and said, Celia Vice Admiral learned about Elbaf's relationship with the Chris pirates. It was quick to decide to join us and she is a very reliable ally. Mamasagi paused and continued. Now, I'm doing my best to win over Zephyr's subordinate, Ain. Hearing this, Chris felt a little surprised in his heart. He didn't expect that Mamasagi's courage had already begun to attract Ain's attention. If this thing goes wrong, Zephyr will be involved. Mamasagi was afraid that Chris didn't know about Zephyr's situation, so he gave a general introduction and said something. Black Arm Zephyr, the former admiral of the Marine headquarters, like Garp, is a Marine legend. He is from the same era as Garp, Sengoku, and Staff Crane. This person has fought countless pirates in his life, and he has armament hockey with one hand, and he is superb. That's why it's called the Black Arm Zephyr. He is also an important instructor within Marine, and he has taught many excellent Marines. The three Marine Admiral today, Kuzan, Akainu, Borsellino, have all been his students. It can be said that Black Arm Zephyr is also full of peach and plum. The prestige among the Marines is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Mamasagi thought for a while and continued, his strength is also unfathomable. He has fought with Roger, Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard and many other big pirates. Although these people have not been defeated, they have not been defeated either. Being able to tie these people, he was also a very powerful guy when he was young. Although Black Arm Zephyr is in his 70s now, his fighting power is still there. The so-called sword is not old, and there are very few people who can defeat him now. In Chris' memory, this guy later fought against Kuzan, Kazaru and others. Admiral, currently in Marine headquarters, is stunned to take Black Arm Zephyr, which shows his terrifying strength. And his subordinate, Ain, is naturally not an ordinary person. Rare female swordsman in the world of pirates, and she has the strength of a swordsman. This level of strength is already amazing enough. At the same time, Ain is also the power of the fruit of regression. Anyone touched by Ain's power will return to the state they were 12 years ago. Other words, if Chris is touched by Ain, he will return to his 7-year-old state. If it is touched by Ain many times, it is likely to disappear immediately. It is also a very perverted devil fruit ability. Moreover, this ability can not only affect people, but also all kinds of things other than living things. So, this is a rather annoying devil fruit ability. Ain has navy blue curly hair and big, piercing eyes. Is the most beautiful woman in Marine and one of Zephyr's most trusted students. Ain is quite loyal to the Black Arm Zephyr, willing to sacrifice his life for it. So, instead of saying that Mamasagi is wooing Ain, it is better to say that he is wooing the Black Arm Zephyr. And the power of Black Arm Zephyr. I have to say that Mamasagi's move is a bit bold. Of course, high risk also means high reward. If they can successfully win over Ain, the forces in their camp will usher in a qualitative leap. With Zephyr, connections and prestige in marine, naturally more will join. Chris said lightly, be careful when you win over Ain. The attitude of her teacher Zephyr is particularly important. If anything happens, immediately tell me. I'll rush over immediately to get rid of her for you, so I can't expose it in advance. Chris is very clear-headed, and Ain and Zephyr are likely to reveal Momosegi's secrets. Now is definitely not the best time. Contrary, it will bring a lot of danger to Momosegi. So, if they can't win Ain, then Ain must become a dead person for them. Momosegi nodded lightly, with a bit of sharpness in his eyes. I understand, I will observe their attitude. Don't worry, I have always acted cautiously, and this time I heard some rumors. It is said that Zephyr and the others are very critical of the world government, so I dared to do it. Chris is very relieved about Momosegi. She can achieve the position of Vice Admiral, not just by her strength. The necessary tactics and means are also very important. Chris looked at the starry sky and said, the Shichibukai alliance is now more than half successful. Everyone has joined except Hawkeye Mahawk and Tyrant Bear. Recently, news came from Hancock and Gecko Moria. They are all gearing up and have already started planning for the future. As for Jinbei, he is sitting on the great resource of Fishman Island, which is a ready-made boost for us. Momosegi suddenly asked, Doflamingo, can you control him? In Momosegi's impression, Doflamingo is rebellious and has always been arrogant and domineering. Acting is elusive and is a variable. Chris sneered, don't worry, he knows the least. He only knows that I set up the Shichibukai alliance to share resources, and he doesn't know anything else. I still have reservations about him. I still need to use his resources for the time being. When the time is right, I will solve him directly. After all, he's a Tenryubido too. Chris once said that Doflamingo must be killed within 2 years, and that's not just talk. This rat shit can't stay for long. After draining all his use value, he is useless to Chris. Chris continued, recently, some squad leaders have been added to the ship. Their strength is okay, and they are available people. In addition, these guys have been cultivating silently during this period of time. I can feel that their strength has not improved by a single star. These guys are talented enough, and with a little effort, they can make great progress. To the squad leader, Momosegi naturally understands. She hurriedly told Chris, I also know a lot about the situation of the squad leader. The whole day today, Marine Headquarters is studying you and your pirate group. The strength of the squad leaders is quite good, and the Marine Headquarters attaches great importance to it. Have a detailed understanding of each of their abilities and strengths. You should be careful about this. The so-called know yourself and the enemy, and you will win 100 battles. It's not a good thing for the squad leaders to be studied by the Marine Headquarters. However, Chris didn't care about it. He said casually, it's okay, let them study. All they have is some outdated information. You know, these guys are improving every day. Furthermore, even if the real powerhouse has been thoroughly researched by the opponent has nothing to do. Since following me, this is a step they have to take. Chris only believes in hard power. If he can easily be defeated by Marine, it can only mean that his practice is not in place, and he said something. By the way, I have some new news here. I think you must be very interested. Once this news is made public, it should cause a commotion in the entire sea. Gentlemen, above is a picture of Ain. 298. Princess Shirahoshi is the Sea King. Rocks Crew Akoku, Fighting Technique Master Isaac. Chris pretends to be mysterious, which really piques Momosegi's interest. What kind of secret can shock the entire ocean? Momosegi thought for a while, but he really can't think of it. What kind of secret is there to shock the world today? Headquarters, feel it clearly. I remember, you didn't go to any special place either. Chris whispered Isho and said slowly, I found the Sea King, Poseidon. Momosegi immediately froze in place, her beautiful eyes vivi trembling. The three ancient weapons in the world, the King of Heaven, the King of the Sea, and the King of Pluto. Of these three weapons is enough to shake the world. Over the years, how many people have paid the price of their lives for these three ancient weapons? The world government has been secretly looking for them all these years. Unexpectedly, Chris can find one so easily. She thought about it quickly, and suddenly realized, since it is Sea King, that is to say, you found it on Fishman Island. The most likely place to contact the Chris Pirates itinerary is Fishman Island. Chris was noncommittal and said indifferently, yes, the Sea King Poseidon is on Fishman Island. The reason why Neptune has not been found for so many years is people's understanding is wrong. Everyone thinks that since it is a weapon, it must be some kind of tool. But I never thought that an ancient weapon might also be a special person. Momoshiki is also quite novel about this. She never thought that ancient weapons might be people. But listen to what Chris means. This Sea King Poseidon is someone in Fishman Island. Momoshiki's beautiful eyes flowed, and then she smiled Isho, and said, I probably know who this person is. If I guess right, Poseidon, the Sea King, is of Fishman Island, Princess Shirahoshi. She paused, then continued, this Princess Shirahoshi, although she has never appeared on land, there are many legends about her. With the title of the most beautiful woman in the world, it is impossible to be a mediocre person. Chris and Momoshiki, who were smiling on the phone at the same time, had a tacit understanding of each other that no longer needs to be said. Shirahoshi has joined my camp, and when I gain a firm foothold in the new world, I will take her by my side. Follow me, I can train her at any time and fully grasp this powerful force. Momoshiki was overjoyed and said briskly, that's great. We have mastered Poseidon, the King of the Sea, and our strength is 1 point stronger. In this way, we can be almost invincible on the sea. As a Marine Vice Admiral, she naturally understands the horror of the Sea King Poseidon. Summon giant Sea Kings to control the sea. It can be said that if Neptune Poseidon stands on the opposite side of Marine, then Marine will be a losing situation. Unless Marine abandons his specialties and chooses to fight on land. Momoshiki couldn't help but exclaimed, it seems that you have gained a lot during this time. Compared to you, the few people I attracted are really nothing. Yeah, I don't have a baccarat by my side, know that. Good luck. There was a bit of ridicule in her tone, but also full of envy. If baccarat could be by her side, perhaps attracting Marine executives, it would be more effective. Chris looked calm and said indifferently, of course I have more than this. The Alabasta branch has recruited a lot of strong people, and they are already rushing to our side. Among them is a newcomer who has made a name for himself, Hyaming EPUB. This guy has good strength. I think he can be a squad leader. Momoshiki has also heard the name EPUB and is a strange long-handed tribe. Although there is no specific record, the bounty is not low. He certainly has the power to be a squad leader. Chris continued, also, I get a piece of history on both Sky Island and Fishman Island. Now that Robin is translating, I think we can learn a lot of secrets. Momoshiki nodded slightly. Chris had too many adventures, and he encountered almost all good things. Momoshiki's face became solemn after the two sides exchanged information. She has more important things to tell Chris on the phone today. I told you before that the Marine headquarters has been researching all day today, the entire Chris pirates. At this meeting, the important generals in Marine and their direct descendants were all present, including the Marine headquarters marshal and admiral. After Chris listened, he understood this. Of this meeting is also quite high. The loss-making Marine headquarters is so flattering. Since this is the case, presumably our basic situation has been understood clearly. Momoshiki Vivi sighed and said, it's more than clear, it's like the back of the hand. The important members of the Chris Pirates have all been investigated thoroughly, including the events before they went to sea, all listed one by one. Even, they have already found out about the Avatar fruit. This avatar fruit was obtained by them on Fishman Island, and it was something that happened not long ago. Caribou has never used the power of the clone fruit in battle. But even so, the intelligence services of the world government, according to the investigation. Chris muttered to himself, the government's intelligence work is indeed top-notch. I think, when I have my own country, I also need such a team. What Chris wants to do matters a lot. Intelligence work is equally important to him. Even if it can't be done like the world government, at least it should be able to counteract them. Your own information, you cannot let the world government all snoop. Momoshiki continued, today, we watched together, you and the Hades, Rayleigh, fighting. Your duplicate fruit has been discovered by them. Chris said casually, it's okay, it's a matter of time sooner or later, and the devil fruit doesn't need to be hidden. Chris doesn't care about this. It's too late to be discovered. Moreover, Chris is not afraid at all, even if Marine understands his abilities, they still have no way to deal with it. Of his two fruits is almost no other fruit can restrain. The weakness of copying the fruit, for Chris, is useless. Too many devil fruit abilities. Also, Princess Reiju and Vivi, they can't hide the fact that they joined the Chris pirates. I think that the world government may find opportunities to suppress the Vinsmoke family and the Alabasta Kingdom. You still have to remind them of this, and be careful when you act in the future. Sengoku and other high-level executives did not say anything at the meeting, there will definitely be some small moves afterward. They couldn't let it go, and Chris allied with them and kept going big. So these small movements have to be guarded against. This reminds Chris that he thinks it is very necessary to be on the lookout for the world government. As for Elbaf and Fishman Island, naturally they cannot escape the fate of being discovered. Chris isn't worried about either of those places, though. Elbaf's fighting power, the world government will never dare to act rashly. As for Fishman Island, on the one hand they are in the deep sea, and on the other hand Jinbei is there. The same is not true of the world government. The ones they dare to bully are the Vinsmoke family and the Alabasta Kingdom. The former used military force and offended many countries. The latter has just risen and its strength is still weak. Immediately afterwards, Momoshiki mentioned something about the kingdom of Puduola. That's what this call is about, the most important thing. According to Branu's intelligence, there are many reclusive masters in the Pudora kingdom, and they need to be extra careful. Besides, there are two people who need special attention. One is Akoku, a former member of the Rocks Pirates, and the other is Isaac, the fighting maniac. These two guys, it is said that they are strong, they are likely to have the strength of Marine Admiral, so be very careful. Chris suddenly sneered, hee, that's true. The world government has really put a lot of effort into weakening our strength. Find these for us, hard bones. This is also what Chris had long anticipated, and the world government had originally planned to do this. It's just that he didn't expect that a small kingdom of Pudora actually has two top experts at the same time. However, we are not vegetarians. Since it is delivered to your door, don't give it up for nothing. The world government has a good plan, but it's hard to say who will kill the deer. Chris snorted and asked, this time, who did the Marine headquarters send over? This time, Borsellino is leading the team, and the other two are Vice Admiral Doberman and Momonga. The rest are some of their confidants, just bring them to see the world. Momoshiki shrugged, none of them threatening. As for Borsellino, it has always been in the state of paddling, and there is no problem in thinking about it. Chris Vivi nodded and said, I even sent an admiral. I don't think it's to deal with Akoku and Isaac, it was specially sent to contain me, the old fox Sengoku. Momoshiki is also Vivi Isho, these are things that can't be helped. Marine headquarters had to deal with the Chris pirates, and there was no reason to help Chris. Help is fake, trouble is real. But hearing the names of these people completely relaxed Chris. A paddling admiral, Plus 2 wine bags and rice bags. Here, they can't make any waves. This Puduola kingdom, he is bound to win. Chris pondered for a moment and asked, what's the situation about Akainu? He wants to hunt Akainu, it's not a day or two. It's just this guy, who has been huddled in Marineford, never stepped out. I haven't been able to find any suitable opportunities. Momoshiki also shook his head and replied helplessly, it's still the same. This attack on Kudora Kingdom was supposed to be an opportunity, but Sengoku and the others designated Borsellino. If you want to catch a single Akainu, you still need to continue to wait for the opportunity. This kind of thing can't be rushed. There's a lot going on here at Marine, even if he's Marine Admiral, there's always time to go out on a mission. Sharp eyes, Chris nodded lightly and said, then let him live for a while longer. Contact me whenever you have a chance. Momoshiki also nodded solemnly and said yes. Momoshiki's heart is very clear, this matter is very risky. If you are too hasty, the hard work before the two of them may all come to nothing overnight. Don't even think about staying in this marine any longer. Become a Marine Admiral, you have to do it slowly. Today, she has long been a candidate for Marine Admiral. Plus there are many people who support her behind her back, it will be a matter of time before she becomes Marine Admiral. But to get that big thing done with Chris, they didn't have that much time to wait. But suddenly killing Akainu's superior will inevitably cause suspicion from others. So, she had to find the right moment. Then come up with a plan that is reasonable and seamless. Akainu's death is packaged as an accident within an accident, so that others can't doubt himself. There was a slight disappointment on Chris's face. He's been waiting too long for this opportunity. Helping Momoshiki become Marine Admiral is a particularly important step in Chris's plan. Now, Chris has entered a new world. And it's only a matter of time before taking the kingdom of Kudora and establishing your own country. Seeing that the Shichibukai alliance is about to be officially completed, it's just 2 people away. Once Hakai Mahawk and Tyrant Bear agreed to join, his first move was a success. Now, in the Momoshiki camp, there are already quite a few capable officers. If she can successfully win over Ain and Zephyr, her power will be beginning to take shape. For her position to move forward. If this matter is dragged on, it will delay the normal process. Many things in the back still need Momoshiki's strength. Momoshiki looked around and said cautiously, let's do it for the time being today, if anything happens, I will contact you as soon as possible. Okay, be careful with everything, you don't have to worry about me, just do your thing. Chris's tone was flat, but there was also a hint of concern. Momoshiki is now in the Marine headquarters, and the ghost knows if she has been targeted. The call is still as brief as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble. After putting down the phone bug, Chris returned to the training room. Everything is going well so far. Nothing happened beyond his expectations. The only thing to consider is the strength of the squad leaders. At this point, he needs to find a chance to beat them. After Chris rejected the fatigue in his body, he was still full of energy. 299. Jewelry, Bonnie, finally joins the team. Hancock meets Chris, never to be apart again. 2 days later. The Chris was calm and continued to move toward the kingdom of Kudora. 2 days, they have met some pirates, but they are all small and not worth mentioning. At this time, Chris remained unchanged for 10,000 years, staying alone in the training room, practicing with peace of mind. Nami and the others sat on the sofa and chatted. 2 days have passed, and they still have some regrets for Momonosuke. Makino looked at the blue sky and said leisurely, they've been dreaming about that little guy these 2 days. He's still asking me why I didn't save him. I really don't know how to answer. Nami also sighed softly and said, me too, I always feel that I can't get over this hurdle in my heart. I feel I owe him. Reiju smiled Isho, reached out and patted the shoulders of the two, and said, you are all thinking too much. When we meet by chance, we don't owe each other. Life and death have fate, how can I blame you? Besides, it wasn't the two of you who killed them. Betty also looked indifferent, took a puff of cigarette and said, the sea is so cruel. On this sea, I don't know how many people die every day. Danger and opportunity are the pronouns of this sea, even if we let them go that day. Who can guarantee that they will not encounter other pirates, or some sudden storm? You also saw that day that with their hardware and strength, they do not have the ability to deal with these risks. Alvida waved the wooden sword, nodded, a faint smile appeared on her delicate face, and said something. Betty is right, you should stop thinking about those things, the past is like a cloud, just forget it. We are the Chris Pirates, our goal is in the future. After several people's repeated comfort, Nami and others were relieved. Indeed, there is no need to feel guilty for some irrelevant people. They are also squad leaders, and they don't gossip much. If they tell Nami and the others the true face of Momonosuke, they will no longer have these troubles. For a little satyr, and a little satyr with a very bad character. It's really not a crime. Perona was lying on the bench in boredom at this time, biting a straw in her mouth, looking bored, and said, it's been 2 days and I haven't met an interesting guy. Why is the new world so boring? The first half of the Great Route isn't interesting yet. That guy EPUB is also walking so slowly, when will he be able to get on the boat? Baccarat glanced at Perona and smiled softly, perhaps people have expected to be tortured by you. That's why you walk so slowly on purpose, maybe it's possible. Perona snorted and pouted unhappily. Such a boring life is too embarrassing for her. Mrs. Chiarli looked into the distance with her glamorous eyes, and sighed, indeed, all the little pirates I met in the past 2 days. Not even a decent strong man. Nodded, and what they were looking forward to most was the battle between the squad leaders and the strong. How interesting. Just as they were sighing, the sound of a phone bug came from the ship. Bumble, bumble, bumble. Baccarat glanced at the time, knowing Isho. This time, it should be Hancock. She got up immediately and took the phone bug to Chris's side. And handed Chris a towel to wipe the sweat off his body. After Chris answered the phone, he soon heard a very happy voice from the other end of the phone. Chris, I didn't expect you to answer the phone in person, the concubine is very happy. Chris had a cold expression and said lightly, Hancock, you've been making a lot of noise recently. It seems that your strength has improved rapidly and entering the new world is a correct choice for you. Hancock got Chris' compliment, he immediately excited. Faint blush appeared on his delicate and flawless face. Seeing this scene, Sandersonia smiled helplessly. Master Chris's charm is so strange. As long as my elder sister meets him, she will become like this. Hancock said cheerfully, I can achieve today's achievements thanks to your encouragement, Chris. If it wasn't for you, how could I open my eyes to see the world? Otherwise, the concubine is still there. Nine Snake Island is paralyzing itself. Hancock is very grateful to Chris. This trip to the new world has completely opened her eyes. This world is changing with each passing day and changing very fast. If you stand still, you will soon be eliminated. Chris, I have good news for you, I just recruited a potential newcomer. It was a while ago that there was a big commotion in the first half of the Great Route, Jewelry Bonnie. Chris responded lightly. This Jewelry Bonnie is naturally not, and the identity of this person is mysterious. There may be some connection with the Tyrant Bear. Pulling her into the faction may be of great use for the bear to join the Shichibukai alliance. And Bonnie's own strength is also very strong. The fruit ability that can change age is similar to that of Ain, and it also causes her opponents a headache. Marigold said on the side, Master Chris, now, our power is not small. Finally it's no longer the one holding back. Sandersonia also echoed, yes, under the leadership of my sister, we already have some territories of our own. I believe it can bring you some good resources. Jewelry Bonnie is also familiar, and said with a smile, Captain Chris, hello, I'm Bonnie. They've been listening to Sister Hancock and the others mentioning you, and I admire you a lot. I'm looking forward to meeting you. Whitey Bay teased Bonnie, then you have to restrain yourself. It's just you. Eat, I'm afraid you will scare Captain Chris again. Karana also nodded and looked at Bonnie sympathetically. Master Chris, you don't like guys who are too noisy. I suggest you learn in advance how to be a lady. Kikyo and Margaret also laughed out loud. Can be seen that Bonnie's character is very pleasant among them. Soon as I joined, I was completely integrated into this big family. Hancock smiled like a flower, and smiled sweetly. Chris, it seems that everyone misses you a lot. Now I have a firm foothold in the new world, and I have a lot of resources and territory, just waiting for you. Where are you now? Chris is indifferent to Isho. We've entered a new world. Hearing this, Hancock screamed, his voice full of joy, and said something. You've come to the new world, then we can meet Chris. We finally don't have to rely on the phone bug anymore. The concubine is finally waiting for you, Chris. At this moment, Hancock only felt full of happiness, which came suddenly. Who has been thinking about it day and night has finally come to the new world. Margaret carried a bow and arrow on her back, and smiled heroically. Captain Chris and the others, have they really entered the new world? It's great, our big troops can finally meet. Kikyo heard the words, and a pair of beautiful eyes instantly turned into two small crescents. Master Snakeji is looking forward to the stars and the moon. Finally, Captain Chris is here. In that case, our next goal must be to find Captain Chris and the others. Hancock held his cheek with his hand, and his beautiful eyes trembled. Chris, where are you now? My concubine can't take it anymore. I want to find you. Quickly tell your concubine where you are now. Chris looked up outside and said casually, at present, we have just left Red Rock Island not long ago. The next place we're going is the kingdom of Kudola. If you want to see me, let's meet at Kudora. Hancock responded quickly. Immediately afterwards, Chris hung up the phone. Since we will meet soon, there is no need to say too much nonsense at this time. After Chris got rid of the phone bug, he restarted his practice. And enviously looked into the distance, and said eloquently, as Feng the Empress Boa Hancock. I'm fortunate enough to have seen her from a distance. She looks like that, it really is a beauty. Even though I am also a woman, I can't help but have a heart of admiration. It seems that Hancock's heart was also stolen by Chris. Mrs. Chiarli's cold face showed a warm smile. Yes, even Hancock will be conquered by Chris. Speaking of which, I am really looking forward to seeing Hancock earlier. Sheila Mela wagged her tail and said yearningly, I've seen a lot of news about Hancock recently. A woman with good looks and strength, such a charming woman. They happily discuss Hancock, the unmasked queen. At the same time, somewhere in the new world of the 9 snake pirates was also full of laughter. Hancock was holding a map in his hand, and he was seriously scribbling on it. Chris, they're here now. Their goal is this place. We're in this place now, and it's still a long way from this place. Hancock's red lips, biting the end of the pencil, murmured to himself, revealing a bit of charm inadvertently. Serious and focused Hancock, every move is touching. Sandersonia shrugged and smiled helplessly. Every time I get off the phone with Chris, my sister has to wait for a long time. When did you meet? She studies the map herself. Marigold folded his arms and glanced at the map. I doubt if my sister can understand the map. Now her eyes are all about Lord Chris. At this time, Bonnie seemed very excited and smiled. Captain Chris and the others have arrived in the new world. I also have a chance to meet my idol. With a hint of doubt in his eyes, Whitey Bay asked, Bonnie, you entered the new world very early, and Chris has only recently risen. How could he be your idol? Bonnie, hey Isho, shook his head and explained, this has nothing to do with how sooner or later you enter the new world. I've been following Chris since he first appeared in the paper. I'm watching Chris step by step to become the youngest King Shichibukai in history. A guy who has never entered the New World can become King Shichibukai. Don't you think this is a very remarkable thing? Whitey Bay nodded thoughtfully, and there was a reason. Kurana sighed softly. Chris entered the New World. This sea, I don't know what storms will be set off. Will the pattern of the New World change because of his arrival? Margaret nodded lightly, her beautiful eyes looking into the distance. With the strength of Lord Chris, I am afraid that in the near future, he will be the 5th emperor above this sea. This sentence is said to others, I am afraid it will be immediately. Provoke ridicule. But for Chris, it's not impossible. In the 9 Snake Pirates has no objection to. Chris will become the 5th emperor of the sea. Instead, I felt that this was the right thing to do. Marigold is well aware of Chris's ambitions. Just being the 5th emperor of the New World may not be the end for Chris. That guy, he was destined to change the whole world. Hancock finally regained his senses at this time, and regained the image of a cold royal sister. She glanced at Sandersonia and said casually, "This Pudora kingdom, I want all its information." Hearing this, Bonnie hurriedly said, "I know that this country, which is not a member of the world government, is very powerful. Even without the protection of the world government, no one dares to go wild in that place easily. The folk customs there are sturdy, and there are many masters sitting in town." Hancock frowned slightly and continued to ask, "How difficult is it to attack Pudola?" Bonnie pondered and said hesitantly, "I don't know very well, but it should be very difficult. After all, this is a big country with a powerful military, and it is definitely not comparable to ordinary pirate groups." Whitey Bay seemed to understand something at this time, and asked tentatively, "Could it be that the goal of Chris and the others is to capture the kingdom of Pudora?" Hancock nodded noncommittally. Chris had promised that when he entered the New World, he would conquer the next country. Now it seems that Chris is eyeing this Pudola. Since it is a powerful country, there is no need to say much about resources. As a base, it is quite suitable. Hancock murmured, "No, we have to move faster. Go on, use the fastest speed to rush to Pudora. Chris wants to do a big thing, and his concubine must be by his side and contribute to him. Guys, above is a picture of Jewelry Bonnie. For the sake of this beautiful woman, I want a wave of automatic subscriptions. In addition, there is no need to introduce the author bacteria about this supernova. Now Chris is surrounded by a lot of women, and many of them are very powerful. As for the squad leader, there is no need to say more, everyone is very strong. In short, that war is coming, and I am looking forward to it." 300. Going Emperor Tessero appears and is chased by Doflamingo. The situation is very critical. A new world, a sea somewhere. On the Chris, as usual. The squad leaders knew in their hearts that a battle was imminent. At this time, they can't slack off. The squad leaders headed by Luo are all working hard, practicing day and night, and improving their hard power. Even the mighty Enel and Lafitte are silently improving their strengths. After speaking with Hancock, Chris continued to stay in the training room, completing his daily goals. Reju's eyes were always on Chris. Holding it lightly in one hand, his delicate face quietly admired every movement of Chris. She sat up suddenly, with a slight smile on her face. "I guess Hancock is already racing at this time. They will definitely reach Pudora Kingdom in the shortest time possible." Nami nodded cheerfully and replied with a smile, "It must be like this." In order to see Chris as soon as possible, she herself would rather not rest and work day and night. It's just hard on her crew, and then another tense time. Alvida stroked the hair in front of her forehead, and her red lips parted slightly. "Hancock is so smart, he must know very well what we are going to do. The kingdom of Pudora is also a tough bone to crack, if you can get Hancock's help. We'll take it easy too." The little giant Lily stood on Bakura's shoulders, shaking her little head. I'm really looking forward to Hancock and the others coming. I heard that the members of the 9 Snake Pirates are also very beautiful. I don't know if it's true. Baccarat smiled like a confidant sister, and said generously, that's natural, Hancock's boat has never lacked beautiful women. Compared to this, I am more concerned about how many powerful guys are on Hancock's boat. It's the more important thing for us now. Baccarat was not at all relaxed at this time. After all, the war was imminent, and all she was thinking was the same. At this time, Perona was very energetic, jumping up and down happily, and said something. I'm about to see Sister Hancock. I don't know what fun things she will bring this time. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the carefree Perona, everyone is indifferent issue. It was interesting to have such a small child on the boat. Alert, alert. There is a situation ahead. At this moment, the siren suddenly sounded, breaking the calm on the Chris. The siren's voice spread throughout the ship. Report, an island is found ahead. On the coast, it seems that someone is fleeing. There is likely to be a fighting situation. Hearing this, Baccarat and others got up one after another and looked curiously at the island in the distance. Training room, Chris quickly sensed everything over there through observation hockey. Slight smile appeared on his face. It turned out to be you. Saying that, he stopped cultivating and walked out of the training room. Seeing that Chris walked out of the training room on his own initiative, Perona and the others quickly followed. Betty spit out a few eye circles, and looked at Chris's back curiously. You can actually make Chris take the initiative to watch. What the hell are those guys on the opposite side of others? After all, there are generally no major events, and Chris will not come out easily. Baccarat is the mysterious issue, and said elegantly, it seems that Chris also perceives something. Everyone, I feel that our good luck has come again. Hearing the words, all the girls became excited, and suddenly became interested. Nami looked up at the island in the distance, and said expectantly, so, we may have new members joining us. You said, is it the one who runs away or the one who chases? Makino's eyes, like a clear spring, lightly rippled, it may not be either. They compete with snipes and clams, and we fishermen win, and we end up with their devil fruit, or some other treasure. Karina's beautiful eyes were shining, and she said with a smile, compared to devil fruit, I still look forward to a newcomer, join. Perona also came to her side happily, and echoed, yes, yes, this princess also hopes to have new people to join. What this princess likes most is a newcomer, obedient, well-behaved, sensible, ha-ha-ha-ha-ly. Now, newcomers have to be teased by Perona, which has almost become an important piece of pirate culture. If you haven't been teased by Perona, it's not really joining the Chris Pirates. Sweetie Queen looks at Perona, blinked, smiled, and said, no newcomers have joined in these 2 days, but you have been suffocated. Hurry up and open your eyes to see clearly and see what kind of guy is on the opposite side. In case a group of stubborn stubble comes, you can't make fun of it. Reiju touched his delicate chin and said something with a smile. Chris hasn't come out in person for a long time. Those guys on the opposite side are definitely not easy. Chris is gradually approaching, and at this time, it is possible to roughly see some movements on the island. Mrs. Chiarli had a faint smile on her dignified and elegant face. Which one will be our good luck if we chase and escape? If you want me to say it, it will probably be the people who are there. Kaya blinked a pair of clear eyes and asked suspiciously, why? Why not the one chasing? Shouldn't it be that the person chasing is stronger? Makino reached out and touched Kaya's head, gently issue. We Chris pirates have never lacked strong men. If you want to join us, strength is not a hard requirement, you have to see if you fit in. The most important thing is whether Chris likes it or not. Baccarat looked at the island in front of him, his beautiful eyes lit up, and a sweet smile appeared on his delicate face. I can feel that the good luck this time is very strong. If it's our new member, this guy must be quite difficult. Even if the strength is not strong, it must have a considerable uniqueness. Reiju tucked her hair together, Isho gentle and generous. Listening to you, I'm really looking forward to it. What kind of guy will he be? At the same time, the squad leaders had already gathered on the deck. They were all curious and looked at the island in the distance. The movement on the opposite side is not small, and it does not seem to be a small roll. Van Auger took out the binoculars and carefully observed the situation on the opposite side. There is such a big commotion, it seems that there is a deep personal resentment. The new world is really interesting. The war between the two sides actually directly disturbed the entire island. Hawkins had a deadpan expression on his face. The new world is. So, this is the world of the strong. These people can destroy an island at every turn. Burgess hee Isho, looking eager to try. Otherwise, when the ship is approaching, let's join in. I haven't touched my hands in a serious manner for so long, and my hands are itchy, ha 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 ha. Lafitte lightly pressed his top hat, and said lightly, let's take a look at it first. There's no need to provoke more trouble, it will make the captain unhappy, we will feel better. As the vice captain of the Chris Pirates, Lafitte is obviously more stable than others. Bartolomeo turned his head at will, and suddenly saw Chris and the others appear, and made a surprised voice. The captain is out. This kind of thing, he really hasn't come forward for a long time. The rest of the squad leaders also heard Ying Ying Yan Yan's voice. This is Nami and the others, laughing and chatting. When Cavendish saw Chris appear, he was overjoyed. It seems that our good luck has come again. Kuro's face was calm, and he gently raised his eyes. If there is no good luck, the captain may not come forward. He turned his head and looked at the island in the distance. I don't know what kind of new people we'll meet this time. The squad leaders are all interested at this time, and it is unusual to be able to alert Chris's good luck. Burgess shrugged and laughed. Come on, get a great guy. In this case, the next time the squad leaders' competition will be more interesting. Being competitive can also stimulate us to become stronger. Poison smiled strangely. He said, if this is the case, then you may be crushed forever. Unlike me, apart from those few people who would dare to fight with me. This man Demon Jin looked at the poison with disdain, and sneered, come on, Burgess is much better than you. You're just relying on your devil fruit ability now, look at your half-dead appearance. If you really get punched by Burgess, I think it's hard enough for you to survive. Cavendish also sneered. To be honest, when we practice for a while longer, we will no longer be afraid of your miasma poison. I'm afraid you will really become the last existence on our ship. At that time, this young master will report the shame last time. Surprisingly, there was no refutation against them. Instead, they just rolled their eyes at them, with a mysterious smile on their faces. I don't know what kind of medicine Jin and Cavendish are selling in the gourd. Looking at each other, they all felt strange. At this time, in the New World, on the island of Kokosado. This island, inaccessible, is a veritable desert island. Except, occasionally there are pirates stopping here, and basically nothing will come. But today, this place is very lively. A group of people suddenly came to the island and were running around on the island. All of them were extremely tired, their faces were pale, and at first glance, they were being hunted and killed. Lord Tezzolo, we can't go on like this, we will be caught up sooner or later. Yeah, Mr. Tanaka and I are exhausted. Mr. Tanaka and Deus, breathing heavily at this time, hid behind a large rock. After escaping for so long, the physical strength of the two of them has reached the limit. Tezzolo was sweating on his forehead, and he was breathing heavily. After running for a long time, he could hardly hold it any longer. However, when he thought about the mad guy in the back, he had a headache. Then keep at it, Doflamingo is a lunatic. Once we are caught by that guy, none of us will have a good end. Tezulo looked at Mr. Tanaka and Deus, his eyes full of helplessness, but with a bit of determination. Behind them, there are also some younger brothers who have been recruited over the years. Even Tezulo and the others have struggled to persevere, not to mention these little bastards. One by one, they were exhausted long ago, and at this time they were also lying on the ground weakly. Beads of sweat on Mr. Tanaka's forehead ticked off, and he said intermittently, "If we knew this, we shouldn't provoke this guy Doflamingo. If we disappear, he won't find us either." Deus looked around vigilantly to confirm the safety of the environment. This Doflamingo is really patient and has chased us for so long. Until now, don't let us go. Tezulo sighed deeply, shrugged helplessly, and said, "Everyone is innocent, but he is guilty. Meeting a person like Doflamingo is also considered unlucky for us. However, if he really refuses to let us go, it's a big deal. We're not messing around, we won't bully him arbitrarily." Saying that, Tezulo squeezed his fist and hit the rock beside him heavily. I saw this rock, and soon cracks appeared one after another. Mr. Tanaka looked at Tezulo firmly, gritted his teeth and said, "Lord Tezulo, don't worry, we will follow you. Everyone won't leave you alone. If it's a big deal, we will fight with them. Isn't it death? Instead of being bullied to death, it is better to stand up and die with the backbone." Encouraged by Mr. Tanaka, the rest of his subordinates complied. "Yes, fuck him. Let the Don Quixote family know that we are not easy to bully. Wow wow wow, we are willing to give our lives for Lord Tezulo." For a time, the crowd here was furious. Yi yang yang. What a moving scene, Tezulo. At this moment, a harsh laughter suddenly sounded. Doflamingo fell from the sky with a look of contempt on his face. Vivi twitched with 5 fingers on his right hand, and grinned and said, "Isho. Tezulo, you really have a bunch of very loyal dogs. It's already reached the point where the mountains and rivers are exhausted, and they still protect you like this. It's really impressive." Everyone saw Doflamingo's sudden appearance. They all shrank back unconsciously. Looked at Doflamingo viciously. "Doflamingo, don't deceive people too much. If you push back like this, even if I risk my life, I will die with you." Guys, above is a picture of Tesoro. The big guy from the theatrical version is real and will play a very important role in the future. For Tesoro's sake.